Okay, hello, everybody, and welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast. And you know me, I'm happy you are here. I'm still getting it together, so bear with me. It's one of them days. But seriously, thank you for being here. It's the one and only Twin Solar System podcast, and that's pretty cool. And it's also pretty cool that we have Samuel Hofman joining us every Saturday. I always brag about him when I'm on TikTok because people don't really know who he is. Turn that down. And though they do now, but anyway, I stress how cool and thankful I am that we get to have Sam. That's a big deal. So anyway, let's go ahead. Speaking of Sam, let's go ahead and bring him on so we can see how things are going up in Montana. Mm-hmm. Hey, Sam, how are you?
Hello from my hermit cave up here in Lolo, Montana. Yes. And hi, everybody out there. And I'm glad you feel that way, Rebecca. Thank you. It's always a pleasure being every week with my skywatching friends. And what a week we've had. And, we got the opportunity this week to see a whole bunch of people who are not our skywatching friends. We had a rather large influx of troll population, and I wish to say hi to everybody out there that has recently been removed from my page. Again, we let a lot of folks in, and unfortunately, some of them didn't deserve it. And so, if you've been removed, sorry. Anyway, we've had a rather. It was a beautiful. It was quite a while since we've had any major troll activity. And I kind of had missed it. So I was a little bit appreciative to see these people posting some rather unique photographs of me that are photoshopped and everything. And I posted one on my personal page. And I just wonder how much time they actually spend doing this in that let's hate Samuel Hofman routine. And I appreciate your time, but I'm sure there's better things in the world that you could be doing. But again, anyway, hello to trolls and non-trolls and members and everybody out there around the world listening. Yeah, another week. Wow, what a week.
I know. I was telling you, one minute it's Monday, and then the next minute it's Friday night.
Yep.
For me, that's how my week was. I was like, wait a minute. I double-checked my phone just to make sure. Is it really Friday? Because I don't feel like I'm ready. And that's normal. So, but here we are. So...
And I was again seasick on Wednesday and Thursday, so my week went faster than I wanted it to, and then not fast enough when I didn't feel good. So let's get the guys in from the green room.
Yeah, well, I do see. Let's see. Let's pick a person. I see Gillian. She looks like she's waving, so that means that she's ready to go. I haven't got to talk to her yet today, so let's go ahead and get Gillian in here from Scotland. Hi, Gillian. Scotland.
Hi there, guys.
How are you?
Just like one of those weeks. I'm still trying to process. Yeah. But the sky was incredible as well. But the weather hurried it along, and the fact that I also felt absolutely.
That storm moved south of you finally, so it's still getting southeastern England and the English Channel, and it's embarking on the coast of France, Belgium, and Germany, and Holland right now. So and it was going into Spain again. And it's another back rotational, retrograde, northern hemisphere, ice hurricane storm thingy. Yeah, another one of those. Tell everybody out there the name of this one, Gillian.
Oh, Dara. It comes from Irish. I think it hit Ireland first, so they called it Dara. I think they pronounce it as Dara.
Yeah.
Ask Mark.
I haven't. Mark, and since my page changed, Mark hasn't tried to send me a friend.
I just told him now, like about 30 minutes ago, and he said, "Oh, okay."
I can't look him up for some reason. I tried and it didn't let me. But anyway, what a week! Oh boy, the skies are unbelievable. Lot to do going on with sightings of planets, asteroids, and UAPs and extraterrestrial intergalactic craft by the hundreds. I mean, I can't remember a week where we had this many sightings. It's an awesome week. So go ahead and bring the guys in.
I've seen the skull guy next to the sun.
The skull asteroid is being sighted again, big time. A lot of videos coming in on that.
I was gonna say I do have a video, some clips of all the recent lights in the sky, maybe UFOs, UAPs, and there was a lot of people captured a sighting over Arizona. Like I saw it coming in from all different angles.
There was
Arizona.
a semi-large meteor that came in and blew up over Siberia this week as well. But we can talk about all that in the coming
let's go ahead.
hour and get the guys in.
I was gonna say we have others to bring on here with us. So let's go ahead and bring Christoper on and see how warm or cold it is in Vegas. Okay, so here he is. Hey, Chris. We're fine. How about you? Good. How's your week been?
It's been great. A lot of amazing stuff happening, and it's just been, it got cool last night, but it's been warm here. Like abnormally warm. It's weird. So
I absolutely love
that video. How the cold and the hot bounces up and down, isn't it? I mean, like yesterday it was like maybe 6 or something, and that's kind of okay for a winter here, but then suddenly it drops like a stone, and it was like a bit of snow, and then all that rain started, and then it's actually been kind of warm for all they're calling it a storm, kind of with a big name and stuff.
Yeah, it's making me like off because it's still warm outside. I think it's like still the beginning of October or like November, and I keep realizing, oh my God, it's the first week of December. How is it still like this outside?
Yeah, we don't have any snow yet. The East Coast, the lake effect snow in the Pennsylvania and Michigan area, those guys have been buried. Yeah. And they're gonna get another. Last night, 6-8 inches last night, and they're gonna have a little bit of a reprieve, but it's still gonna keep coming. And they are buried for the first time in many years. They are like what we are now. Last year and the year before, they barely had any snow. They did have a few lake effect events in major Pennsylvania, but it didn't go all the way to NYC and Maine. But right now, everybody literally from Wisconsin to Maine is just like suffering. Yeah. I mean, they are buried. And remember, I always advocate, buy your snow tires in the fall, guys. Right. If you don't know what snow tires are, you better learn.
Right.
So yeah, and you see all these people, and it does on the East Coast, it shuts people down, where that's normal up here in Montana. So is Jesus out there?
I was gonna say,
I'm gonna keep talking otherwise.
I know we have. I mean, what a treat to have him on from the very start of the show. I was surprised when he showed up. I'm like, wait, the triple it. So, but
but you showed me his video, Sam. Was it last night when we were talking about the New Sky music group? And my jaw just fell open. I thought, it's just like when I watched the 2 sunrises that I've seen this week because I was off. They're so totally different from one to the next. I mean, the first one was like 23 minutes late. You couldn't see nothing because something heavy and blue was on the top. And then suddenly it's like it just, it's just there and beautiful, but then the next day it's like smeared and there's 3 light sources and you can see the small, very clear sun that's obviously ours, that small one, and then that great big thing that expands. And I had the 4-minute video because I couldn't actually believe it. I was actually watching this and I thought, oh my goodness, I can't wait to get my new device so that I can actually expand and get proper pictures. Like I got a surprise for Christmas, so I'm really, really, really hoping I get excellent shots now. But
I know.
Yeah, we'll see if it happens.
I know. I do know. Jesus has got some cool captures this week. He might be the winner of the week for us. Of us getting the coolest captures. So let's go ahead and bring him on here because I sure haven't gotten anything this week. So
I didn't get a chance because I dozed off, but I've sent you pictures and that 4-minute video, Rebecca.
Okay, sweet.
Where Rebecca sent me the StreamYard, that one. I get confused between that and content. Hi, Louise.
Hey, Jesus.
Here.
I feel the same way, Gillian. I couldn't wait for today's show because God, it has been so cool this week.
Yeah.
It's been insane.
Absolutely.
There's been so much people posting some crazy stuff. Oh, yeah. My skies were insane.
You guys have got things that actually magnify the picture so beautifully. I'm freaking out with jealousy. I thought, I want
I
something
was
that
jealous of
makes
some of
you.
the group members too.
I have been anxious to be here. And Alexander, I took some really cool pictures
Yes.
of the moon. I want to say like 5 days ago. It was at night, maybe. I saw your comments a while ago. You were asking about that, but there is some cool stuff.
The
next to
nighttime
next to
sightings
the
are
moon.
insane.
That's happening again. So
Yeah.
eyes to the sky, everybody. But it's been a great week. We got a great show for you guys. So much to talk about today. I rearranged my schedule to be here early.
Great.
So here I am. It's gonna be. It should be fun. I was looking forward to today.
I'm
Hi,
glad you're
everybody.
here.
Nicole, Thunda, everybody. Nice to see you.
Yeah, I've got a fixed amount of time to be here tonight because I've got work tomorrow, but I'm gonna stay for like my 3 to 4 hours if I can because I'm dying to see what you guys have got as well.
Until you can't keep your eyes open anymore.
Yeah. Well, then you know that my eyes go like slits and I end up going like this.
Right. So let's look at the comment section and see who all is here because
Yeah.
I already see there's
Roll
several
call.
people commented. So
MIC.
It's nice that we're all here.
Okay,
We got
I know it's always something to look forward to, isn't it?
Mickey
Hey,
Mouse.
Boo-Boo.
Jerem.
I can't believe it. I mean, I can't believe it. She's first in line. And you know where I am. Dubaloo is there. I mean, seriously, we're like that. We really are. So good to see you, Dubaloo. I'm happy you're here. And T. Racy is here all the way from the UK.
T-Racy, Dubaloo.
So,
nice to see you guys.
Good to see you. She's giving her hellos to all of us. She's a super nice lady. I mean, she's really super nice. That's not a surprise, though. We all already know.
Very nice to be here as well.
Let's see. Oh, hey, it's Screaming Thin Man, and he wants our money. So,
Okay.
Okay.
What? You want our money?
Send me your money, he said.
Yeah,
Okay.
I sent you a message last week, Screaming Thin Man, that we need to talk. I'd like to find out more about you.
Interesting, huh? Okay, well, let's keep moving because I got to get away from that one. I don't have any money, so hey.
Right.
It's
Sorry.
I hope you're there, buddy.
But whereabouts is Screaming Thin Man?
Hey, Robin. Robin is here. It's good to see you,
Robin. Whereabouts is Screaming Thin Man?
We don't know.
It's a mystery. It's a mystery.
Pops in and out every now and again.
Yeah.
It's not the first time I see his name.
Right.
He's been around for a little while, a few shows, and
I'm happy she's here. I know she's busy today, so she's working and present.
Always busy.
That
lady works.
Uh-huh.
She works here, she works there. She's doing home improvement and all kinds of crazy stuff running
stop.
around, and
Really
has
does
time to help all of us out.
Yeah.
And she
Awesome
stays up all
lady.
night too. So
Yeah.
Thank you, Carol.
That's what she does.
that's pretty cool. So, but good to see you for sure, Carol Ann. And here is Yvonne. Well, hi.
Yvonne.
How do you pronounce that? Furluside? I don't know, but I do know who you are. I didn't realize you have an alias name. Okay. Right, but I know they're in Canada, and him and his wife both submit the nice.
Rachel. She says her name is Rachel. She's the painter lady. Oh, and her work is amazing.
Okay.
Glad to have you here.
Very
I love their
glad
pictures.
to have you here.
I love their pictures, and I love
she
their
posted like a
family and
beautiful
their
little
house
kid as well.
and their trees. To me, it's like a fairy tale. When I look at their pictures, I'm like,
Quebec looks like a fairy tale Christmas. It just does.
Yeah,
and here we just get like puffball snow. And this is the Highlands. When I came here, I thought I would get lots of snow, like that much, snow boots and skis and stuff.
It's perfect.
But that's fine for me.
Looks like we're off to a good start with the giving. It's December, I guess. It's a giving month.
Oh boy, I haven't got that far yet. Let me keep going. I'll find it. Here's Audrey in South Africa, and it's 11 p.m. now.
She also checked to see if I was awake for now.
I think Audrey is the one with perfect attendance. I think she's. I never see her done. Yeah.
Right, gold star, Audrey, gold star. Okay. Well, I'm happy you're here, Audrey. And oh my gosh, I'm going to faint. S3 Colette is on time. And it's 4 p.m.
It was great to have you on board.
He's usually like about 20 minutes tardy, and I let it slide. I'm not going to, chew him out too much. But wow, I'm happy you're here.
Just letting the doggies out. I think the rain has stopped.
Okay.
He gets a pass because we like him.
Right. I mean, he's got points. He's got brownie points, we'll say.
Well, in the early days, he asked questions and he was patient and he was polite.
I like him.
We answered him and we brought him into the fold. So thank you for being here.
Right.
I just want to know what is he on Facebook? I think I've asked this before, but
not that I know of.
No. Okay.
Not that I know of.
I'm not sure how he found us or what, but always gonna have it either way.
We have to say hi to all of our TikTok people out there too.
I mean,
I don't mention that enough.
That's true. They are there. I was just saying hi to them a few minutes ago. So, and yes, so hi to TikTok folks as well, because they're listening, they're catching on. So we have a good.
Congratulations on 50,000, Rebecca.
Yeah,
I know. Great. Thanks. It kind of took a minute to get to the last couple of thousand to get to that point, but.
Hey man, that's quite a feat. That is quite the feat. In my 7 years,
we don't lose TikTok. I mean, we could lose it in about a month.
But something tells me that somebody, I'm not gonna mention names, but somebody's gonna use that in his favor as soon as he takes over.
Right. Oh, okay. Well,
I'm hoping that that's one. I'm hoping there might be some good out of him.
Yeah.
I'm hoping there's at least something good that comes out of it. Hopefully because he did make an announcement about free speech. So if TikTok gets banned, that would go against everything that he's been talking about. So it would be nice. It would be nice.
We know that there is some level of soft disclosure going on. We know that the classified
absolutely.
UAP hearings are happening right now. Previous public hearings have been held. They admitted that there is extraterrestrial life out there. Duh. I've been screaming that for 40 years. And then literally, when they go to the classified, then their spokesman comes in and said, well, we can't, confirm or deny and all of this, and they kind of like retracted a little bit. But of course, I watched it on TV, and prior to the show, Jesus and I were talking, and he says, they frustrate me, they irritate me, and I'm yelling at the TV. But I suffered through it with my equators on. I did put those on first, and then I sat and watched it and it was gruesome. I had to work at it, and I was cleaning the house and doing dishes when it was on many times. I've watched quite a few days of it, and they're not really admitting, but they are. They're soft disclosing us in a soft manner to get us ready for the fact that all of a sudden that door is going to be opening. And it's going on right in front of our faces right now worldwide. It's just that not everybody is putting the puzzle together, and they only have their experience, their sighting, and one puzzle piece. But if they knew how much of this was really going on all at the same time, which like we were in the green room earlier before the show talking about all week long, everyone has been sighting the long box cube and the new craft. There's a new faction here, and then the smaller UAPs, the drones, and also Christoper got a lot of captures of Star Destroyers, etc. this week. Great job this week, by the way. Jesus did great captures this week.
Crazy.
We have a lot going on at night.
Captures.
The lead Asteroid.
It was one of them weeks that if you had a camera and you had any presence of mind whatsoever, if you have any brain activity, you would realize that something's wrong up there.
It's way wrong.
I was laughing so much.
We have so much fog, and our winter inversion is just kicking our butt. But even through all the haze and the fog, you could just see the enormous shadows on each side of the sun. I took some stuff today. I'm really having a hard time. I use a very old camera because I feel it captures a lot more than these new ones. But the problem is that the format is so old that I'm having a hard time uploading it, and I'm I'm not as tech savvy. I have a hardest time getting it uploaded.
I wonder if you can take it in and have it like, upgraded just a little bit, but keep all the like lenses in the actual piece that takes.
Yeah, that's a great, because I bought this camera. It's like 10-year-old. The first one I bought was probably 9 years ago, and I keep buying the same one because nothing. It's the way I think of this camera is that it sees everything in 3D, a lot more than any other camera. So there's so much depth to it. There's so much more that you see in this camera it's my favorite camera because it sees so well. It sees so much more than any other camera that I've ever used. But again, because it's old, it's a old format, and everything's changing every little while. But I'll figure it out. Because
which one is it that you've got?
It's just a little camera. But it uses just a SD card. Just a little SD card. So I have to use an adapter connected to my phone.
Oh yeah.
But it's a pain because who uses an SD card anymore?
Right.
But it's such a great. I think like these cameras now they see everything in such like 2D that we miss so much. And this camera doesn't have that. It sees everything. There's so much more depth to it, and
you also have to take into account the size of the screen that you're viewing it on.
Absolutely.
A lot of people are coming and watching our program on their cell phones or on their tablet or on their laptop. But if you have a smart TV, you can look us up on YouTube on a larger screen TV in your living room, and you will be amazed what you see that you may have missed on your small screen on your phone. However, there is a flip side to that as well. The thumbnails.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
Show you way better identification of the planet in some cases.
Yeah, and sometimes, Sam, it's because and this is the reason why I like a wide angle lens, is because it kind of puts a little more distance. Here's an analogy. Right now, they're so close that
Oh God, yeah.
If you didn't know any better, you wouldn't know this is a hand, right? But as soon as you start moving it away, it's a hand, right? It's the same thing with the planet. Sometimes things are so close that people can't tell the difference between our sky, and a planet. In fact, somebody just told me recently on one of my posts that the sky has looked so close, so much lower now. I'm like, It's because it's not our sky. That just because it's blue doesn't mean it's our sky. It's another planet that also has an atmosphere, so it looks blue. And to us,
and the thing is it's distorted. Like you're looking through two fish bowls at what's really there.
But I was so I like the thumbnail things works too, because when you put a little bit of distance, which is what a wide angle does, it kind of makes it easier for you to get the big picture, because as I was saying in one of my videos, our peripheral is very small. We only we have, for context, our moon, which is freaking tiny compared to what's really happening. So anything that could put things into a smaller kind of shrink things is really helpful. Really helpful.
What really gets me is the size of the Skull asteroid compared to when our like a week ago and all the way through Halloween. The moon was in front of got some more in this week. Many sightings of the Skull asteroid illuminated at night and right at sunset, crossing in front of the sun and the moon. And we got a really good live video of it this week, and plus many more still captures. But the size of the Skull asteroid compared to our tiny little moon in front of it, and I went, holy shit, that thing must be just massive. And yet we did have a meteor come in that blew up in the upper atmosphere over Siberia this week. And it was sort of a Charlie Binsk, although it didn't get reported because it was like at 1 o'clock in the morning. But it did blow up, and it was like, God, I have, let me look to my page here. I have the size of it written down here. Okay, it was 70 cubic meters. So that's
pretty pretty big.
210 feet across. Yeah, that's that's 2 school buses.
Jeez.
Or more. Or maybe it's 4 school buses. Yeah, about four school buses. So
it's pretty.
Yeah, that can do a bit of mischief.
Sizable. That could do some pretty good damage.
It blew up in our upper atmosphere over Siberia. So I bet you somebody's going to be out collecting some really valuable asteroid material. But we had a lot. Back to the trolls. We had a lot of people that are naysayers, and I'm not going to insult them by calling them trolls right away. But yes, this is. And I've said this 1,000 times. This is dog shit crazy. But the reality behind it, people, is that this is happening and this is going on. And we've got thousands and thousands of sightings going back so many years that we all here are doing our show knowing that the science is irrefutable. It is beyond question. We know, I was talking to people all this week, and we know the asteroids are exactly where we say they are. So that's an automatic gimme on we know where the planets are, because we know where the asteroids are attached to the planets and what's going on. And then, for example, is we saw this week the nighttime illumination and the ion electrical self-illuminating lead asteroid that was sighted around the world.
I was gonna say, how about I get through the comments and then we'll look at the video. I hate to
look at some pictures because we're busy talking about all these things that we're seeing.
Like,
you need the pictures.
Wait a second.
I'm sorry. I
just want to say hi to Esther. I can't wait any longer.
I went off early. I'm sorry. Anyway, stick around.
I told you, like I said, we have so much to talk about today.
Yeah,
I
stick
know.
around for that video.
Esther's
Go
here.
ahead, Rebecca.
I love doing roll calls.
It's like when people say, "Why are you doing this? Are you still following that man?" I'm like,
Yeah,
I don't even know what I've seen as a person myself before I found that man. Because
he's our handler. Remember, he's our.
I'm the cult
commune leader.
Here's Christopher.
Sorry.
He's back. He's
back. Hey, Christopher.
But good to see you, Esther.
Esther needs to see you.
I all week and I laugh. After what I was seeing in the sky myself personally, out my window and above me when I went to the store, and then I come home and I do this multiple sites and Montana Skywatcher and all of that. I was sitting there, excuse me, dry throat, it's Ricola time. I was sitting there laughing all week. I was literally laughing all week, going, how could they miss this?
I don't know.
There it is. Oh my God. And it just makes
me laugh. I've been doing that all day today too. Nicole was just saying her sky's crazy.
Here's Nicole.
Today, it's been crazy.
Hi, Nicole.
Hi, Nicole.
From Colorado, northern Colorado. I did not know that. Now I do. Northern Colorado.
Yeah,
I think we say the words and then we don't actually process the.
Good to see you.
I was under the impression she was in southern Colorado, but I guess I was wrong.
I didn't know.
Yeah, I think 2 shows ago she pointed out. I was like, okay, I thought she was down in the southern part of it. But the further up you go, the higher the elevation, the more beautiful.
Well, her pictures show it. She's got like a perfect view. So.
Oh, definitely.
The farther you get away from the better.
Right. And I see she made a donation.
Awesome.
Thank you, Nicole. That's super nice. Super nice. 1111 too. That's so cool. Because are you all one of those people that started seeing 1111 like about 10 years ago?
I always loved
everywhere. I saw it. It didn't matter. It doesn't matter what digital screen I looked at.
Really?
I saw 1111 everywhere. It'd be my car radio, it'd be my microwave, it'd be at any whatever time, and I'd be forced to glance at the time or whatever, and I'd see it again. I'm like, this is driving me nuts. And it's not just me.
That's
started doing
the universe straight talking to you, Rebecca.
I know, it's crazy. And 333s, 444s, all that good stuff.
Oh yeah, 8.
Yeah, I used to see things like 1441, things like that. 1441.
Yeah. Hey, here's S. Colette. Thank you. I just now saw that too.
Thank you.
She beat you to it. Yeah, that's right. But thank you both. Really, that it all helps. I mean, it really does. Let me get back to where I don't want to miss anybody. Andrea's here. Our good friend Andrea Adams. She's always a fun person to have in the comments. I mean, she keeps it going.
Oh, yeah.
She keeps the comments going. So, good to see you. And Michelle is here. Michelle Cox in Indiana.
Hi, Michelle.
And we are family.
It's time to have you on the show again.
I told her that last week. Yeah, we're doing it. We're gonna do it for sure. Like, I'm planning like a holiday show.
I love her thumbnail pic.
First, and I want to get as many of us on here, passing through or whatever, hopping on, hopping off as we can. So I think that'd be fun. So I'm working on that. But great to have you, Michelle.
And remember, there is no such thing. There is no such thing as upside down rainbows.
Yeah.
Regardless of what Google says, they're not a thing.
And if you look at Michelle's cover pic, there's an upside down rainbow, and that is not an upside down rainbow. That is sunlight refracting in a prism effect in the atmosphere below that planetoid. That's why you're seeing an upside down rainbow, because the sunlight is shining through the atmosphere of that body. And the light is being broken down in a prism effect, which is the only way that man's eyesight can see light in space. However, we do believe that birds and animals have a different spectrum of light that may perceive colors in a different manner than we do.
Sure.
And and we know that that's true in horses and cows and deer populations and etc. So we know that there's a variant. Well, and I refer to this as space proof is because we know that for years, right after 2010, 11, and 12, the birds were chirping in the middle of the night, and there's hundreds of world sightings where this occurred throughout several of the early cycles of passing planets, including the sounds and the harmonics in the sky and all of this stuff. So all of this stuff is tied into the changing of the position of the sun in 2011, look that up, the transition of where we no longer go through the normal lunar cycles of, no moon, crescent moon, half moon, three-quarter moon, full moon, etc. That has been off for the longest time. The normal arc of the sun from the east to the west in our overhead position during the summer, which is referred to as high noon, has not happened for like 12 years now, 13 years now. And people don't realize that all of these things are tied into our proximity to the passing of the second half of our binary solar system. We are
you not only have new cloud names, Sam. We have now a new moon phase called the wet moon.
I had not heard that. What is it?
Yeah, we have we talked about this.
With the super moon.
We have the wet moon, what they call now the wet moon.
Oh, okay. The wet moon.
Which is supposed to be super rare, even though we see it very often these days,
Well, remember we were talking about it before the show, where you got captures of other objects near the moon, and and for
the
you,
exact same objects, Sam. I took a picture of the exact same object.
We've seen that there were objects near the moon for 8 years now, where sightings from me personally up here in Montana, where I've been seeing a second larger object behind our moon up here in Montana for years now. And that would answer why we keep having these quote unquote repetitive super moons that last, full moon that lasts for 3 days. When in my era of knowing, we had a full moon for one night. And then it went to degrading from there, where you could visibly see it from the side and not from illuminated from underneath with this upside down weird crescent crap that's going on now. And the out view of the moon throughout all of mankind's written history has always been the same. It has never changed because it's tidal locked. We always see the same face.
Right.
Now, we have sighted, since all of this crap started happening with the visitation of the planets, we've seen the moon in the deep south 1 hour, and then a few hours goes by, and then it's way farther in the northeast or north or overhead, which It never traveled in my lifetime. It used to be due east to due west over the top of me up here in Montana. I don't know about the rest of you. But when we've seen it in hours travel from the south to the north sky, that is not the moon moving. That is Earth tipping. And now we have to remember, we talk about the electrical magnetosphere of our planet, electric universe, etc. When these planets come in proximity to us, they have a larger electrical body around them. We talked about discharging planets, etc., when they get too close to each other. Well, also, when their magnetosphere pushes our magnetosphere, we sort of tip. It's like if you were wearing those sumo suits and you walked up to the other sumo wrestler in a suit and you sort of bumped him out of the way. And that's what's going on. We're tipping and we're moving in several hours where we got this deep jog of our axis change, and then we tip back to normal. Now, however, I fully believe that our normal, what used to be in 1990 axis tip, which we also know has changed because we know that magnetic north is no longer even in near the North Pole, and it's in the middle of Siberia right now, and you can look at that.
There was a report I just saw recently, an article saying that NASA put out that we're 35 inch, that the poles are 35 inches off, and we're tilted 35 inches. I'm like, 35 inches? Are you shitting me?
No, that's a down out lie.
That is a gross understatement. We are tipped way more than that.
We watched that increment occur from 2010 on year after year listings where it moved miles and kilometers and kilometers and kilometers. That's why I said it's currently somewhere. The magnetic planetary Earth north is somewhere in the middle of northern Siberia. By last account.
I also seen a post about that during the weekend. You could see the migration pattern from where it was normal north, and then all the way over to Siberia, like a wander.
Since we are tipped, we are having different worldwide weather. Look at the phenomenon going on in the size and the rotation of the jet stream on the South Pole, for example. Let's look at the fact that South America, now they're heading currently into summer. They're having spring right now into summer. Now, in our summer, they had a flash freeze down there where the animals, for a very vast region, were frozen in place, walking, running, standing up, laying down by the thousands. So
I saw a video recently, where there was an animal half eaten, standing up. It froze, but I guess others started kind of nibbling at him. But
ones that didn't freeze.
Yeah. Well, I see a lot of new names today.
I was going to say, let's get back on track. And
what is it about today?
Who else is here? I see Michelle. I just wanted to point out her question she had for today was, why doesn't anybody know what December 7th is? Anybody remember?
December 7th, 1941, the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor.
That's right.
Okay.
And it's like the 50th anniversary.
You don't hear much about it, no. You don't hear much.
I'm sorry,
well, everybody's talking about that CEO. That's what's everywhere you go.
Yeah, God, that filled my feed.
Yeah.
But before we get into that, let's keep doing.
Let's keep going.
Yeah, let's finish up. Yeah,
Dennis is here.
Before we get
in the house, everybody.
Hi, Dennis.
Hi, Dennis. I'm happy you're here. It's always good to see his name. I don't know who he is. I know nothing about him at all, but he's consistent and he's supportive and he's nice, and I'm happy he's here.
And I love his thumbnail.
I do too. He's fishing.
Let's go fishing.
No, he's fishing, but behind him, he's got some planetary action.
Oh, well, yeah, okay.
Jury and the red asteroid. And so that means this picture is approximately
A little fishy
2 to 3 years old.
Yeah.
A little fishy in front of him.
Let's see. Who is after Dennis?
Let's
keep it going
And Christopher
here.
has been around long enough to recognize the shape of red asteroid and the side view of Yuri, and that's why he's just chuckled.
Oh,
Correct.
it's great. I love it.
So
Hi, Alexander, and I didn't see the moon because there's too many clouds here. Else I would have, but since last night it's been mad clouds. But
and
maybe it
Alexander,
isn't now. I'll go out and have a wee look and see if there's anything nautical past the moon.
thank you for your work this week. I saw a lot of what you did. Thank you very much.
Yep, we do have some of his videos to see here shortly, so that's always
He's become a favorite on the show.
I know. Hopefully one day we can figure out a way to get him on, even just for a moment. I don't know. Well, I don't know.
Well,
We'll see.
I think he should record a little short shout out to the show, even and in his language, and he doesn't even have to. We could just run. We could run a small segment of 10 seconds.
Well, I've been wanting to talk to Rebecca about that, about maybe moving on to another streaming one. I mean, I don't want to talk about it yet, but I think after the new year, I think we can start talking about maybe upgrading to something different. As I had said, after December, I may have a little bit more rope as far as my finances goes. Maybe we could upgrade to something that may allow us to go on different languages, because I was just my dad was here for Thanksgiving and I was showing him the show, but he was really frustrated because he doesn't speak English, So
oh boy,
wanted to put the subtitles or something in Spanish, but I couldn't find anything. I was like, I told him, I said by next year we'll figure it out. And then because he would eat this up, he would love it. He loves this kind of stuff.
That'd be awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, we really need our own universal translator, don't we? Like in Star Trek.
That StreamYard has already gone up to like $40.
Wow.
We can find something that offers us a little bit more.
$45.
Yeah, I think Streamlabs now. We started we almost went that way, and I think they have language. I might be wrong.
That's probably our best bet. It's just
I think it's something that we should
so much more complicated. I just need to train myself.
Well, we'd have to. Well, I mean, the learning curve,
Well,
I think we could, if we could just reach some different languages, it would really broaden our
horizon. It has a lot of offer. It offers a lot more.
Yeah,
I'll say that. It just offers
granted
more
that we expect
for less.
So the learning curve is going to
everyone
be
to
a lot
understand
more.
English.
But I think it's something maybe we should put on hold. But
I gotta go open my
in
door.
New Year's we should talk about that.
Sorry.
Yeah, you maybe should produce a few commercials in Spanish, Jesus.
That'd be cool.
And then,
the thing is that I'm really one of those ADHD person now that I have that group, now that I joined that Spanish speaking group that you sent me the link to, I'll have a reason to. So I won't just put it on the back of my mind like, I'll do it later. Now
I hope they don't ban me for what
automatically do a Spanish version and then an English version, and I'll just upload it to there, and I think we'll kind of get that domino rolling.
I found it because I went into actually went all the way back to the basics in the upper left-hand column on Facebook, and they said looking for, and I typed in Skywatch, Montana Skywatcher, because I was trying to link to it with this new profile, and I got this list of Skywatchers you wouldn't believe, and I was like, holy cow, I did not know there were so many people out there.
It's insane to me. It's insane. It's insane that so many Skywatchers, yet so few people are actually watching it.
Guess who started a good portion of all of this? Any guesses? I'm one of the first skywatching groups out there, going all the way back to 2010, 11, 12.
Well, I think you started a group when groups were new to Facebook.
Oh, yeah, right. And we have been out there, and I've been out there as long as Zeta and before the Money Boys, and of course the Money Boys were actually early members of Montana Skywatcher 1, and then they learned about 2 weeks of material and then bailed and turned it into a money-making operation. and one of the three money boys went into a con operation. And another one went into a trolling of poor Dave, and Dave's Waffle House, and all of those people. And we've been through, oh God, ask Rebecca how many grinders we've been through in different groups of people, of new wannabes and angry people.
Well, that's what I was saying when I was telling Chris a few shows back. It's always fun to see newcomers and see who's going to stick around and who's just passing by.
Right, and
you can kind of tell more or less early on who's going to stick around and who's going to be, who's real and who's just going to be passing through. I think that a lot of this, and you were mentioning one of Radio Wasteland shows, Sam, how a lot of people get addicted to the conspiracy thing, and sometimes this is just this is just the skywatcher thing is just another stop, until they find something that gets them that high, that crazy whatever thing that they're looking for. It's fun to see who's
they're terraforming the Earth.
Yeah,
we're not in reality. We're sitting on the hollow deck of a ship that's being taken to another planet. Earth has already been destroyed, and we're being lied to. It's a matrix.
Right.
A firmament, and those guys kill me.
So let's go on and on.
I try to be patient and tolerant, but it gets a little old. And Montana Skywatcher has been around longer than anyone else out there, which is okay. That's why we have 14 years of doing this, and a lot of people have commented over the years, I can't believe you're still doing this, and you've hung in through this, and all the shit people have said about you, and yet you're still, we're still.
Somebody told me recently, how long are you going to stare at the sky? I'm like, as long as this is going on,
right,
you best believe I'm going to be staring at the sky.
Oh, it'll be a sad day when we can't see them anymore.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
And
I try not to think about that because I upset myself, Sam. Really quick.
Yeah, it does. It bothers me too. It's sort of like, no, one of my children is leaving. Somebody told me a few years back, a really avid skywatcher that just kind of disappeared on us. I don't know what happened to her, but she told me something that I was like, you know what, just shut up, shut your mouth. I don't want to hear it. But she said, these planets can come and go, and people will be none the wiser. I'm like, I don't want to hear that. I do not want to hear that. But unfortunately, it is a possibility. That crosses my mind every week.
It's why we must protect these videos that we make. We have to back that up. We have to. All this is history, guys. Like we have to keep it. We have to protect it to some degree. We have to keep it together, because even if we don't see it happen in our lifetime, I agree with Sam that we are the ones that are going to get the ball rolling.
Yeah, well,
it's all hypothetical. I know.
I grind back and forth through that exact topic every week, just about almost a couple of times during the week. And I try to weigh this, and I try to be making sure that I'm absolutely giving the best information that I can, and not be diving into conjecture or any of those negative things that some of the trolls have said about me over the years. I'm still laughing. It's quite humorous, actually. I mean, this last one, it was like it was so cute. I loved it.
I know, it was cute, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was actually cute. Thank you. And it's not a tinfoil hat. It's a little silver wizard's hat, and I kind of chuckled over that.
I think
That's quite clever.
Saved it. If you want me to show it, Sam,
I don't care. I mean, any press.
I have to re-upload it.
I love Michelle's comment. Would you highlight that?
It is
comment,
cute.
Please? Rebecca.
Which
She
one?
says, I quit going down rabbit holes once I found Sam and Rebecca, because I know what I'm missing.
I haven't got that far
You
yet.
know what? I'm right there with you, Michelle. I stopped looking.
Right.
Okay, so unlike a lot of people that got Rebecca, she got lucky and she found Sam right away. I wasn't so lucky. It took me almost 2 years of going down rabbit hole after rabbit hole, knowing something was wrong. But when I found Sam, I finally was satisfied with the answers I got. And you name it, I went down flat Earth, I went down hollow Earth, which I still have my reservations about hollow Earth. I really do think that there is something there. But flat Earth, the firmament, all that.
And standing on my soapbox for a moment, dropping a name that I don't normally bring up, but unlike Zeta Talk or any of those other people who have been around as long as I have, my accuracy compared to their predictions of dates when such and such was going to happen, which never ever occurred according to those other people out there on the internet, in comparison to what I show you guys ahead of time over the last decade plus, 14 years, and coming up on 15. And my we'll go back to, we'll just, rather than calling it whatever, we'll call it accuracy rate. It has been 100%, and this is all formulated through scientific collection of information from other people's sightings from around the world through comparison, which is what we're doing. The citizen science is comparing everybody's material. And then I've been giving a hand drawn, because it's easier to do it by hand in 5 minutes than spend an hour trying to do it on Photoshop. Which is why I hand draw with colored pencils. And the big joke is like, I eat crayons, or excuse me, I don't have enough crayons for the time to show you this.
It's practical and it works. No need to get fancy, again, and you say this a lot, Sam. If it's complicated, it's bullshit. But if it's simple, you can keep it simple. There's no need to go all complicated. A simple drawing just to explain what's happening is enough.
Although
my recent one, me and Chris, we were I didn't get a chance to respond to you, Chris, but you were saying you thought maybe Nepacity. I was thinking the same thing. I was looks like Nepacity. The base cloud looks like Nepacity, but something is different about it.
Yeah.
And then Sam, today you kind of cleared it up. I was like, it can't be Nepacity. It's just not the right location for it. But it was really it had some features that looked like Nepacity until Sam pointed out an older picture of a Saturn's yellow moon where it has that flat base cloud, and I'm like,
that multi-line,
exactly,
where it's like 5 lines on it.
Exactly the drawing.
Like somebody took a black magic marker, went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it goes across the bottom, and then that's flat. That is also that flat push plate on the front of the movement of the Saturn's yellow moon.
I've never seen it that close. I've had 2 very close sightings of the Saturn's yellow moon, but these
see it every day.
Well,
are
Saturn's yellow moon is really
insane. I've never, but I see a Saturn's yellow moon every day, but never have I seen it as close.
Yeah,
last time, awesome. And then maybe a month ago prior to that.
We have to show that video too.
Right, and so close to you can see the band on the lead object. It's awesome. You can see it with your own eyes. It's there.
And this is exactly like the drawings.
Oh yeah.
I looked at one from 2022 and I went, oh my God, look how accurate I am. And it blows me away to this day that I drew this, drawing of this picture of this object in, and 2 years later, we're getting that same close-up come back to us again.
That's great.
The planets are lifting up higher now, so they've gone past the halfway point of size and approach, and now they're starting to go over the top of us and beyond us, and so we are seeing some of the older patterns and cloud captures, what our cameras allow us to capture in the out view. And we're seeing these patterns happening again. And I looked at that and compared that, and I went, oh, Jesus, look how, and it is even, I felt always uncomfortable how oddly I had drawn in those straight lines on that one particular drawing that we were referring to. But then the capture
it always lines up. Always.
The capture this week, you could lay over the top of, and it would be literally with the margin. However, the Saturn's yellow moon is larger. And speaking of which, I will announce to all the new people But Saturn's yellow moon has a rather unusual behavior pattern in dealing with the Saturn proper, and it is actually the winged planet.
Right.
And it puts this ion belt around both sides of a planet is Saturn. We only usually see one of the wings, but there is now back in 2018 when we saw it above the sun. Rebecca's got tons of pictures of that way back in 2018 and 2019.
Those are incredible.
I do have yes.
And we have dozens and dozens of those captures back in 2018, 2017, 2019, where the movement of a Saturn and a Saturn's yellow moon and this odd winged behavior. And none of the other planets do that. There is a reach between Uri and Atu at the base cloud that's there a lot. Now they have this, and people have to take into account it's space clouds, the whole patch of them, and they're oddly close to each other. Blows my mind what we see in our outview. Blows my mind.
Cope really wants his questions answered, and I
was gonna say, how about we? Sorry.
All right, no, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, let's finish the comment section, and then we can show some pictures and video because we're almost an hour. We are an hour in, so let's finish the comment section, and then we'll look at pictures. But B Cope is here. B Cope is here. Hi, B Cope. I'm happy you're here.
We'll get to your questions.
I'm gonna hurry. Thunder is here. Thunder is here. Hi, Thunder. I'm happy to see you too. So good deal. You and T Racy, UK ladies. So good.
And it was nice to hear from you on TM, Thunder. It was really nice to hear from you outside of the show. So,
Sweet. Susie's here from Slovenia. Hi, Susie, and her cute little doggy. So I'm glad you're here too. She's almost always here. So, and I'm
really glad to have a member so far away. Thank you for being here.
Really, it is nice. And hey, Mal 2021 is here. Good to see you, Mal.
Yes, very happy.
And we saw Dennis. Hi, Dennis. Oh, hey, Tara. Yay, Tara in Texas.
Oh, Tara
is here.
Hi, Tara.
She sent me a couple of time-lapse videos too. They're like magical. So we'll see that here in a minute. And oh my goodness, I just now saw this. Pico, thank you very much. We really, really appreciate it. We really do. We couldn't do it without you guys. I mean, that's
right.
So,
I got a few questions too. It looks like.
Okay, well, I'll scroll down, and I don't want to miss anybody. I'll get to that. The Egg is here in New York. Hi, Egg.
Hello, Egg.
Hello, Egg.
Sweet. There's Carol Ann. We saw her. Let's keep going. I see Malcolm talking about asteroids.
Yeah. Boy, there's a lot of them up there right now.
Oh, it's great. It's great.
Yeah.
There is so much asteroids moving.
Good to have you, for sure.
Yeah.
And Holly Grace is here. Hi, Holly Grace. I love that name. It's just so pretty. Really pretty name. Those double names to have like a country southern, effect, sort of. So, anyway, good to see you, Holly Grace. And she's drinking a hot cup of tea. What more could you ask for? And David is here. Hello, howdy, David. Good to see you. Isn't he in Scotland or Ireland? No, I think he is Scotland.
Yeah,
I think
Scotland.
He's Scotland. Yeah, I remember. Wow, that's pretty cool.
David's been around a long time. Nice to see you, David.
Right. We talked about that last week, and I said I'm intimidated now. Aaliyah is here.
We may have actually been around longer than you, Rebecca.
I know that's what you said. I'm like, what? Oh, but hi, Aaliyah. Good to see you. And she's a nice, pretty lady. She's pretty and she's nice. I don't know, goes hand in hand, I guess. Nice. But she's nice.
God, you just gave me major deja vu. Did you say that exactly before?
No, I don't think I have. I ever said that? I don't think I've ever said that about.
Okay, sorry, I just went. So deja vu, it hurt.
What? When she said she's a pretty lady and a nice lady, or
yeah. verbatim, exactly.
Wow.
I deja vu. That's so bad.
We're doing this again. We're trapped. Oh no.
Oh my God! It's a marker in time. We've just crossed into the next dimension.
Oh, hey, Wendy is here. Wendy. We love Wendy.
Hi, Wendy. Nice work this week. Thanks for
seeing you.
Hello, Wendy. I always love her
She takes
posts.
magical drawings or pictures too.
Everybody's been asking if they should leave Montana Skywatcher 2. I just tell everybody just keep posting and pray for the best. Let's hope we don't get infiltrated. We can't add any new members.
If it's gone, like if it's just completely gone, it's really gonna bug me because I get a little I get attached to things, especially those kind of things. I'm gonna be really annoyed
like I was locked out of my music room also.
Yeah, I know that.
Not the music room.
Yeah, Skywatcher music room is it's still running, but I can't. It won't let me post anymore until I get admin approval. And that's me approving it, and I can't approve it because I can't go there because I can't run that other profile pic.
Yeah.
They will lock you out.
Yeah, so I can't let myself back in. I made the mistake of being the only admin. So now, we have Sam.
Carol had been talking about that a few shows back.
And I thought I had added her. I really did. So we have now Sam's Skywatcher music room.
Okay.
And Gillian is an admin.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, secret gatekeeper here.
So that way, we have more than one admin in case Gillian loses her date, and then anyone else that I know close. Well, I'll add you if you'd like. So we all have.
Yeah, I saw you added me as a moderator.
Right. So if you put some bad music on there, Gillian's gonna bump you right off. You know.
And I'm always bombing everyone with music, so I had to create a place for me to send that music and get it off my tongue, so to speak, you know.
Right.
And because if I can't post my music that I'm currently listening to, it's weird because I got used to the Skywatcher music room, and so I had to have a place. So I opened a new site called Sam's Skywatch Music Room. So you can look for it on Facebook, and it's open to everybody, and it's public. So. And you'll get to listen to my DJ skills and era music from my age group, and all the way through techno, space music, sitar, om chant, Asian music, you name it, European music and classical music. I play it all. Now I don't do rap or anything like that. I'd like to actually get a little bit more heavy metal that I'm sure that I'm not familiar with that's happened in the last 20 years. But
letting the dogs out.
Anyway,
did we know Malcolm Calero is he? Is that his name?
I was wondering that too. I mean,
scrolling.
I just shared this to a bunch of shows, to a bunch of like 30 groups, and when I do that, sometimes we get a few new people. So I just want to say, welcome. I know that you commented a few things. I don't know if you're new, but welcome if you're new. Either way, welcome. Thanks for being here.
I saw. I had to leave and come back in, and when I did that, it lost the order of the comments that they were in, and there's some that are not there at all anymore because there was one person I definitely did not recognize the name, and they were asking what intro song, like what song is that for our intro?
It's on the.
I did not see that comment.
If you go on
it's not
YouTube, there. Right? If you go on YouTube and watch Rebecca's video for the the new trailer that she made, it'll show you the music that she used.
Oh,
it'll
really?
It'll show the album, the artwork, the artist, the song name, everything. So if you use music in a video and you post it to YouTube, somehow the algorithm appropriates the music and it puts it in a list.
I did not know that.
That way
it'll credit the music on its own. It'll credit the music.
I'll have to look at that. I was going to say, it's from a site that I pay a monthly fee for unlimited non-copyrighted music, right? And it's from that site, and it's called Rapture by Starlight.
Wow.
From Epidemic Sound website.
I use Facebook's music for reels, but it's gone so problematic.
Hey, Rebecca, speaking of music and using something, that video that Christoper put out like 2 days ago. Oh my God, dude.
Yeah. You want to start with Christoper?
That one with the really loud start. Oh my God, I love the shit out of that thing. I played it like 10 times.
Not okay. You did send it to me.
That's the featured posts. I just took it. I take everybody's posts in the featured comments, and I just throw it all in the reel, and that way, we can like look at everybody's.
You don't have to play all of it. You can only play some of it because it's pretty long. It's long.
It's kind of long. I have it all.
Yeah,
I had it ready to show all of it.
Play it till the song winds down a little bit. But oh my God, that one startup song that you had in that video. It's tragic, it's gothic, it's awesome. I loved every second of it. It was insane. Because I just sat there and rushed out.
Well, the first part is Rebecca's video.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, throw it up at people. I teach them. So
let's get it going here.
I think we're at the end of the list.
I think, like I said, it all changed when I left and came back in.
Okay,
but
I'm looking at Becope and Experimental and Dennis, so we haven't seen any new.
I think we got.
Or I may have missed you because I did scroll kind of fast. And Mal 2021 we talked about. And we're pretty much at the end of the list.
Only took us an hour, but it's okay.
We're
not going anywhere, so. Okay, well, here is Christoper's.
That's pretty cool. It says we are a mandatory 7-hour minimum today. So
I saw that. He's coming down hard on us. He's got expectations.
Always going around here, boy.
Yeah, that's not hard to do.
Egg is asking, what is this song you love so much? Well, Rebecca's about to hopefully play it.
Oh, yeah, let's get it going.
I mean, I watched it just off the side. I caught it on newsfeed, and I just went, wow. It woke me up. It's like, watch this. Where it melts. I like the melting words, but they go up, like, kind of subtle. I love this.
I love that one. I love it.
And you can cut it there if you'd like to, Rebecca, or you can play it if you want to continue.
There's more. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
This is the things that Christoper shared during this past week.
I just hadn't seen that before, and thank you, Christoper, for putting it all together. And I shared it through like 20 different sites.
Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah, this is everybody's, post during the month of November. The ones that, Rebecca
November was awesome. November was awesome.
Look at that.
That's
been great.
Oh, hey, Experimental. I see you here now. Good to have you. Glad you're here.
And all of this is documented over the last 14 years, and we have seen it get bigger and bigger and bigger, and go through cycles from the right to the left, to the right to the left, over the top of us in this last few years, as they're beginning to now pass Earth and into the facial illumination when we see them at the far end of the sky away from the sun now. Generically, we've been drawing the monthly sight drawings with planets placed in relationship to staring at the sun. But I'm going to have to also do an additional staring away from the sun drawing, be absolutely handing out the full information, or we can talk about it on our weekly shows. A lot of people don't necessarily have a copy of the monthly site drawing because they're not from Facebook. We do try to share it with our show gear, and all of this information is from sightings that we've gotten for over a decade. And if new folks are out there and listening, like my next door neighbor's brother, and I'm told that he watched the show here in Lolo or somewhere in the Missoula area, and a big shout out to you. And I'm glad there are more people that are getting on board with this information, because we have tirelessly, painstakingly, at cost to ourselves over the last decade, gathered this information for you guys. And we also need to talk about the absolute obvious not presidents, more bad word, presence of extraterrestrials above us that are parked, and there's sightings of them every day coming in from around the world. Hello, and still, exactly, Christopher, I saw you comment. There is no one commenting on this. No one. Over and over again, I beg people on YouTube, on whatever, TikTok, or wherever you are listening to this, if you have any doubts as to this, you comment. We'll hand you, 10 or 15 examples of it, right? And we have hundreds over the years. You wouldn't believe what's up there. And I am in total awe that the presence of these intergalactic craft, and there's more than one faction up there right now. And we have sightings weekly, year after year now, which is openly talked about our web, our Facebook site. We talk about it regularly. And I don't understand why this has not gone anywhere, or why no one makes a comment or asks questions.
Sam, sorry, let me interject there. If I wasn't seeing this myself, I wouldn't believe you.
I wouldn't believe you either.
That crazy.
I have spent years.
I think the only way that you could really get on board with this stuff is if you see it for yourself. Because hearing it secondhand, I just don't think that. I mean, how do you explain that shit to somebody? Like, I spent the last week looking at the sky set. I'm like, how do I explain this to somebody? Like, how do I get somebody on board with this? Like, I don't know. I think it's. I don't want to be again. I think that we plant a lot of seeds, and obviously, Chris is an example. We have a lot of people that are here because of those seeds that we planted. Right. But sometimes I'm like, how do we get people on board with something that is so insane? It's something just
I don't. What I don't get is if you see this information, if you come across it, wouldn't you want to go and see if you can see it for yourself? Why are you just gonna? If I hadn't been looking for this and I came across it, I would have went outside and tried to look for it myself. And that's what I don't get. People just are. How can you not be interested in the change? This is your world. It's just odd.
Did you remove the comment bar?
Well, it's Chris. To me, look, it's not the not knowing, it's a not being curious that gets me.
Thank you.
Because there was at one point that I walked by oblivious to what was happening. There was a day when I did that too. It didn't last long. I caught on really quick.
Part of the huge problem.
I do feel like the lack of curiosity is what annoys me.
There is
how can you not be curious? How can you dare tell me that it's not interesting? How can you tell me it's not interesting? That you're nuts. You're absolutely nuts. How can you not be interested in this? There's nothing Hollywood can offer.
Then what are you interested in? I'd like to know what is going to trump.
What is more interesting? Please tell me what's more interesting than this, because I want to see it. All right, I want to see something more interesting. Or actually, I don't. But yeah, you know what I mean.
The $5 bar at the strip club.
I don't understand why we have gone so disconnected, and so the lack of curiosity, and it's like space is not. It's become this taboo topic where nobody wants. And then also, I don't think that NASA does a good job at Well, I think they do a good job of what they're doing. They complicate things so people think it's too complicated for them to understand. So let's just leave it to the professionals. But
Right.
that couldn't be the farther from the truth. Anybody can learn this stuff. It's simpler, a lot simpler than NASA and their so-called dark matter or whatever the hell it's a lot simpler, guys. This is not beyond anybody. This is anybody can come, and as long as you're willing to do the observations, to do some of the work, anybody can learn this. It's not rocket science. It's not something that's beyond anybody, guys.
Right. Yeah.
Well, we
And the
give you the
planets do all the work
placements and the
for you.
patterns already. We give you the orbit model. We give you the north, south, east, and west where stuff is daily.
So much has been learned over the time, and there's so much material now to get the learning curve cut in half, if not more. There's so much to go through. But again, I think the only way that people are going to see this is if you actually go out and look at it for yourself. That's really, again, there's no replacement for being an actual sky watcher. Like, you can't just learn this on paper. You have to get out there. That's what I love about Nicole. I love about Tara. I love about all these members, that they go out and they take their own captures. And this is the reason why Montana Sky Watchers from day one was always your own captures, because you can give us information when, where, and all that. But also, we know that it's real, and it's irrefutable. It's especially now.
Absolutely.
So much AI and so much crap going on out there. At least we know that what we are posting is real, because we know the people posting it.
And I think we're pretty good at, telling the difference between artificial intelligent generated images and what's real.
Yeah, but I think
we've
seen enough that we can, and then it looks a little bland, a little.
We would notice if the placement was wrong as well.
Right.
That too.
If the pattern that we are used to looking at,
the way planets are illuminated, that's a big one. That's a big one to tell if it's a lens flare or if it's not, or if it's a double.
Oh boy,
double
we have
window
had
thing, or if it's CGI.
We have had so many poor people out there they're calling themselves a Nibiru Facebook site. I won't mention them by name to personally down them, but they're saying this is one of the planets. Here it is, there it is, here it is, and of course, guess what it is? These Alaska live sky cams. It's like, oh my God, we're still going through the Alaska sky cam lens flare deluge, plague, virus, whatever you want to call it.
They still haven't cleaned those lenses.
Oh, they're still spilling up my news feed every day still. It's like, and I go on there as politely as I can and say, I'm terribly sorry. I cannot wait till you see the real planets that are here.
Yeah.
And I try to be nice. And I'm not mean if you guys are out there and you know who you are. I'm not trying to be mean about this, but we've spent 14 years knowing. I watched them when they were coming underneath Earth from the live cams all the way back in Antarctica in 2009 and 10 and 11. We were watching, and we have captures of it going back that far as well. And once I started seeing in 2009 and 2008 these anomalies in the sky, it kicked me forward into the ending of my non-disclosure agreement in 2010, and then off we went. And then here we are today, 14 years later, and we know what's up there. And if we haven't seen it in our collective group of people from around the world, then it's not up there. And that has been proven time after time. And our accuracy, this is sort of an education that's been taught to all of us by doing. And that's the only way that you can get into this. We can't hand you all the answers. It's up to you to explore. And once you take your own captures, and then you get the information of what you were actually capturing, you'll know what to look for next time as well.
You won't even have to look for it anymore. It's like automatically your eye will just
wherever you are, there they are
naturally
around
just
us.
look at it.
Yeah, they're all around us
Once you
now.
really get a grip on what's happening, it's like it becomes automatic. It becomes like this little antenna in your brain just kind of just gravitates towards. It's like, okay, there it is, right there. But once you cross that threshold of once you pass that threshold of knowing, understanding what you're looking at, it'll open up a whole world of crazy shit.
And it's day by day, week by week, year by year, it has taught us, especially, I'll never forget as long as I live, that day we started seeing Atu, and then realizing that Atu had a moon even, and that damn thing was purple, and then it matched all the names and stuff that we had from information running back to 2008 and information I had from the late 80s, and all of that compared, and that's where the names came from. And this was research information. And it all matched, and oh my God, here we are, 14 years later, trying to share this mountain of information for everybody. And that I'm sure it can be quite daunting, and for a new person to step in and listen to us talk, and they'll get lost. It's hilarious how we do 7-hour shows.
Really easy.
I just want to say hi to Patrick.
Really
Hi,
Patrick. Hi, Patrick.
Patrick. Yeah, and he gave us a donation, so I think it's right here.
Thank you, Patrick.
Yes, thank you. So hi, Patrick, and hi to Sharon. I see her too. Let me get back to that.
Hi, Sharon.
Sharon.
I saw somebody say hi, but I didn't see her name. I guess I must.
And she sent me a donation. I think it was on PayPal. Well, anyway, but she sent me a donation last week, and I want to thank her for that. So, personally, thank you. Good to see you. Okay.
Yeah, we're only got what, 15, 16, some odd 17 days till Christmas. Wow. Hey guys, where did the time go?
I don't
know. All I know is that it's another year on my knot.
Is this like our 92nd show?
91st.
91st.
91st,
okay.
yes. 91st.
91.
Isn't that cool?
New folk.
That's pretty cool.
You guys have a bunch of
we're professionals.
Binge watching to do. Go back to number 1. Watch Jesus and Rebecca talk on show number 1.
I love that show. That was a good one.
I was gonna say that's definitely a classic. The first one with Jesus and I mean,
we talk about the basics.
That was so fun.
We're just winging it. We were just
happy to be there.
No preparation, no preparation, no nothing. And most of the show, I mean, I think Rebecca, you do some preparation, of course, because you're the one doing all the technical stuff. But
I went back and watched it. I watched
most of the what we talk about here, it's all kind of off the dome, as they say. None of it's really. We're not reading off a teleprompter or any of that stuff.
Yeah, I flew out of my dome long ago. Me and my bats from my belfry. I always loved that term from a child on. Bats in the belfry. Look at that. Oh my God, those dark areas. What you have to do is you have to learn to look at the dark areas and understand that some of these clouds are not ours. You have to understand the stratus of Earth's clouds. Look and find out where the cumulus nimbus clouds end in our view, and then everything above that is planets.
And keep in mind, I cannot stress this enough, guys. They look blue. They look blue. Okay? They look blue. So if the sky looks a little lower than it should, most likely you're looking at a planet, not our actual sky.
That right there is some awesome shots of the object cluster group. And I don't know if that was tagged right. That, note the direction of the sun.
Right.
These planets are past Earth. The sun is from behind us in most of these shots. You're showing the bottoms of Atu and Atu's moon right there, and that's the bottom of the
Just wait till you. I gotta show you where I think all of these things are Star Destroyers. It's
Yeah, I
absolutely
saw
wild.
your video where you did the
Whoa.
aeroplane.
Technical difficulties.
Ghosts, gremlins.
Right?
It's
Okay.
the they out to get you. Yeah,
Did we lose
they're up
Gillian,
there.
or what's going on?
The Texas Cube has been sighted for the last 2 weeks around the world as well, and I forget to tell everybody that, and I don't want to sound like I'm beating a drum over and over again, but oh my God, you guys, there, long box cube, Texas Cube, Texas
Now, wait,
Cube,
right
there in
behind
the
it,
upper
you'll
Texas
see
Cube.
all these little things coming out of it. I swear, watch.
Yep, all those white dots that are light blue triangles, right there, Star Destroyer, Star Destroyer,
I
Star
knew
Destroyer,
it. I knew it.
Star Destroyer.
The second I saw it, I knew,
Wow.
I just could tell. They're
Star
everywhere.
Destroyer.
You can see the
conning
triangles.
tower.
You can see them moving through the sky. It's weird when you finally see them with your own eyes and you watch for a few minutes. You can see them hauling ass. It's the
I've been
weirdest.
streaming this since April of 2019, and still this has not gone viral because I myself personally watched it by eye happen when they went into that positioning. See, I've been watching them, and for the longest time prior to that, they were hiding in front of the sun. They were the black dot, and then the two black dots, and then the square and the circular black dot. And then after 2019, 2018-ish, once the long box cube got here, and it orbited from the North Pole to the South Pole to the North Pole to the South Pole around Earth. There were sightings for like 2 weeks when they got here. And then we saw it and this very large rocket phenomenon. It was bigger than anything I've ever seen as far as rockets, and there were 4 of them, not just one. But this thing lift off into a higher atmosphere, and within months they were in place. The Texas Cube was next to Atu's moon and behind the object cluster group debris, hiding in the back of that. And then the long box cube was parked right next to Isatum's yellow moon and the debris tail, the ion tail from Isatum. So they were parked right next to them all the time. So they were sort of hiding in plain sight. And they have been there ever since. And I watched them by eye offload.
Mr. MBB 333 posted a crazy video of it's a little old, maybe about a year old, but I've never seen one that close. It was just enormous. It was so big.
I have.
It was clearly.
I have been near a.
It was clearly one. It was insane. It was
Star
so
Destroyer.
huge. And I gotta say, Airsun 77. Glad to have you on board. Egg, I love your enthusiasm. I love your enthusiasm
Egg
about
here
this group.
too. Oh, I did say hi to Egg, didn't I? Anyway, hi Egg.
Yeah.
But yeah, and hi Airson. That's another new name for me.
Yeah.
New name.
There is a huge extraterrestrial intergalactic force here right now. And they're parked over Earth, passing underneath these planets, which is why when they close past, that's why we're getting better sightings of them. Because they're still in the same place.
Like all of the hazy clouds, you can see them. It's wild.
2 years ago, I watched the long box cube and the ships straight overhead, and there was no clouds around it, but it was directly in between the Saturn, yellow moon, and all of that. And I was staring at it for a good hour, just straight up. I've told this story before, so long that I had to lean against the car because my neck hurt so bad from how long I was looking. And it was straight up above my head. I pointed it out to my neighbors and everything, and I'm not sure they believe me, but I mean, it was absolutely
crazy,
totally visible, not wrapped in any clouds whatsoever. You could see the big Star Destroyers, which were teeny compared to that big ass long box cube.
Well, the problem, Sam, is, and again, I can't stress this enough, is that
it scares people.
First of all, other planets have clouds. They're not specific to us, and things look blue. And I think people kind of, once they see clouds and then they see the blue, they just assume automatically that it's us. And that's where I think people are going wrong.
This is where you have to learn to look at the dark areas first. You have to change,
you have to change the differences in the color of the sky, guys.
Example, right? What we're looking at right now. Look at the dark areas first, not the light.
Wow, I love that overlay. That was cool.
Yeah,
well, that's the one thing that I've been seeing. It's weird. It's like Uri crosses in front of the sun at sunset, and then Saturn's yellow moon goes behind Uri a little bit, and the light passes through the two planets. It's wild. I have a bunch of captures of it from several different days.
And all this week, Saru has been cutting off the top of the sun in the afternoon, say 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock.
Right. Maybe it's Saru that's
and
doing
it gets dark literally an hour and a half, 2 hours early because the planet is kicking in and dropping its bottom. She is coming in, boys and girls, and maybe by spring she's going to be overhead. I don't know how fast this is going to move, but boy, she's been cooking towards us for the last 3-4 months now, 5, so maybe it's been longer. I mean, God, this year flew by. But yeah, Saru's presence is now affecting our daylight view. Now, in the afternoon, look due west, depending on, it should be southwest now because we're weirdly early in the winter axis of the sun, which we shouldn't be in yet, which is early. Easy month, it should be a month from now, but we're there already. Anyway, so southwest, notice that the sunlight about 5 o'clock is being cut off from above. There's a blue line, it's dark blue.
And in the morning too, Sam, in the morning I've been seeing the bottom of the planet getting illuminated. I'm gonna have to say it's at
before sunlight,
because it's right in the center of the sun. But it's not big enough to be Uri just taking up.
Right, it's probably at 2.
But I'm thinking Atu's moon is just the bottom is being illuminated insane every morning. Right prior to sunrise, it's just illuminating insane.
Now we cannot forget.
We can't forget anybody's attention.
Tim is getting bigger and bigger too, and it's on the left of the sun, and that's having a weird effect. And the small asteroid has been coming in, and that's way bigger as well. So and we haven't seen the blue asteroid recently, but it could be somewhere. It's kind of to the right of the sun. There's a lot going on up there, and I keep having to remind myself to think about Matim.
Yeah,
I honestly, I kind of completely forget Matim sometimes.
I did almost for 3 years.
Yeah, I just can't.
When Matim was going behind,
I know that it's there because it's. We speak about it a lot, but honestly, it's kind of like in the back of my mind all the time. And Vico, I love your comment. That is very true.
It is insane.
If you don't know true spiritual peace, this could freak you the hell out. Could. If you're not in the right state of mind, it's one of the reasons why there's certain people that I wouldn't even attempt to try to wake. As they say, be careful. Be careful waking up somebody who's sleeping. You might get peed on.
Yeah.
But I think for some people, it's probably best to just let them be. Because I don't think they're anywhere near capable of this information. But I think slowly we're getting to that point. We have to. This is not something that we can ignore forever. But yeah, I completely agree with that. If you're not in a good place mentally, this stuff could really mess you up. Absolutely.
Yeah, maybe that's what my problem is.
Just want to say hi to Sandy Cheeks.
Hey, Sandy Cheeks.
Nice, Sandy.
And I also agree that there's around 4:45 a.m. is when you start seeing the pitch black, and then something gets illuminated, and then it goes back to going dark, and then it illuminates again. I've been watching that for the last couple of weeks because the bottom of the planet, it's right in the middle of in the eastern sky. It's not on either side of the sun. It's right in the middle. And it's lighting up the bottom of it. And then what happens, it lights it up before the sun comes up. And then it goes back to going dark. a little darker, of course, because the sun's coming up, and then it illuminates again. It's
Speaking of
crazy.
illumination,
It is like, yes, it is insane. It is insane to see. Again, I don't see how people ain't noticing, because it's like you get illumination, it goes back to dark, and then illumination again. Craziest thing.
We have this week had an event that was cited around the world, and we have 6, 8, 10 major separate people sending all of this in on this pretty much within a 3-day period. Rebecca has a video of it for us, I hope. Are you ready with that video of the nighttime ion illumination of the lead asteroid? This is a major stellar event, you guys.
Cool.
And we have not seen anything like this in about 5 years from the lead asteroid, because of its proximity and orbiting from underneath Attu and Uri, and then now it is reaching and turning in front of its Saturn and its Saturn yellow moon. It is now bleeding off material from its static and electron, because larger bodies bleed from smaller bodies, which is where we get those towers of light. When we've got a planet over the top of us, we bleed, our towers of electrons lead to the other bigger object. But anyway, this event was captured at night, and I'd like everybody to look at this and notice lead asteroid underneath the Saturn's yellow moon, and then the rainbow spiral trail of the nearby adjacent planet Attu and Attu's moon that leaves a little rainbow rotating spiral tail, which is bottom left. The object, or the white illumination on the right, dead center in the middle, it's below that line, is the lead asteroid. And then Saturn's yellow moon ion tail is illuminated.
Wow.
The bottom of the long box cube and its side orb is the trail on the left-hand side.
I did not realize all that. I'm going to go in and zoom in on it and make another copy, and we'll watch it closer.
That would be sort of crop out a lot, and then kind of zoom in.
And I gave Rebecca a number of earlier photographs of the lead asteroid, which we can read into according to your time period.
Okay, well, let me get those pulled up. And while we're looking at those, I do want to see that closer up. I can't really see it as good as I want to.
That rainbowy trail in the background on the left, farther down on the horizon.
I've seen that.
That is an ion trail from the planet Attu. If you look above it,
why is it
purple Attu?
Why does it look like it's circling above us, Sam?
Because it's spiraling and it's rotating and it's moving towards us.
Because I saw the same thing in broad daylight. I think it was in 2020. We could literally see circles up in the sky.
Right,
and there
like
was no
cigarette
plane,
smoke following
there was
a guy
no
walking
plane
through
in
the room.
sight. Yeah, just like this, only a lot more. And it was in the day.
They spiral.
So it looked like a sea trail if you didn't know any better.
Yeah, but it's spiral because of the rotating planet. And then it shows you this approach path. If you looked in the round behind the white, you can see that purple, big, huge purple planet. That's Attu's moon, and purple Attu is behind it. Meanwhile, it's also reaching in onto the right-hand side, which is the lead asteroid, is Saturn's yellow moon, and it's Saturn. And they're actually, in the out view, they're right connected to each other, but they're not. But that ion trail is coming from the lead asteroid. We've watched it glowing in space for years when we first saw the original sightings of the OCG, the Object Cluster Group. It self-illuminates because anytime it's near a body, there's this illuminated ion trail, and here's an example of it, but now it's way bigger, way closer, and we've got other captures of it going back many, many years.
So it looks like it's self-illuminated, Sam. Can you explain to people what's going on with them? Because I get that question all the time, and I really don't know how to answer it.
You know about 4-foot office tube lighting. Okay, there's a metal end on a metal end, and there's a gas in between the white tube, right?
Yeah.
But there's no wire going in between, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So they put electricity on one end and they put electricity on the other end, and the gases inside that pressurized tube start to bounce because they become electrical, and they bounce into each other. And when electrons smack into each other at a higher electron frequency inside that pressurized gas tube, they emit light. It's called accelerated electron illumination. And because these objects in space are made, I believe, made of metal, most of the object cluster group, or at least the lead asteroid per se, because it is the number one startup of the tail that incorporates its smaller asteroids as well in that group and creates this ion illumination in whatever its atmosphere of gases. Now, it could be just the hydrogen of space, but if the electrical, because we live in an electrical universe, not gravitational, if the electrical interruption or frequency from a nearby larger body has a higher magnetic frequency and it connects within that passing, then the bleed off transference between those two bodies electrically occurs. And static discharge, we know that the bodies discharge off each other if they're too close, or pull from each other if they're comfortably passing each other. And that creates that illuminated tower lighting.
That confused me for so long. In fact, this still
the electron superhighway.
Because sometimes it looks that thread attachment between planets always gets me confused. I still struggle with it to this day. I remind myself when I'm struggling and I'm like, what am I looking at? Is it one planet or is it two planets?
Yeah.
And I remember that that thread attachment, so it kind of makes it look
they have their atomic placement.
Like you're looking at just one body, but there's just that thread.
They're always in a place like Tinker Toys with a long shaft in between the central bodies. It's a structure of Tinker Toys. They have their structure of Tinker Toys. We have our structure of Tinker Toys. Ours are way far spread apart. Theirs are centrally tight and focused in the middle, where we're an outside equation and they're the inside equation, but yet we're still attached. And right now we're just crossing each other like two ships in the night, passing each other. They're larger and closer. Their star is bigger. We're attached to it. We are the backwater of the binary. Their planets, they've got these two huge water type planets. We don't have any water type planets in our solar system unless they're frozen, in which case we call them a rock type or a gas giant, depending. And that has to do with also atomic structure and internal nature, whether it's an electron cluster or just a proton or a neutron. And modern science and astrophysics does not look at it that way. And I call it astrochemistry. And that's the difference between Hoffman in 1978 and the binary solar system and all those guys at Langley, and why they invited me to talk about it, not the other way around. And then I got ridiculed and called names and spit on, and
I mean that comes with the territory,
Sandy has a question.
Feelings, and I pulled the rug out from underneath them, and they got very mad at me, and I said, "Wait a minute, but didn't you guys invite me here?" So anyway,
right?
Yeah, Sandy is wanting to know when the solar system planets align, what will happen? What will happen? What will affect the binary
I
solar
think they already
system?
did. I think we already went past the halfway point, and
No,
I think right now we're seeing effects of the lava dispersal that's burping up out of all the volcanoes on the planet. By the way, 7.0 earthquake off the coast of Northern California and 45 miles southwest of Eureka, Northern California, offshore underwater. Tsunami warning was issued. And there were over 30 aftershocks.
Earthquakes shake Northern California, triggering a tsunami warning all the way down to Santa Cruz.
No worries.
Earthquakes rattled Northern California Thursday morning, including one offshore 7.0 magnitude quake that triggered a tsunami warning for parts of the coast. It all started.
And there's been over 30 aftershocks since.
Wow.
Mal, this will change your entire perspective. It's good that you were enlightened before you found this, or else it might not have resonated with you. So.
Well, here they call it a 7.3.
It takes time. We're talking about it last. So we were talking about that with. Sorry, I'll get back to that.
A lot of things were broken. There's a lot of reports of damage. Things were coming off shelves in stores. Some buildings cracked. Not a lot, not hideously, because it was a side to side shake. But notice the duration.
Yeah, Albert.
That's a pretty long quake, and it's still going. This
Yeah.
is like an aftershock. That was a 6.3.
Jeez.
Notice the duration.
Yeah.
That is not a simple quake. That is a plate moving. It's a subduction zone offshore in the Juan de Fuco plate.
Wow.
And it's actually moving to the east, to the west. Why do I do that backwards all week long? It's moving to the west, and it was sort of a slide, not a pressurized slip, but a slide could precursor. Yeah, thank you. That's why I don't do big buildings.
Yeah, me neither.
They're made to wiggle.
No, thank you.
Right?
I'm
I'm on the second floor where I live, and that's high enough.
I've been in the IDS tower in Minneapolis as a lookout at the top of the building there, and I won't go back.
Not for me. Definitely not for me.
Thank you. Yeah, you can watch all the buildings sway. I never got comfortable with that.
No. But Mal, this I was talking about it with Alexander a few days ago. This stuff takes a little time the acceptance takes a little time,
Yeah,
you will fight with it, your brain will fight with it.
This is why
you'll wake up one day asking yourself, am I crazy? I still do it. There's days where I ask myself, am I crazy? You'll fight with it. But the evidence is overwhelming,
That dark blue area in the left corner is a planet. That's Uri right there in the shot that we're looking at.
Yeah.
There sits Uri, that purple in the upper left corner. We know that because we've watched it for so long. And that's not the normal sky. And I will invite you go back and watch any 1970s Western, any space show from the early 80s that's filmed, in some desert or something. And look at the sky.
Yeah,
today.
Go back and watch some Clint Eastwood movies. Every time I get together with my dad, that's what we do. We watch old westerns.
Yeah, but I bet you're watching the sky now.
Nothing doesn't even resemble. You'll be lucky to see little popcorn clouds, but no color, no nothing. It's very plain, very, very straightforward.
A good portion of our viewers and listeners have probably grown up during the period that Nibiru has actually been here within proximity within the last 14 years. Depending on your age, I mean, this might be normal for your whole life, what you're looking at.
I kind of chuckled when you said, Sam, that one of your daughters was asking you.
There's an earthquake happening.
Was asking about the planets. What if it's just normal skies? I'm like, but I think her age is probably one of the biggest factors there.
Earthquake this morning, 12:22 for Northern California.
Right, come here, Fred. Got a tsunami going on from this earthquake.
And Carol Ann is always talking about this when we're in the middle of a show when she's on, and she goes, yeah, Sam and I know, and it's because of our age group that we know what it used to be like. And I years ago used to record the Weather Channel on VHS recording tape at home, and then come home and watch it later.
Yeah, I used to watch the Weather Channel. They have some pretty good shows on their little storm little segments. I used to watch that all the time.
Well, they actually show radar. Now they don't even show you real radar. You get computer graphic simulations anymore, and they can control that by the input of the information they're giving you. And that's an example of that new storm we were mentioning at the early part of the show, that back rotational storm that is hitting south of London right now, and reaching across the English Channel as we speak, and wiping farmers' dreams away in France for the next 2 or 3 days. It's going to be backpedaling stationary. And they're going to flood again. And there's also one of those going on right now over middle, or I should say, western Russia, right at the edge of the Baltic regions and all of that. That's there. And then there's another one currently over Greece that has been backpedaling since like 4 days ago and just bombing them with rain. So these are these back rotating, what they're calling anticyclonic tropical storm force northern hemisphere on land winter hurricanes we've been talking about. And Europe is still giving them names, but the United States quit, and because we have less but we're going to see more of these, what they also refer to as a cutoff low. But these storms are reaching levels of literally hurricane strength winds, and that is what's going on.
Every year breaks the previous year's records.
Another example.
Every year that I've lived in Salt Lake, every year or winters or summers, everything gets more extreme. Every year
that snowstorm the Great Lakes came out of Canada. And that too is a back cyclonic reverse cyclone, meaning the winds go in the opposite direction of normal, in a rotational cutoff low that was sent in from the Arctic. And that's why they got 80 inches of snow in Pennsylvania, and more in some regions. And I mean, even the Great Lakes were in you couldn't even go out on the Great Lakes. The winds were 70-mile-an-hour winds, and so that is 4 miles an hour below hurricane status number 1. So and these are these rotational cutoff lows that we've been talking about for about a year and a half, 2 years now, which we kept going, hey, this is more than what they're calling it. And our last one they called a rain bomb, or no, what did they call it? It was another no, maybe it wasn't rain bomb again or something. Anyway, and I always go BS. It's more than that, and then before that they call them derechos and all of that, and that's not what's going on either. And we all get used to hearing these weathermen say these terms, and we go, "Oh, okay."
Well,
they call them microburst.
Look, I heard something. I heard somebody say something in a movie once that I think about a lot these days. It was a little old lady, and she was freaking out about something, and she says in the movie, if you could tell me what it's called, if you could give me a name, I wouldn't be so scared of it. If I just knew its name, if I just knew what it was, what it was called. And I think that's what it is now, is that the fact that there's a name and some half-assed explanation to these occurrences, it's really easy for people to just kind of be like, okay, everything is good. There's a name to it, so we know what it is. Moving on. And it doesn't really capture people's attention for too long because
we have a memory that doesn't last longer than 2 weeks.
Absolutely. Look, I mean, today is D-Day, and barely any. Honestly, if it wasn't because of
I studied D-Day this week about 3 times.
Sorry, I'm drawing a blank here.
I watched a lot of
Michelle was mentioning it. Honestly, had she not mentioned it, I wouldn't even thought about it. Honestly,
I watch war footage all the time.
And DSB Worldwide, welcome to the show. Glad to see you here.
I was gonna say that's another new name, I think. Yeah. Maybe, I don't know, but I don't recognize it. But I'm happy you're here.
Hello,
Tony Dean. Yeah.
Yeah, and I would like to invite everybody out there that does hear our show.
Now,
we're always looking for sister sites on Facebook. If you're in your area, like the new link that Jesus got today, if you're out there and you would like to link up with our information, and if you would like to learn our information and would like to become a sister site, then in a lot of cases there's one of us around that will help you.
Oh yeah.
And I mean, we have a huge network of people, and I recommend that you go back to YouTube, Radio Wasteland interview number 13, Samuel Hofman, and all of that information from several years ago will provide you with a whole. And
I still listen to them and learn new things when I listen to them. I still repeat them when I got nothing going on. I'll either go through my own stuff of pictures and videos, or I'll listen to one of your interviews, Sam, and I always find these little Easter eggs. Always, I find something new to learn.
I reposted Symbols of an Alien Sky.
That's a must watch. That should be mandatory on NFA and Montana Skywatches. It should be mandatory to watch.
Yeah. Symbols of an Alien Sky on YouTube by the Thunderbolts Project and David Talbot. It is the most collective, correct ball that you can compare the reality of the planetary passings throughout events of history and why we've come to this collective misnomer that we exist in today. And every time I watch it, I learn more.
It will help you understand why we have these beliefs and why all these stories came about and all these beliefs and religions, and it will help you look at the world through a different lens, and it's awesome. It's really eye-opening.
I have done my homework. I really have done my homework.
Mal, unfortunately, look, this is I'll give you a quick rundown of what happened to me when I was new to this. Is I was very excited to go share this with people, right? Because I knew absolutely, no doubt in my mind, it was real because I was seeing it. I was so excited to go and share it with people, and I got knocked right back down to earth. And it was tough, like realizing, okay, it's tough. It's really hard to see something so clearly, so big and so clear when the entire world is oblivious to it. It's a mind screw of epic proportions, and it is very isolating.
Hi, and welcome to my world.
It is very isolating. You're not alone. It's why we have these groups, because in our personal lives, most of us we're alone. But right here, we have a support system. We have a family that we all see this crazy shit, And if I'm crazy, that means all of us are crazy. And, I refuse to believe that.
It is really bad. In our belfry crazy, it really is. And this, we've said it 1,000 times, but we see it over and over and over and over again. So it's real. It is real. I mean, we'd have been piranha bait in the pool so many years ago if all of us jumped in. And now, granted, we've had some top level YouTubers and news articles and stuff talk about us. However, Gillian provided me with a meta AI concept of who Samuel Hofman was, and it was rather flattering.
I like that you posted that earlier or yesterday. I'm not sure, but I don't know where you got it from. But I was
it came from Gillian.
I felt like we were pretty official at that point.
Yeah,
we're actually we're scratching the surface. Like, it's good to see those things, and you actually see where your effort is going. That it is going somewhere, even though sometimes
the way it was worded was that I was a significantly important member to the level of education and sharing and group effort of citizen science. And it bypassed even NASA in that statement, because NASA has a citizen science project too, which I was partially leery about that we just called it that rather than the Nibiru Citizen Science Project. But, it's also more of a mouthful, I might add.
Yeah.
And and it was, I posted it, and if you'd like a copy of it, Rebecca, I can send you a copy of it really fast. But Gillian asked Meta AI about Samuel Hofman. And it wasn't anything I prompted her to do, but then she sent me a copy of about 5 pages worth of information, and I shared 2 or 3 of it on my personal page, but I could hand you the number 1 picture if you'd like. I could go to Facebook and do that.
You can. I discovered that I'm having trouble with accessing my photos on here.
Oh, Joel.
No.
And those were all my lead Asteroid pics.
I'm going to make it into a video. I'm going to put it into a video form, and then I can share it. But that's why I keep leaving.
You can send it to me, Sam. I can put it in a reel for Rebecca. So if you got other things you have to do right now, or
Alexander,
I remember where I put that.
I think there's some of us in every corner of the world.
Oh yeah.
To spread this knowledge. I really do believe that. I really firmly believe that we are
We'll get there.
that we have been, because even when I look back at the whole process of my enlightenment, the whole way that brought me here, you just can't. It's almost like something kind of woke me, and it was little by little. It wasn't like a rude awakening. It was just little things that kind of led to another thing and another thing. But I didn't ignore it. I allowed myself to just follow through it, And Sam says this all the time. Believe in yourself. Kind of follow that intuition, and it won't lead you astray, because we're all here because we follow that curiosity and that little voice in our head that tells us, no, this is not right. Something else is going on here. Follow that intuition. Our intuition usually knows more than our brain does. So just follow that intuition, and you'd be surprised where you might end up at.
So, how about we watch your videos, Jesus?
I sent that in case you.
I was going to say, while I'm working on that, I just saved Alexander's. That's how far behind I was, guys. I got behind, but we'll do his next. And I need to check on Gillian. I'm like, where?
Yeah, I was wondering what's up with her.
Yeah, I got up for a minute. I thought maybe she left.
I'll see if I...
Oh, we got Chigger Bay from Kansas.
I haven't seen her in the comments.
Very, very nice. I've never seen that name before, but welcome.
She said she wasn't feeling very good. Got sick feeling. Oh my goodness.
Well.
Hope you feel better, Gillian.
I had that Wednesday and Thursday again. I was just seasick from hell. I had no reason for it whatsoever.
I hate that feeling, when it just comes over you like that too. I mean, I thought she was okay, but wow. Well, bummer. Maybe I bet she's listening.
Sometimes a day off is okay.
Have a cup of tea.
If something changes, where we are. So.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. She said she's sick to her stomach. Without getting too
graphic.
graphic.
I hope you feel better, Gillian.
Yeah.
Wow. Sorry. That's a terrible feeling. That's the worst.
It is. It really is.
Dang. Hopefully it didn't last long either. Like it's here and gone. Darn it. Hey, Chiggerbait is here from Kansas.
Have you seen that name before? Anybody?
I know what a chigger is, so not very many people do. What was that, Jesus?
You know what that is? What is it? I was just wondering.
It's like a mosquito. It does the same thing. It makes you itch, causes a little red whelp, and you get chiggers like walking in the grass in the summertime.
They bite you.
Yeah.
Now I see why I don't know what that is, because
That's a chigger.
I could get rid of one thing in the world.
Go fishing or something, you're gonna get covered in chiggers. Yeah.
They're tiny scorpions.
They're just a nuisance, honestly. And
I know up here we have we have Rocky Mountain, ticks and all of that, and we don't have.
I love living in Salt Lake. Then the bug thing here is not really a thing.
Right.
I love
Once you get up to a certain altitude, above 5,000 or 4,000 some odd feet, then the fleas don't even last. You can bring a dog in.
I love that. I'll see maybe 3 flies during the summer. Mosquitoes maybe a couple of weeks in on certain nights, but nothing. Like when I was in New Mexico, Jesus Christ, there was some places that were so bad, but I love that. I don't miss it at all. I don't miss any of that. So, yeah.
So, Indica Land is here too. I just want to say hi.
Hi, and welcome to Climate Change. How may I help you?
I'm a sativa land person, so I'm just saying.
Same. Me too.
I can't do the. I can't.
I have to be functional. That's my.
Even at nighttime, I'm like, no, I'd rather not ever.
No.
Never.
And
anyway,
I wake up really groggy the next day.
Right.
I just can't. I has to be sativa. Has to be. But
Yeah.
you know,
We're just
I love that you partake. It's usually a good sign. You know that you are
You're my
enlightened.
type of person.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
You'll fit right
Yeah.
in. You'll fit right in.
But here's Jesus's
Oh.
videos. Or I only they're
Yay.
short. They're short, but let's look at them still
Yay.
because they're cool.
No, I keep mine short.
Yeah.
Hello, Anthony.
I know, everybody sees clouds. I know, but it's more than clouds, guys. It's just, space is very dark. Look at the sun, how it's being pinched and distorted. You see that?
I had the same view today.
Look at that. It's being
Exact
blocked.
same view.
It's being blocked by a planet right there.
More than one.
And they gotta remember they have atmospheres. They have,
That's Neptune's moon right
they
there.
look blue. They're there. They're not as close as
In
what
front
you
of
would
Uri,
think,
in
but
front
they're
of
there.
Yeah, that's what I've been seeing.
Yeah,
this
this
one
is
right
that
here.
part we were talking about. Look at those straight lines at the base cloud. That is the punch cloud phase. No, it's not. That's not necessity.
Oh,
See,
crap.
we see this was a tough one.
Darn
I
it.
was
Well,
confused by
okay.
it too. But until you
See
pointed
those
it out,
straight lines
Sam,
at the horizon. You know what? That is the base plate of a
See the lead
Saturn's yellow
object.
moon.
I'm gonna go fix it.
that is crazy. That is crazy. That is crazy because I
We
was
sit there and debate on that.
I was really thinking it was the Pacific Pro, but I
You
was
see
like,
where I'm
but it's
coming
not
from.
the right
2 months
place.
ago, Stan's drawing had an opacity right there.
This
So-
right here. This is what I keep
Anyway.
seeing every day, almost for the last week or two.
Is this at sunset?
This is sunrise. This is
Oh, sunrise. Well,
So what
I get
happens
this
is
at
this,
sunset, Jesus. I get this fanning thing going on, right?
at sunset.
You can see them moving, like
Really?
windshield wipers almost,
Oh,
like across
yeah,
the sky.
bottom.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
That's the
I've been
bottom of
seeing that
Uri.
in the morning. Well, what it is just so the sun isn't even out. This is pre-dawn. This
Right.
is on dawn.
Wow.
It'll
Is
light
it-
it up, and then it'll go back to as the sun comes up. It'll unlight the bottom of the
That
planet.
is
It'll go
inside of
back
Uri
dark,
right
and then
there.
it'll light up.
That's the edge of Uri being illuminated and warmed up. That's why that line is there. And then
Really?
spiral asteroid.
Yeah,
Right there.
yeah, I
Wow.
thought so.
Spiral asteroid right there. Right above the pole. There we go. Yeah, that's the bottom side edge. On the left is Uri, and up above is Atu is the dark area right above you at sunrise.
It was,
And before sunrise, you're seeing the illumination of Uri, and then it comes in and changes.
Guys. Such an interesting
Sweet.
month. Yeah.
Yeah, the bottom and the side illumination of Uri prior. I mean, you know, that drawing that we did a couple weeks ago, an extra site drawing. And seeing Uri due north before sunrise was just awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, I could see the whole side face illuminated and everything. I got a half crescent illumination due north in front of my eyeballs before sunrise. And that's when I drew the drawing. And, you know, it's insane that now that they're going past us and getting facially illuminated, it just makes it all the more celebratory.
saw
Like I
This
can't wait.
morning, Sam. This morning, I saw ad to in purple. This morning, I caught it on video, but
Yeah.
I have yet to be able to access that footage. I'll work on it today or tonight, whenever. But
Well, they're getting
I
high up
actually
enough
was
where now
able to
it's
see
color.
the purple of Atu today. At,
Because it's facially
sunrise.
illuminated. We're seeing the facial
It
colors
was
of the planet.
It was very, very brief. It didn't last very long, but
No,
oh my
it's quick,
god,
it's
it was,
fleeting.
that purple is so freaking beautiful. It's like,
It's
yeah,
all
yeah.
about-
You know what? For the longest time, I was like Atu and opacity Atu. No, I'm gonna have to go with Atu. I just think the color, the purple of Atu is just freaking awesome. You know.
Yeah, and you know that's why Atu has more captures
Your favorite.
than
Yeah,
all of
I'm
the
gonna have to
planets
go with
combined
that.
because it is
Okay.
purple.
And it's
And-
less destructive too, so that kind of plays in
Yeah,
you know, my favorite reasons. It's less destructive than.
I will never forget as long as I live when we first realized that Atu had a moon, and then the show that it gave for 3-4 years, and then it got hugely over the top of us in 2019, 2020, 2021. It was just awesome show, and nobody bought into that, even though you and I, Jesus, are watching the land masses and the craters right freaking over our heads. Like you could, reach up and pull the string on the balloon. There it is. I mean, I can reach out and touch that thing. Yeah. And everybody's going, "Oh, Hoffman, you're so full of shit, man. You just trying to do this to me."
You were passing so close above us. It's like you could catch a ride. You could just attach your rope up, catch a ride. It was insane.
And it was unbelievably freaky, illuminated above us, bubbly, momentous clouds the size of the state of Texas. And everybody goes, "Oh, those are just momentous clouds." Yeah, but look at the size of it and the fact that it's illuminated inside the storm. Oh, no, that's just hail coming. No. Try again, Skippy. Yeah,
I think a lot of this drone stuff, first of all, I think some of it aren't drones. But I do feel a lot of it's distraction.
Well,
or you're mixing in one thing with another to kind of.
They do use orbs, and they usually travel in threes. And of course, these are unmanned robot droids.
There's been a lot of there's been a lot of drone things that don't look to me like human, like our drones. They just look like
they're a big round ball, and then there's the what they call the octopus fleshy lower half one that NASA just released. And that to me looks literally like an Empire probe droid. I am not kidding you. And it was visible, invisible. Okay,
that's all over TikTok. They're all over TikTok.
That is Saturn and Venus. No, it's not. That's moving. Never mind. I take that back.
Like, I don't know.
Okay, that's a landing orb, or the landing craft, the ones that come out of the Star Destroyers, look like your standard run-of-the-mill disc craft with either one or two decks, and this could easily be one of those. There are also other
really cool Saturn and Venus.
Hey, can you imagine all the guys that are coming down and landing and doing other shit that we don't know about that are from the groups, from the Star Destroyers, from the cubes, and all the stuff that that we're seeing? This is way more heightened up. We're seeing way more sightings, or maybe it's just people reporting.
Bro, what is that? There's a third one.
Freezy Peach is here. Hi, Freezy Peach.
Bro.
Hey.
Oh my God.
Hey, Freezy.
They are collecting the commodities.
Oh my fucking God, dude.
As the planets move further away.
No, that ain't no plane, yo.
They have to transport them longer. So
you can see a plane. We just got a plane. It's flashing. Oh, we got a plane. That ain't no plane, bro.
The global warming support team.
Right. How may we help you?
It just made a fucking triangle. It made a fucking triangle. Whoa, bro. Oh my God. We actually caught a fucking UFO.
Yo, what the fuck is...
Or are they catching a Star Destroyer?
Oh my God. Oh my God.
We almost left too fucking early too.
I told you, motherfuckers.
Triangle that turned and now facing upward. You have to take into 3D account.
Oh my God.
And now if they separate and swim, well, then they're orbs.
My God.
But yeah,
Jay,
there's a lot of stuff
what do we
up there,
see,
you guys? And they're usually way bigger than this.
And now the top light is brighter.
Yeah.
That's a whole ship.
See how it's positioned perfectly?
But I think they're not hiding, guys, because
here's the thing: these are not
we have
flashing
to
lights.
be they're trying to desensitize the public.
Right.
The U.S.
They have
Post announced that the government did admit that they are no longer hiding. And Montana Skywatchers has been telling you that since April of 2019 because they are no longer hiding.
Not after what I saw the other day. And, all of those Star Destroyers coming out of the cube just so happened to be doing it right over in one of the bases here. So I don't know if that's a coincidence or what, but I mean, that's where they were coming and going. So
it looks like a balloon or two.
Wow.
What's that?
That looks like a balloon.
Yeah.
They're moving. I don't know.
Yeah, I think
It's
those
going
are
around
balloons.
out there.
I don't know what the hell that is either. Well, who knows? They look like balloons to me. You know that wavy guy in the parking lot down at 7-Eleven, you know.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Now that looks like the space tube.
Now I'm embarrassed.
Oh, no
Probably
worries.
is a balloon.
Hey, I'm not absolutely right,
Yeah.
and we do need to share everything. Everybody gets a capture of that. That looks very space tubey, although it is oscillating. God, my ears are chirping like crazy right now. Yeah, guys, there's way shitloads of things above us right now.
Yeah, that's not Starlink.
There are so many. I mean, it's literally like looking. If you look, and Chris sees them all the time. If you look up there, it's like there's cars driving in a city, and you're looking at it from a drone.
Baby, don't move. I'm outside the truck. Don't move. There's a shit ton.
I'm still interested in that California sighting, where it went through the people's backyards, and they reported, and the cops were all there. And then let's not forget the Miami sighting. That was really cool. We know.
We still don't know what went on with that.
I've seen the Norway spiral orb or the Empire orb, whatever you want to call it, by eye. So I know that's real. And we, of course, saw it come out of through recording come out of the Norway spiral. People don't get this crap, and it's like we've been screaming it for years, and people still keep asking me, "Well, what do you think of this? What do you think of that?" Then I tell them, "Christ, I've been yelling it for as long as I can remember." So guys, we are direly swimming in extraterrestrials from more than one faction right now. And when is man going to wake up? Been doing since 2019 in the open. But they've been here since far earlier than that. The Norway spiral happened in 2009, you guys, and the world leaders watched it come in. They know about this. Everybody crank your head. Yeah. I'll get sore necks. There's a huge step between acceptance of ET and the realization that they've been here for X amount of years. I asked a guy at a convenience store, it's like, what if they were parked right outside? Would you want to know or not? And he gave me a direct look and he said, I don't know if I'd want to know. So it's
sometimes not knowing is easier.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
And
I mean, it's like
so
you can
that
just
threshold comes where you need to know about it, and I would rather be informed.
Also, once you learn too
Right.
much, you never come back.
No.
When I was speaking to an extraterrestrial, I had to ask him to quit because I didn't want to know anymore.
Wow.
It got so overwhelming, I had to stop him. And I was like, God, don't tell me anymore. And I've been chewing on all of that information for 25, 30 years. And knowing what the government told me I was not allowed to tell anyone about was very important to me when I was allowed to. God, guys, and it's all happening and it's all real. And yes, I know this is batshit crazy that this could be going on, but I will reiterate from the basics of science: 83.3% of all solar systems have 2 or more stars, and in those star systems, each of them has a series of planets. It's astrochemistry. It's not what Einstein told you. We don't go around in the dinner plate year after year in the same place. We're traveling through virgin space in a spiral behind our star. We are a chemistry compound in space, not gravitational dragging It's all electrically connected. Like when you pull one sock from the dryer, you get three. It's about electricity, and it's in space and gases and chemistry and all of that. It's the same rule in the tabletop as out in space. And that is the unification model that Einstein never had. Almost looks like a star constellation to me.
Yeah.
Like almost part of Orion, but not. Man bent over.
Mhm.
I think I saw this before, and I believe they moved. Of course, those could be parked Star Destroyers as well underneath the long box cube. They just move. Yeah, I'm looking at it on a 43-inch screen, and those look like Star Destroyers and other aircraft.
Wow.
Yep, see that right there in that flash? Welcome one Star Destroyer.
Wow.
Right there. Just like in the movie Star Wars. Talk about Hollywood soft disclosure.
I think anybody who's watching the show right now understands that TV and media and everything, it's programming on so many levels,
But
our behavior,
it's not just
our education, everything is meant to mold us.
There are many different groups doing that molding, for good and for bad. We're being dumbed down, and
I agree. It's not all. I think there's two, as good and evil. There's one side that wants us dumb and subservient, and then you have one that wants us to.
Wow, that looks like the Empire Orb.
It's about time.
Like the Empire Orb. See the eye?
Neat. Kinda.
Can you back that up?
Yeah, maybe. Let's try it.
And
did you guys see the triangle when the lightning flashed? That was cool.
Yeah, that was a Star Destroyer.
Yeah, definitely.
When you're looking at it at an angle, it looks like more of a slice of pizza than what it was showing. But angle changes. Look how fast that's moving. Look at the proximity of the horizon, how off the deck it is, which tells you how far away it is. It's not that far away, but it's big. And that is the Norway spiral orb, in my opinion.
I backed it too far. It'll come back.
How long has it been since we've seen this?
She has been hiding in front of the sun again.
Yeah.
For off and on, and it moves around, but I think it just got back from somewhere else.
Wow. That's interesting.
You know how I know?
I've been wondering, look.
Ever
see captures of it,
like
current captures
around the center eye.
Yeah.
See how fast it's moving?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
See how short off the deck, and that means it's orbiting on a wider around Earth, because that's a fast, close orbit.
Wow.
Yeah, that looks like the Empire Orb, Norway Spiral Orb, which got here in 2009.
Oh. Wow.
Yeah, we talked about the fighter squadrons.
Yeah, I've seen crap move like that, and I thought to myself, I thought it was like military. It must be a military experiment or something, and that's what I would always do. Like, I would always try to find a simple answer when I knew I was looking at there's there's no way a human can be in there in that velocity and then
Right.
turn like that.
Right.
You'd
The
be
G-forces.
flat.
Right. You can't pull a 7G turn.
Right.
And this is the intergalactic force showing off its technology advancement that are so way beyond us that our government officials have nothing else to do but comply. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, the tribute of the gods and all of that. And they're here, the demigods are here, and intergalactic other factions all here for the slice of the pie. Remember, there was a trade war for this planet some 300, 400,000 years ago. I don't have all the information. But we are more than what I can actually sit here and tell you today on a show. And because, I don't have control over some of our listeners and I don't want to freak them out.
Right.
But I basically, I pretty much understand that, we're influenced for good and for bad by more than what's on this planet. And
Jigger wants to know if we're going to get full disclosure.
Oh, never. A lot of it has to do with whether or not what you believe also.
Right.
God, I can tell you stories for the next 2 weeks.
Right.
Sam.
Yes.
I'm gonna put you on the spot here, since
Okay.
since you know a great deal of things that you don't talk about. I'm not gonna ask you specific questions, but I am gonna ask you one thing. What do you think the state of the world would be if they knew what you know?
I have thought about that since 1980. To this day, I believe if we would have been told that this extra group of planets and the fact that there are people on these other planets and they are coming to arrive, because in the 70s, everybody knew Planet X was on the way here. They didn't realize that Planet X had a lot more to do with it. It had to do with an extra star and a whole group of planets, which is what my paper was about in 1978. I knew we had to have atomic structure-wise. We had to have another star in another solar system. Had to. Anyway, I believe that we would be the Jetsons by now. I believe that we would have changed our course. I think we would have been back in the 70s with the crying Indian and everything. We actually cleaned up the Earth. We got rid of so much garbage all the way through the 80s, and now I'm seeing it return to the way it used to be. And watching, especially in Asian populations, garbage completely out of control around the planet. We have over 5 Sargasso Sea islands of floating plastic in the oceans around the planet.
See, I completely agree with that, with your answer so far, because I just knowing what I know, which is probably just a fraction of what you know, it changes my way of how I perceive the world and how I treat it as well, and how I treat others. I mean, I never treated others poorly, but
if I walk past
it's made me a lot more understanding of people. It's made me a lot more patient. It's made me a lot more loving. It's made me a lot smarter. I'd like to think wiser. And I think even though there's a part of it that is a mind screw,
well, I think that once we realize that
I think most of it has been a positive change.
Once we realize that we are not alone in the universe, that is going to change a perceptive,
and also that things that just because, well, here's the problem. I think, Sam. And sorry to keep
ahead, please do.
But I think that we take this world for granted because things, at least during our lifetime, have gone pretty smooth, more or less, right? And we think this is going to happen forever. We think that we're so short-lived, and we think we know it all, but we don't. In the grand scheme of things, we live half a second in cosmic time. So I feel that it's really easy for people.
or a 30-year mortgage, or how you outview everything, and camping trips, and food supply, and how you live with your children, and do they have enough clothes, and what would you do if this happened and that happened, or that could happen, and all of that is happening right now around the world, and yet we're being disconnected from that information. It's not like it used to be in the old days where you'd watch the NBC News come, 5 o'clock, you'd rush home to get to the news and watch, what's going on in the world right now. That's not going on anymore. Right now, pretty much all of the major current media, and I'm not saying fake media, I'm saying that they are a pre-categorized informational dump controlled media. They're not.
It's all owned by very few people, Sam.
Right, 7-8 people in the whole world own most of the media.
And I think in the 80s they knew they had to do that. So I think somebody in the 80s said,
"There's a lot more
by the year so and so we have to control the weather."
There are 20 or 30 or 40 people on this planet that have most of the money,
right?
And several of them are going against each other with certain foundations, and yet there are these ulterior motives behind some of these factions that we don't even want to dare step on, because we would vanish if we did. And they do exist. There are also good foundations out there that are trying to do things for the right reasons, including ones that are not on Earth now and have been watching it. And there is a plan in place that has been working for thousands of years, and it is slowly taking place. And of course, Source always hands you exactly what you need when you need it at the perfect time.
Absolutely.
So we all have to wait for fruition and trust. And it's kind of really sounding.
It doesn't give you what you want. It gives you really what you need.
Right. Yeah. Right. And all you need is love.
Yeah. Yeah. And it gives it to you when you're ready for it. There's these last 5 years that I've really leaned into that side of all this. I realized that, God, if you really listen, you will be guided. You are guided. You just have to listen to those signs, those things.
We talk about it. It's called the old soul talking to you. It's reaching out.
Yeah, but if you're in tune with that, it's amazing where it can lead you. And
that is the collective memory of everyone that came before you. It's your genetic makeup of all the people that worked their ass off to feed their children since the dawn of mankind. And you have not lost all of those ancestors. You are part of all of them, and that electrical connection is within your memory genome. All you have to do is
because a lot of times, Sam, it really feels like the information was already there. I just kind of woke up to it.
Bingo!
There's things that I just know. Like I don't know how I know them, or sometimes.
It's like if your great grandfather was a great potter, and he could throw out these
pots, like those skills are kind of like passed on.
You're perfect at it, or you're gifted with it.
Yes.
And that's kind of what I am, is because I was recruited for far seeing, which is remote viewing. I've seen things, and I'm different than all of this all my life since childhood. But then I write a paper on it, and then they pay attention to me. And then, of course, I was recruited for the far-seeing group, which is now declassified, which is how I can tell you about it. We've heard this story 100 times. But anyway.
It's a good story.
I'm good at what I do, and you guys see that because I've given you examples over a decade, and with little to no flaw in any of it ahead of time. And so we know that it works. But the whole thing is that all of that genetic memory is inside each of us, and when you get, it's called in the metaphysical world, it's called the tap on the shoulder. When you get the tap on the shoulder, and you suddenly realize an old inner voice talking to you, teaching you wise things that maybe you hadn't even thought of before, but yet it's you, but it's not you, but it is, but it isn't, and then start to listen. And then you believe. The more you open that door, the more you get to walk into the next room.
Yeah.
And learning to trust what you see and what you feel and what you know, even though you don't know why you know it, but yet you know it. When you start to trust that, That is enlightenment or bodhisattva. And then we can talk about Om chanting and grounding and electrical turning on of the human brain and all of that, and chakra towers and all of that. But the whole debate, in a nutshell, is learning to listen to you, because it is already inside you. You were handed to you day one you were born. That bloodline of yours, of every person that ever through history begets so and so beget, so and so begets so and so begets so and so, all the way through your history. All of that genetic memory is yours now, and you're connected to every one of them. You can even wave your hand and say hi to them. They're that close. We don't lose people. You don't die. They stick around for a while.
My mom passed 16 years ago in January, and I swear I still feel her presence.
And trust it. You'll see more.
I do. I feel there's she still has that, be careful. Those kind of warnings, those kind of things. Like, I feel her presence, and I know, most people would say that's humans trying not to let go, but I disagree. I would disagree.
Not when you smell them.
Like that. Yeah, exactly. So I think to put it, to reduce it to just human, whatever, I think is not very conducive to moving forward. We have to understand that there's some things that science
what do
can't
you know?
explain yet. And
what
maybe
do you know about shamans,
never
shamanic rites, Jesus, in your culture? What do you know about shamans in your culture?
Probably not enough, Sam.
Witch doctors or medicine men or the Kachina dolls, which is very huge in Mexican and Aztec culture, etc. There are these certain rites and development that you go through, and if you're interested in this, it is sort of a rather interesting, scary, magic, real thing to it. And you can take even the first stages. Is what you do is you walk the world of the dead, sort of like Jason and the Argonauts story, or Hercules story. There is a lot more to existence on Earth, and there are other beings in the ground, in the forest, in the rivers, in the trees, in the wind. There's Egyptian magic, which is beyond. I saw some of that, and I will not touch it with a 10-foot pole. Because boy, is there some weird shit connected to that. And I think that's like beings from partially other dimensions or on the outskirts of our dimension. I don't know what the hell that is, but I've seen some scary shit from it. But anyway, there's other forms of magic as well, including harmonics. Sympathetic harmonic resonance is an unbelievable tool that man has yet to experience. And then you reverse polarities and all kinds. You add electricity to that, you get a whole new ball game. And the human brain is like that too. When you reach and you open that door, I mean, okay, yes, it's dark in there, and there could be a scary monster or a skeleton, or there could be a birthday cake, chocolate birthday cake. I don't know, but the trick is you have to open that door and believe and trust, and not fear. If you fear, you're going to be fooled. But if you believe in you're self-confident and calm, then you'll be wise, and it'll talk to you. It'll speak to you. And then then learn about body electricity and the personal magnetosphere and all of that, and chakra tower development, turning the brain on, and anyone can find enlightenment. And Jesus has strongly worked on it for many years, and he's done very well. And he's grown a lot in a few short years. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
And because you know what you're talking about, And a lot of this boils down to doing a lot of homework, guys.
Yeah.
And I spent years trying to correlate all of this information for everybody, and you guys have all gathered together to help us continue to correlate it in a way that we couldn't do it by ourselves. Rebecca especially. She's done all the layovers and the matchup and comparatives and the recording of it. And then Carol Ann has this unbelievable library of saved material. She always, goes, I don't have that picture. And that's rare that it's rare that she says that to me, but I do surprise her occasionally with a picture that she doesn't have. She's got a killer memory.
Well, I think it's like Alexander was saying earlier, Sam. The connections are everywhere. I think we all have our strengths and we all complement each other with those strengths. Like Rebecca puts this whole thing together. Chris's videos have been pretty. I love what he's been doing with the little excerpts of information, and then how you put that together. Because sometimes people. And I've said this before, like we live in the TikTok era where nobody wants to see 5-hour things. So if you break it down into little bite-sized chapters, I think it's so useful and so helpful.
Sometimes you can't find, you want to go back to the podcast, you want to hear that, important information again. Sometimes it's hard to scroll.
Yeah, I encourage you to go ahead and use whatever you can, although sometimes it's embarrassing. But
I know.
Hearing yourself.
Hey Sam, you have to.
I cut out.
Sam, I don't watch myself.
I cut it out.
I don't watch myself or listen to myself too often, because if I do, I'll psych myself into not doing this. And,
right.
That's not an option for me.
Right. So. That ain't gonna happen.
But my recommendation is just don't watch your own movies.
When I go back to the understanding of the sky series.
I cannot watch my movies. You said I cannot.
All I see is how simplistic my shows were way back when I first, understanding the Sky series by Samuel Hofman, and unfortunately, we lost so much of that work because it used to be better. I mean, there's like 7. You can go to YouTube, Sam Hofman on YouTube, and I tried the other day to access that again, and I still can't get into that link. But anyway, to change it. But it's insane, man. I'm telling you, this has just been a ride. Anyway,
but I mean, simplicity, I think, is what's worked for us, Sam. Is that we don't overcomplicate things. Yes, there's a great deal of learning. There is, but it's maybe time consuming, but it's not like trigonometry.
We've been honed down to what we talk about.
As long as you start from a certain point, right? From the beginning, and then you kind of work yourself. It's something that anybody can follow. It's not like something like only certain people with certain brains can figure it out. No, this is very easy to follow information, so long as you follow the information. But it's not like. Again, trigonometry is not something I would look at it and I would just walk away. It's not like that. It's just time consuming, really, is all it is. And for some of us who have obsessed over something like again, I lose interest very quickly in things in my daily life. I've always been that. I pick up a toy, I get bored, I move on to the next one. This is the one thing that has kept my attention. From day one till this day, I still have that same attention because I just can't. I have not had enough. I can never get enough of it. It's just one of those things. And because, and even Chris, you were saying it the other day, every time that you see it, it's so different from the day before that it's like you're seeing it for the first time almost. Right. It's similar, yet very different.
Same, but it's not.
So it's hard to. How do you get bored of that? It's always it's constantly evolving. It's constantly you're seeing the evolution of it. You saw it when it was even smaller. When I started, they were still pretty sizable, but you saw it when they were way smaller. And to see that evolution and to see how people progressed has been.
I first started seeing a lot of now way back. I had a camera that one of these little. Insert the little thing you were talking about earlier, the little chip into the side of the camera, and you hold that camera. And I was filming the night sky because I wanted to see what I could see with it. and I saw this big brown blob with a lighter center and these little black dots in it way back in 2008 in the sky. And you pull the camera down and you couldn't see it by eye. And I put the camera back up and there it was again. And they banned those cameras, so I got one off a clearance rack. And this camera showed me that there was something incoming. And about that time, I started paying more and more attention. And then one day in my yard, I saw a close passing planet. And I still to this day believe it was Matim. And it was very large in the sky. And I knew it wasn't one of our normal planets. And I went, oh shit, they're here, because I was expecting them to come here from the 70s on. But I never expected that they would be in a close pass. Never in my wildest dreams. I thought they'd be way out there, just like we see Saturn and Venus right now, which is, by the way, in the sky. Really cool. And you can see them quite easily right now. And I believe they're in the northeast sky for most everyone. And I never expected, and I knew immediately how big this was, that, this was beyond anything I expected. And then I started paying attention to worldwide sky cams. And back then we used to be able to actually go to satellites and all sorts of shit. And then they slowly took all of that away from us, and everybody here pretty much remembers that.
Webcams. Oh, I can't tell you,
David.
I can't tell you how annoyed I am about Mexican webcams going
Carol Ann
offline.
There. Thank you, Carol Ann, very much. Both of you all. Really. Yes.
Yeah. We watched for a lot of years, and then we started seeing the planets come up from underneath, including in Google Space. And then there was part of Google Space that was blocked out for many years. And so then we stopped counting on that. And prior to that, I'd gotten a capture of the cube on the way from deep space toward Earth.
Thank you, Jesus. Wow.
And the cube picture I got way back in like 2009 matches the arrival of the Texas cube, which came through in 2015 out of a wormhole. So obviously they traveled a short distance and popped out of a wormhole as the cube. And ever since 2015, that hit the live stream of skywatching world on YouTube. It went viral. It went really viral for a while. And then it disappeared. And then we, of course, watched it. And I myself had seen it by eye. And literally, if I hadn't seen all of this crap by eye, guys, I wouldn't be so easily, standing on my soapbox going, it's real, it's real, it's real. But guys, all this shit is real. And we've watched it for a decade. And if not now, when? When are you going to listen?
Yeah.
God. And we've disproven and proven this information, because we're always judging ourselves. Absolutely. We're always questioning.
That's intense.
This is how I learned, is I wanted to prove it. I wanted, personally, when I go out there, it is my goal to catch something that is so undeniable that people can't say it's crap, even though they still say it's crap. But anybody realistically speaking, there's a lot of stuff.
I think your videos with your index finger pointing them out, it shows absolutely undeniable proof.
Exactly. Oh, yeah. Rotation, everything. And Carol, thank you. That's very nice of you to say. But here's what one good deed will always be followed up by another good deed. It's just, you know how you smile at somebody and that person smiles, and then it kind of snowballs. That's why it's always good, to get that kind of going. I know right now with Sam's, Sam could use it, Rebecca could use it, and everybody works so hard to get this,
Yes, we do have the Christmas fund donation, and by the way, there's very short time till Christmas.
Yeah.
Hey, Karina. Glad you're here.
Kids
I was going to say, let me see if I have your on video format. I know, because hang on a second. It seems like I turned that into it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the t-shirts and hats went through. I don't think they did. I don't think enough people bought them.
Yeah, I
There's
kind of wanted
address
one, but
museum.
it was just not a good time for me.
Well, that's the thing. I know everyone is broke right now. I know that. And, anything, even 2, 5, 10, whatever you can afford, send a little. It's for the kids. It's Christmas because, by the way, my rent got raised this month.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that one seems to be a very common one these days.
Mine did too. Mine did too.
Everybody's rent seems to get
Yeah.
increased. My rent didn't get increased, but our what do you call it?
Electricity
Those people
bill?
that bug you all. Those people that bug you all the time. The homeowners association.
Oh no!
Oh God, no!
Increased it, even though they refused to blow my goddamn my yard of all the leaves.
I would
For some
never.
reason, they always skip our yard. See, my yard is the only yard in the entire complex that's private. Everybody has open yards because
I see.
My yard was put before these people came and ruined with the rules. There's only 3 units that have a privacy fence, but that comes with some challenges. Is that they act like because it's closed off, they don't have to go away and do any work in there. And I still pay for it. So
I would never do an HOA. No way.
I hate it. We're actually next year it's the reason why we're trying to get out of this credit card debt is we are trying to move out of this one. We don't want to sell this one, but we want to.
My rub is
get ourselves a place, just me and my brother, and put this one up to rent and or Airbnb it or something.
My rub is I own the house, but I rent the land. And this is the 4th raise in 3 years.
Okay.
And it went up another, middle of next, or part of early next year, Nova turns 18, so I lose funding for her. And that sinks me below bill paying money. So yeah, we need donations. I'm boiling down to the wire where I might have to get a job, which I can't do.
I know. It's like you can't though, because it messes everything. Same for me. I can't go get a job because then I lose all my benefits.
Right.
And I can't work a full-time job. That's why
nobody's going to hire
on
me.
benefits.
I'm one of those, I'm sorry.
I'm not going to get you one way or another, man.
Sorry, I'm not going to be a Walmart greeter either. No. Thank you. Hi, let me tell you about the binary solar system.
Yeah,
the Walmart.
It's rough.
Meet me in aisle 4.
Yeah, and bring your hamster.
Right.
And your Ricola.
Hey, there's Tony Dean again. Hey, Tony Dean.
I'm going to take a little walk, guys, because I'm getting a little
here.
Getting
stiff. I'm going to play Alexander's video.
I'll be watching. I'm just going to walk around.
Okay. Yeah, you're good. And then he sent me a sneak or a little clip of a second one, so we'll have a part 2 here in a minute.
Hi, Tony Dean. Glad you're
Tony Dean. He posted some incredible footage and pictures yesterday. So I
really?
Rebecca. Yeah, I put him in a little. Okay. Yeah, there's no music or anything. I just put him in a video so you don't have to.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, I'll check it.
But
yeah, we'll get that up here.
The footage he sent, you can see the planets. It's
perfect.
like almost like people think they want to see passing planets. It looks like there's planets passing right in the sky. Like
they are, and they're now being facially illuminated.
Oh, it's incredible.
This is a whole brand new show. We're seeing them beyond Earth and facially illuminated. We've been staring at their dark backsides for a decade. And the only time we ever really saw them was when they did a bank turn in front of us for a brief period of time where the illumination would side illuminate either Uri or Saru or Nibiru. And the smaller planets were really hard in the first years to see at all because they were so tiny, A. And then B, when they started coming in, they rotated in front of us. They were spiraling. And then they went left, right over the top of us in many cycles since the 14-year process. But now they have gone above Earth. Before they were below ecliptic plane, below us, and they rose up from below us from Antarctica on the left as we face the sun. And then they rose up, and about 2011, everybody forgets this part, but there was a period of time where the sun was so bright that you could see the circles in your window tinting on your car. Yeah. And if you went outside in the sun, your eyes watered. And that was 2011 when the second star out illuminated our star. And that's why the sun has been rising in the northeast sky instead of due east ever since. Now you'll notice that the sun is very bright and it's in a weird place, because it's very likely that we're still seeing that second star out illuminating our star. And this is why we were so damn hot this summer, and I think we're going to be damn hot next. And I am concerned. Let's hope I'm wrong.
Concerned.
We don't know which direction this leaving is going to take. It is under the assumption that it's going to continue its normal path. It came from below us on the lower left, so it's going to leave over our right shoulder. Question is, how close? We don't know.
Okay. Oh boy.
And,
all right. I was making sure Alexander's here. Excuse me.
We look at back history. Do we believe it's going to be catastrophic? Do we dare believe it could be catastrophic? We don't know the tidal influxes or the volcanic activities or the earthquakes, or we already know about the freak weather that's going on, and it's only going to get worse. As we warm up every degree, our atmosphere can hold 7% more water.
Wow.
And that means that water goes up there, and then that water comes down.
Thanks, Caroline.
Entirely,
I was making sure he could see us.
Planet and with melted polar ice caps, which is, by the way, the normal of planet Earth, because we're coming out of an ice age. We haven't finished it yet. We're on the end of an ice age, and we humans have no concept of what natural, normal planet Earth is even like temperature-wise around the planet, with no ice on the poles. Normally, we're 93, 96 degree tropical planet with monkeys and toucan birds and screaming peacocks and you name it, and a few orangutans and elephants and zebras and all over. But I mean, now, but I mean, before then it was some pretty gnarly creatures, in the last time, the last ice age, and the buffalo and the oxen and the saber-toothed tiger, et cetera, et cetera. Did you know the camel is originally from the Americas?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Just wondered if you knew that.
He's like, yeah. No, I didn't know that.
Dude, everybody knows.
I was like,
yeah. Let's get.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Surfing gnarly waves, man. Cha. Let me get my flip flops. What are they? Crocs now. Yeah. Right.
No.
Let's see. Okay, I have Alexander's ready. Y'all want to see his videos from Germany?
Yep.
Let's see what Germany looks like this week.
Let's go.
Let's let her go. Okay. Perfect. Come on. Oh, that's not it. How'd that happen?
Jesus went to Germany?
I know. He's back, and we can watch that. Did I label it wrong? Or did I click the wrong name? Let's try clicking Alexander. Yeah, that's better.
I hate when that happens.
I know.
I labeled one of the videos this week, like, I don't know. I messed it up.
It wouldn't be normal if we didn't have trouble.
Yeah.
Side of Uri on the left, and the asteroids included in that area, including the Skull asteroid.
Yeah.
Right there, top middle. Skull asteroid, and then the smaller stuff underneath. And Pan asteroid is dark blue in the middle of the left. But that's the side edge of planet Uri right there. That big illuminated line at a 45 angle. Those are the asteroids, including the Skull asteroid, which is in that top Y. The the sunlight is being cut into off the left. Right there, someplace should be Matim. More asteroids. Smaller stuff. And there's lots of it. And this is why we talk about the 180-day cycle and the concern about the close passing asteroids, because when the planets are close during the 180-day cycle, we always know that there is asteroids between those planets and Earth, and so they are even closer, which is why the Skull asteroid has gotten so huge. And that kind of looks like the spiral asteroid and the other one. Yeah, and look, the little smaller stuff starting to show up. And we've been drawing those in the new monthly site drawings because there's a bunch of, right there should be Matim. To the left.
I was going to say, from, you know, that big diagonal line that goes across the sky upward is
right
planet.
there.
Like that's your cutoff
Right,
line
the
right
tennis
there.
ball just to the left.
Everything that away is like Curie.
Is Matim, tiny, smaller circular Matim. Now remember,
Yeah.
the red asteroid should be somewhere in the middle to the right at the horizon. No clue what that is. Oh, it's the space tube. I don't know. That red asteroid, speaking of which, and little sister. See the little sister in front of the red asteroid?
Maybe.
Maybe. Remember, it's got a blunted right-hand side followed with a teardrop-shaped left, and then little sister's in front of it, like always.
I didn't know that was, I mean, to the right of the sun is the
Yep,
red
it's the
asteroid.
right now.
And
It's progressive up in Germany. He's got an
Okay.
angle to it. And then the lead asteroid will be up above that to the right and everything. But yeah, this is the side edge of Uri. Behind that is Peru.
Wow. Are those asteroids or?
Those are asteroids, and some of them are ships.
That's, yeah. I can't tell the difference.
Well, one's round, one looks like a slice of pizza.
There's a bunch of triangles
Okay.
right there.
Yeah, I saw these little points. I'm like, wait.
And that looks like Lorraine, and that's the Skull asteroid right there. See it?
Yeah,
And then,
Alexander.
Pappy
He says
will
he
be
likes to
somewhere-
study. He likes
The
to zoom
asteroid
in.
right there,
and
that black
study it.
circle is Pappy. And
So
behind
what's
that, that's Pappy. And then
Is
just
it?
to the upper right is where the tan asteroid is, but it's big and it's dark.
Yeah.
Man, that's a good one.
That's Pappy right there.
Wow.
I'm impressed. That's a whole field of asteroids right there.
And Big
There it is.
Sister.
There's the
and-
skull.
Perfect.
Wow.
And that's all with the Salamander asteroid group on the side of Uri right there. And then right just to the left of the sun, there's a small circle, and that's Matim. And that's
Hmm.
more Salamander asteroid group. Could be one of the paws.
Hey,
It's
Karen.
all this shape that we've watched for years and years and years. Now they're big. And we never bring that film back that we showed at one of the earlier Citizen Science podcasts, is that NASA released debris field.
Yeah.
I am to this day in awe that they released
Right.
that.
I see that too. Like right there is this, right there. There's a white ball. He's.
Yeah, those are all asteroids, and that's probably the tan. I mean, they're huge, and there's all kinds of them up there. Stuff that we haven't even documented. There's a wrap of stuff behind the Skull asteroid as well, of smaller multi-debris, and it's like when you see the Skull asteroid coming straight at you, it's like somebody spewed a million rocks at you, and it's sitting in the center of it. It's
Happy
freaking
you're here,
spooky.
Karen.
And you see the Skull asteroid by eye, and it's very, very big. It actually scares you. You will almost pee your pants.
Yeah.
I definitely
walked
did like
with
a
some out of
triple
the
look when I
shadows.
saw one or saw the skull. I looked, and then I know I saw it, and I looked again and again, and it was looking like at me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Weird.
You go, and your knees jolt, and you actually jump.
Yeah. creepy.
You go, oh shit, in your brain. Right there's the ion tail of a Saturn's yellow moon.
Wow.
Wrapping around a Saturn's yellow moon. Somewhere there should be the cube, the long box should be just above to the right as well as is Saturn and is Saturn's yellow moon. It's always there.
Wow.
And of course, ship activity, and then smaller shit, and God only knows what that is. That's awesome. Somebody's up there driving through the ice cream, even trails. We don't know everything, but if we haven't seen it before, we'll tell you right away.
So what is that long stripe? Like, is that
that
is strange?
That's activity. That's somebody. That's probably sea trails, but it could be space sea trails too. So we don't know.
Yeah.
You know, because when they're up
I
there,
was gonna say, I've seen it look like that endless amounts of times, and
okay, wait a
there'd be
minute.
like
Remember,
four planes
remember the
out.
1, 2, 3 line rule.
Oh.
Is that the leave behind line of the Texas cube?
Yeah, cube.
Remember, the ships do that too now. The Star Destroyers that are smaller, they also leave lines. We've seen that behavior. And the orbs and, you know, all the other craft do too. In our earlier footage, we were watching these groups that were flying so fast it would amaze you. And there are fleets, plural, of ships up there. And I wish to God this would go viral. I mean, what more can I tell you than they are freaking here? And
It's because they got to hear it from the government to believe it. It has to be official disclosure. Official.
It has to be on. It has to be on TV, or else it doesn't exist as far as I'm
concerned. Then it's real.
I have one of those in my household that I don't want to.
Shit, I didn't see that on Fox News.
I think you get the idea. There's I get. Somebody told me a while back. Where's the pictures from NASA? Where's the pictures from NASA? These planets. I'm like, that's what you're waiting for. Good luck, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I have pictures going back from around the world since 2000 and 10 and 12. We've lost a lot of pictures over the years, many computers ago. But we have a collective information that we are publicly sharing that NASA is not. So therefore, excuse me, but you're excluded. And we are the science now. And even Rebecca has made comments throughout many videos. NASA wishes they could talk about what we talk about.
Right? This information belongs in like a large exhibit or a museum.
Someday, Christopher, someday. Yeah, and we document this. We have, and this is why we go back many years and we know the pictures and we know the patterns. And I mean, you could show me just about any video and I can pretty much tell you what year it is just by looking at the sky. Because I have studied this so closely over this decade that I've got a nostalgic addiction to it that is, just like glued in my brain. And I look at commercials, I look at movies, I can tell you when it was filmed. All the time, on TV, everything. So the patterns are ingrained in my brain. And I am here to share that with you. Believe it or not, but track record people. Investigate, ask Google, ask Bing, ask AI who I am. It's the new technological stage. It's the new people's media. It's the new, because it said that I wasn't being backed up by conventional science, but are we not the conventional science?
Yeah, I mean, scientific method all the way.
AI knows who I am. Maybe you should.
Right? It's wild. Yeah, you can type your name in the computer and it, knows more about you than that's wild.
Unless you want to put a little, tinfoil hat on me and, send me weird Christmas cards.
I saw the coolest thing the other day. I saw somebody wearing a baseball hat, right?
Okay.
And it was embroidered tinfoil. I was like, I want one. I want one of those.
Yep.
And so as a tinfoil hat, it's just a regular hat. I thought it was so cool.
I can't even imagine what mass awareness, knowing that the cubes are up there, would cause. I can't even fathom that.
Hey Sam, here's another question that I've been meaning to ask and I keep forgetting. So I looked back on one of your interviews. I believe it's Radio Wasteland, and Chauncey asked you something. I'm not sure if you misunderstood the question, or if you just, or if you didn't. I don't know, because I don't feel like you
speak around it.
Yeah. So he asked, what is it? No, okay. So knowing that these planets were coming, right? How do you? And I'm not gonna say they. I'm gonna say they. The government, whoever. How do you think that they knew that we wouldn't? That they weren't gonna be that obvious, and that people wouldn't see them?
They didn't.
What made them go with that choice? Because personally, I think it was a brilliant. I mean, I hate it, but it's kind of brilliant to just act like nothing is happening.
Yeah. Okay, let's go back in the early years. Now, we've had connection with extraterrestrials through treaties going all the way back into the late 40s. Wow. Both parties had broken the agreement. There were all kinds of other projects that I know about that I'm not going to elaborate on, but this is why HAARP was developed, to push things away, because they were worried we were going to do the destroyer.
Yeah.
And so they developed that early. They also set up the SETI Alpha project with Dr. Harrington and all of that. And I, through the grapevine, heard that they even used my paper for this and et cetera. That's not important. But they, over the years, they learned some information, because they do have working members of the faction that have turned coat from a nearby project and started working for the U.S. government. And then, unfortunate through human arrogance, the collective science hasn't been accepted, and then over time they were forced into acceptance. And of course, most of that information is not released or shared because they want to. They still, for national security, they still want to win in the arms race. When I imagine 2009 arrival set in a whole new set of circumstances, and how the Pentagon and all other world leaders in the G7, or even including the G13, depending, know about it, and who in what level knows about it versus. Now remember, information only goes up, not down, in the government, so it's not easily or readily passed around.
Yeah, some people say you can't keep a secret that big. Yeah, sure they can. Sure they can.
Well, the fact is that mom and dad are home shows that the people that are in power are only the babysitter, and they don't get paid. They have to pay out, and they're not happy about that. Look at that. Oh, those are asteroids. Is there rainbow?
I saw a lot of this through the fog today. A lot of stuff like this through the fog.
Shows you the stuff up above, and the light is wrong too. Right now, our Earth is turning to this fog because our light is skewed. Look at, I was watching a film from a couple of days ago on just a generic YouTube thing. Somebody else was showing, it was in some country, that I was going, ooh, what beautiful scenery. But the light was so wrong that I automatically took notice of it. It's like, wow, they're really diffused, and it's not just from stormy weather. This is a really majorly diffused illumination. And you have to remember, we're seeing Saru cutting in from the top. Is Saturn's yellow moon cutting in, and is Saturn cutting in from the right. And now
today, well, the past week, Sam, it's been like that where the light is
Right.
so bad,
Way
so
early.
long.
way
And I'm
early.
like, how the hell are people just not noticing that this
And
is
it's still
not-
20 degrees off the horizon line.
Yeah.
And not going beyond sunset yet. You still have 20, 25 degrees of sunset awaiting, and there's no sun. And that is because it's being cropped off from above because Saru is getting in the way.
See, that's exactly what I was trying to explain earlier, what I've been seeing every morning for the past week or two. Something is cutting off right in the middle, and the lighting is just bizarre.
And then the Saru base cloud is that orange-yellow illumination that comes in immediately after, followed by the red, which is because that's cross-refractive light from the right-hand side of its atom.
Exactly.
And then when the sun goes underneath us, if you look to the northern sky, you're going to see purple, because then it's refracting off the bottom of planet Atu that is beyond Earth after sunset or above us.
Yeah. But I've been seeing most of that in the morning. But again, I'm not usually up for sunsets. My viewing mostly has been in the morning because that's around the time I'm getting off of work. So.
And what the really cool thing is we're going to see all of these as they leave in their facial coloring. And there's going to be
there's morning, Sam. There's morning.
The best part of the show is that they leave.
I don't think I've seen a facial illumination of Atu the way I saw it today since 2018.
Yep. And it's just getting better and better every day as they get smaller. And then when they start to get a little bit smaller, we're going to see their facial value colors. You'll see green Nepesity's face, and maybe you'll even see the dots on it of the surface because it's being facially illuminated and the clouds are being boiled off and pushed around. And you can see the stripes of Atu eventually soon, and you can see the stripes of Uri as it rises up higher. And
stripes of Uri are great.
You can see the red shadowing of a Saturn once it goes farther away from us into the light. We're going to see way more red skies as time goes by, because then she will be facially illuminated instead of side refractive illuminated, which is what we're currently seeing. Don't you just love how all of this is in my head?
Yeah,
it's gonna be interesting. Next year is gonna be. I know we said that last year about 2024, but
better and better.
Next year is gonna be crazy, guys.
Yeah, it's getting better and better and better. And I was blown away by the new patterning from 2019 on, where now all of a sudden Nibiru started coming back towards us again, and along with it came little red dot is Saturn, and then look, there's the Saturn's yellow moon, bright as all hell. Oh, look, there's the ion tail that Saturn's yellow moon is putting off around Saturn. Oh my God, look how big Saturn just got. Oh my God, look how big Nibiru just got. And that was 2021, 22, 23, and it's been an insane ride ever since. I just eat this shit up, and it's like, why can't everybody else see this?
Yeah, I've been telling myself that all day, Sam. How?
That's why I'm laughing. It's just like, you gotta be kidding.
And the skies are so abnormal every day. Every day they're so strange. It's not.
Just wait till I
not
post.
pay attention to it.
Just wait while I post what I took just before the show.
Oh, I can't wait.
Hopefully here soon I can extract it. I will not rest until I do. But good God, I'm like, how the hell? Or because you can literally see the stripes up and down. Just
Rebecca, I'm cutting pizza
on both sides. Like you can see it on both sides. You can see it on both sides of the sun.
Rebecca,
these lines of where the
yes.
So cut pizza.
Okay,
it's going to be interesting. Pizza cutting time, huh?
What's that?
It's
Pizza cutting time.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Oh.
Yeah,
Andrea, I was going to say, Alexander.
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, Rebecca.
Sorry. Well, I was just going to add that, these videos are from this past week, right? And he mentioned that the day that there was an earthquake in California, the 7.0, that, this is what the sky looked like, that, I don't know if it's this day or not, but I'm just saying it was heavy planet, heavy activity. and then there's a big earthquake.
There's a
on the other side of the world.
Absolutely,
Connected.
correlation. If you pay attention, and then you see these passings. During 2018, I had during that very close pass of Atu's moon that was right above me. Hours later, maybe 3 hours after that, there was earthquakes everywhere.
Wow.
7-pointers, 6-pointers. If you really pay attention, you could correlate these events to these passing planets and asteroids. What I mean, like the evidence, it's not just visual. Like you can actually connect events to passings, and you can, if you really have the capacity and probably the money, to put it all together, you could get this pretty down to a science. Like you could pinpoint a lot of shit if you just have the right equipment, the right know-how, and the right funding for it. You could predict things, because I found that over the years of doing this, sometimes you could predict things. There's some predicting, and there's some knowledge that kind of just stays with you, or you just kind of know the patterns enough where you could say, okay, this is going to happen in the afternoon, and then it happens. We were talking about purple skies a few shows back. We're going to start seeing purple skies, and we are starting to see them. Not as much, but we're starting to see them this morning. Beautiful purple. I can't wait to get that.
Right.
Get that going.
I mostly see purple at sunset, like a lavender.
Yeah.
When I do see purple. Yeah.
Well, it's like people don't know that we never had purple lightning prior to the arrival of the planets. Purple lightning comes from the higher atmospheric above our normal storm range. And you only see, when you see purple, you see very, very, very high lightning. And, it's like the sound, the strange sky sounds, that everybody's forgotten about those. They should start up again. Or maybe they're still going on and we just have not gotten reported. Right. That right there is the illumination of Atu's moon. You can see it basically, and then the asteroids inside as well.
Wow.
Of course, the blue over there is where its atom and all of that is on the right-hand side of the sun. And the angles may vary over time, but right there above the house on the left is either the cube or the red asteroid, but it really looks like the cube and the side orb to me.
I still wonder what kind of camera Alexandra uses.
I wonder what cameras they use up there in the cube to watch us.
Today I got this image in my head, Sam, of I could just imagine the people who do know what's going on. I can sit there seeing like 5 of them in a group, right? Being like, no, but this time they were gonna see it. They have to notice it this time, right? And nothing, right? I can just imagine them, pulling in bets of, okay, when the hell are the humans going to actually notice what's happening?
Or the guys that orchestrate the sea trails, where and when they distribute their aerosols. All the cover up because at noon this is going to happen.
Yeah.
So we go over the populated areas.
I can just imagine all that. I'm like that, a bunch of assholes, but I can just imagine, from their point of view, how they must think we're. I'm not gonna say dumb, but asleep.
Can you imagine the budget it takes, the amount of money it takes to keep this cover up going?
Yeah, that's why I tell people a lot of the hardships that we're seeing now are directly or indirectly connected to what's happening. The cost of food, the cost of everything. The amount of money that it must take to keep this charade going.
Well, we know that the sea
Could have
trail
been money spent elsewhere, you know, on other
yeah, well, remember, it was a good and a bad, a good and evil. The dispensation costs of the sea trail must have been in the billions of jet fuel and all of that. And then they started putting canisters on regular flights and stuff like that, and having control. Now remember that the conning towers of all airports, the tower, and all these people with licenses, for the meteorology department. And did you know that most observatories around the nation have been shut down for many years? And they have a bare skeleton staff working with underfunded goings on. And that's how they're, I had friends in the early years that actually worked on an East Coast observatory. And we talked, in private channels regularly because he didn't want to risk his job. I had friends at the Berlin Polytechnic. I've read some classified files that were pertaining to things. And I didn't necessarily want a copy of it. And believe me, I stay away from all of that now. I don't, if you have something military, don't send it to me. I don't want it.
Yeah.
We're doing this on the open. And people say, well, you should join an encrypted channel so you can talk in private. I have nothing to hide.
Right.
The moment I start hiding shit, the more attention I'm going to get that I want.
Of course.
And this is why we do an open public talking. And this is all, hello, Maria. This is all from open conversation, and we're sharing information and opinion, the freedom of First Amendment and all of that. Now, the information that we use from these people all around the world, from the memberships of Montana Skywatcher and Nibiru Followers Anonymous, is open internet fair market, but we also claim a level of personal ownership of that once you send it to us. We are not selling your information, however. It may come out someday in a book, but generically it won't be a monetary thing that anyone could collect against for use of one picture, because this is fair use for scientific comparison. And we have been doing it for 14 years. There is no one else out there publicly that any of us has stumbled across that has this level of information. I would love to meet somebody that knows more than I do. Oh God, please. Hello, Carol Ann.
I would love to know somebody who has more attack level, bird's eye view, so to speak. That would be awesome. Because
now
we have to remind ourselves that we have done this on a shoestring budget.
Yeah.
Imagine if we had an NASA budget.
Hey, remember that
like
NASA,
one shoelace
that
budget.
NASA footage that Rebecca got like a week or 2 weeks ago, where they're showing the side of Earth, and then we watched Purple Atu come out within 3 or 4 frames. Guys, if we
I made
had
an excerpt for that yesterday.
Yeah, it's right, and if we had more of that,
you can't deny it.
Yeah, and
it is so incredible.
Cool, it fits everything we also have already pre-published.
I couldn't believe it when Rebecca showed us that photo, or those few images from the footage from
you have to learn to read
that
between the
so
lines.
awesome.
You have to learn to look at everything in the dark first, not the light, because you'll become blind to a picture just by looking at the sun at the start. You have to learn to teach your eye to look at the opposite first, and these planets will jump out at you. And once you see them, your eye will be more overtrained the more you do it. And then the pattern recognition kicks in, and then you go, holy shit, I know what that is.
Over and over.
I was going to say hi. Sorry. I was going to say hi to Anissa Arabians, and asking, like, they had some strange winds recently, last week. Where are you, Anissa? Just curious, could that be an asteroid cluster or planets?
Well, no, on the East Coast in the Northeast, they've had huge wind issues. There is going to be, for everybody in the southern part of the middle, from Texas all the way through South Carolina, there is a new series of rain and monsoonal flow coming your direction, so be prepared for that. You're going to get rain all this week. And some more freaky ass weather going, toward Asia and over China and Australia, continues to flood in Malaysia.
Wisconsin, Illinois.
Somebody was talking to me from behind me. Weird. I thought I heard a female voice. That was strange. I fully cranked around, surprised.
Yeah.
Hello,
Alexander
Ghost, whoever
says
you
that
are.
he uses a Canon. His old Canon camera.
Ah.
Old Canon, huh?
Yeah, it's he says my old Canon 7D. I don't know what kind of
Hey,
model that
sometimes
is,
the
but
old stuff
it's
is better.
Really great.
Oh yeah,
definitely.
when it comes to cameras, absolutely.
Oh yeah.
Old Canon 7D, old Canon.
But then there
You
are
know,
also
I really think that these new cameras really suppress a lot of what's happening. I really, really, truly believe that because I have been using a number of cameras throughout the years. I had a really nice Sony professional camera. I love that camera. It was a D8.
How many times have you gotten a warning that says, "Warning: this capture may be depicting landscape"?
That's crazy.
I've had that for a couple of years now. Warning.
You know, the thing is, Sam, is that I'm very careful on how I caption or my heading. I really try to use words that ain't really that'll get me flagged, and I've been rather lucky when it comes to that I haven't had a whole lot of. I think I've been in Facebook jail maybe once or twice, and then I really word what I'm showing. I'm really careful about how I word it. Wow, holy crap. That's interesting. I think there's key words that'll definitely get you flagged, and I think we especially now as things progress, we probably should be a little bit more mindful. I mean, look what happens with their admin thing. You know,
what I've done is I've just posted stuff, and I don't necessarily type a heading as much as I used to, and I have found I've gotten in a lot less trouble that way by writing a conclusionary title on top. And sometimes I do when it's important enough, like on my personal page. I will see if it's on my personal page. So if I think it's important, then I'll say so. Yeah, let's look at that.
I'll push it sometimes, but there's times where I'm just like, I'm not gonna. I think most people that
pause that
follow my videos, they kind of know already what.
God,
yeah. That's. I was just watching on what that is.
Do you have availability, Rebecca, of those pictures I sent you, or did they jam up?
It'll just take me a moment.
This appears to me to be the lead asteroid behind the moon.
Crap, really?
Oh wow! What?
Holy shit! Really?
See the stripe? See the stripe underneath in the middle of the body, just below the moon?
Oh my gosh! Really? Wow.
And I sent you a whole bunch of old captures of the lead asteroid, all the way into the best close-up we ever got, which was like 2018 or 19. That's also in that collection. And
yes. Okay.
And then we actually need to talk about that. Okay. Earlier we showed that video where the ion dispersal between bodies and it was illuminating, and the lead asteroid has a specific absolute shape. Once you learn the facial values of the lead asteroid, you'll always know it automatically because it's so predominantly independently facial. And they all of the planets and all of the asteroids have their own face, and I encourage you to memorize each of them as we give them to you, because this is a collective of a decade's worth of work, and we are not guessing. And if we were, we'd be some of the money boys, and we're not. And I mean, we earned all of this, and everybody's earned their chair that sits on this show. And there's no other way. Great capture, Alexander. Very interesting.
This video is almost done, and then we'll
go right ahead. Go right ahead. Yeah, look
very
look,
good. Yeah,
that is shadowing. Look at the shape. And look at the illumination. Look at,
Look at the curve. I mean, how do you say that's just? Yeah, that's wow.
That's an asteroid.
That's an asteroid. It's a very big asteroid directly behind the moon.
The lead object.
The lead object.
That is not the skull. That is not the skull asteroid. That is. Okay, wait a minute. All right, wait a minute. Let me take that back. Because where it was placed in that, can you go back up about just a couple of seconds when it goes into that full shot?
Well,
let it scan forward.
It's sensitive, yeah. We'll get there.
Let's scan forward from here, and then when he pans out, we can see which side of the sun it's on.
Oh, okay.
He's going to pan out in just a second, right towards the end here. When it gets to where you see the horizon and the houses, then hit pause. Okay, let's look at the lighting. All right. The lighting was, oh God.
Oh, that's how you wanted it. Okay,
I'm wondering
hang on.
if it's the lead asteroid or if it's, boy, it's way smaller. God, can you imagine?
Yeah, is it that big, Sam?
Jesus! Oh, but look at what's on the left, which is even bigger. Of course, we can't always judge size by because proximity has to do with size. That could easily just even be Lorraine.
Huh?
Line the moon.
Wow!
I didn't realize it was that small once he blew it. Once he pulled pan back out, it was like, wow. That's way small.
Right. It did look like
that
the
is,
lead.
Yeah,
but that's what asteroids look like. They got these little lines going through them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that looks like in the placement that could be very easily could be Lorraine. And there's smaller debris around all of these things. And I even included that in the monthly drawing. I was adding the fact that there's way more smaller stuff that we haven't even documented. Now, we've seen it since 2017, but it looks like these little dots of dust. But guess what? They're not dust. They're asteroids, and dust and debris and gases and all this. And this is why they illuminate. Yeah, wow. So it's an asteroid or it's a body behind the moon. Definitely. Absolutely. Which one it is. Placement says that's Lorraine.
I'm glad you're here. They look for clouds that look like round.
Okay.
Round clouds.
Mel, I have two friends that are pilots. One of them new, more or less. The other one, career-long pilot. Both oblivious, and I mean completely oblivious. Apparently, they have not noticed anything different. The sky color. One of them is my age, so he should know better. He would think he does, especially being a pilot, but everything that I've mentioned just goes completely over his head to the point where I just stopped talking about it.
Do they not ever talk about like, gosh, the sky looks so crazy up there, you should see it?
No,
I mean, do they ever say anything?
No, he has a very interesting story though about a UFO incident. He does have one where he says that there was 5 different pilots reported the same thing.
It also depends on how
but as far as what we do and what we I'll also mention, you know that you're not supposed to be seeing dark clouds up above, your cruising altitude. You have the cirrus clouds, but you're pretty much above everything.
Right at 35,000 feet. And that depends on the
cruising altitude, you shouldn't be seeing a whole lot of
smaller plane travel way lower. Only if you're like a commercial pilot would you fly that high.
Yeah, he works for Frontier.
Okay, so he would be flying at 35, 37.
He's a commercial he's a commercial pilot, yeah.
Well, now that you've mentioned it to him, perhaps he will maybe notice, but also with that pilot licensing and all of that, they're signed into the government and they are not allowed to talk about a great deal of things. Weather broadcasters many years ago in the 90s, late 90s, were warned about it in the early 90s that they had to follow government rules and anything. And that's why they've all become, very generic, and you don't see the superstars anymore erupting out of the weather people. And there's a sort of, they follow along with what they're told to show and what not to show. But yeah, there's shitloads of asteroids up there, guys. And every one of those white dots right there is one.
Bevoy, you've been here 5 minutes and you already made up your mind, huh? That's
Well,
Good for you.
What did they do? I didn't catch that.
You did a thorough investigation in 5 minutes. Good for you. That's way to
yeah. Well, let's see, Ben.
yeah, way to do your homework. Yeah, that's
how
awesome.
could we believe any of this nonsense? Well, we started watching the sky in 2010 as a group, and then we started seeing this little bright light, and that bright light on the left-hand side of pictures coming in for years started getting bigger, and then it got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and before you know it, we started seeing that there were objects inside this bright light and some weird shadowing and cutoff lines that showed that there was something way of that bright light, and it was putting off this rainbow tail behind it, and everybody started, it must be Wormwood the Destroyer, must be this or the Dragon or Apophis, and they were correct. And it got bigger and bigger and bigger, and before you know it, we discovered there were planets behind them and a second star. And over 14 years of documentation, this is how we believe any of this nonsense, because we took the time to prove it.
Yeah, and by time he means more than 5 minutes, by the way.
I was going to say,
a lot more than 5 minutes.
You're nicer than me. I don't have the patience for that.
I usually don't.
I just don't.
Especially when somebody speaks that way, I'm okay with being subjective. No. Like if you don't agree, okay, just watch your tone and how you talk to people. I think is a good rule of thumb for disagreeing. But I mean, you can't just come here and spend 3 minutes, 5 minutes, and
they'll never get it.
Crazy, like
Alexander wants to know if it's
probably birds. From what I've seen, they look like birds, the black things.
And I do agree. There's I think these pilots, their whole careers depend on them not being perceived as crazy. Right. So I do get that. There's a lot that they don't report, but I know this guy very. I've known him for some time now, and he's a mutual friend. But I've drank with him. I've seen him say some. I've been in a setting where I know he's speaking the truth, and that's the story of the UFO. That's the only thing that he.
I take that back. That's the skull asteroid.
That he has had to say. Other than that, he's completely oblivious to the skies being any different.
Upper left corner is the skull asteroid right there. That dark. See the two eyes in the mouth. Staring at a downward angle. Middle left. Those three dark dots is the skull asteroid. Right there in the left, it's gotten bigger. You can see it tipped right there. That's the skull asteroid. And that is the red asteroid. Yeah, the red asteroid crossing. And back there is where all the Texas QB shit's going on. That is not a bird. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but wow.
That'd be a new breed of bird.
It's called the watermelon bird.
Mm-hmm. And see, here's how I know that people are just come to disrupt. He has no rebuttal, no answer to anything. He just came.
You're still here.
Dropped in his rude comment and then just disappeared.
Please let us know. We'll
this is what I mean. Like if you want to have a subjective conversation, we're open to it. But
they go through the effort and sign in and everything, so you can comment.
Exactly. I don't. But anyways, hi Anissa.
Thank you, Alexander. That was awesome. And we still have another short clip. I'm going to show the pictures that Sam has been wanting to talk about.
Yeah, I think the illumination of the, and this was that video that we showed in the beginning, it was very important sighting, and we have not seen any behavior like that in many years. And so it's really a major, especially being that now that the lead asteroid has gone so far over to the right. Now this is early 2014.
This picture right here just always gets me.
And there's tons of stuff going on in this ion tail that's self-illuminating. Now that bright illumination is on another asteroid that is literally just turning into this a lamp. And then there's also in the upper left corner is Atu behind it. See the purple blue?
Okay, hang on though. I see a big one, right? There's a big, huge one. A little blurry.
It looks kind of like a folded box.
Yeah, it's right where it's sparking almost, that little funnel.
Yeah, dead center, the main body in front.
And then you see that main big one right there. That's a big one, right? That's what
there's actually 4 or 5 in this shot.
Yeah, but there's that main big one that's kind of blurry, you can see the top curve of it. Yeah, but it's a little blurry, right?
The lower left one or the top white?
Yeah, the lower left one. The lower, yeah.
Okay, that's a bleed off illumination between. Okay, is likely. That is either, I would call that the tan asteroid. That's illuminating the brightest. And then the lead asteroid is the rounded one, top middle, next to the red line, which is that rainbow red line that Atu and Atu's moon leave behind it. That red color. And it's also the red asteroid.
That's basically that video from earlier, just a lot closer than this.
Yeah, right. And this is years ago, back in 2014.
That is
literally
the same thing. That is literally
the same thing. It did it in 2018 and 19 again in certain ways. And we saw, and back then it was huge. I mean, the lead asteroid was so scary, huge. I thought, oh God, are we going to get hit by the, it was so big. And now in the last year or two, we've been having, the close cameo center of everything, the red asteroid. And it too has done some nighttime illuminations over the last 6 months, a year as well. And so, but now that the lead asteroid is so arcing so far out on its path before it cranks a corner back, orbiting Uri and Atu, which is mixing into the proximity of its Saturn, and how I don't know, but it is our out view of it. So, and now the bleed off between them and the two different connective groups is creating a new accelerated ion illumination at night between the planet bodies. And that's why we saw this event. And it's just, the moment I saw it, I knew exactly what it was. All I did was look at the center, looking for the lead asteroid, and boom, there it was.
Hi, Karen. Brendan Jones, we don't. We block people who are rude, people who don't know how to speak to people, disagreeing with somebody doesn't mean you have to attack them or call them names, it's just, it all depends on how you talk to somebody. Somebody disagree with us, it's fine.
It's like, why would you want to crash a party and just be like, oh, hateful and rude? Like, come on, hang out with us. We want you here. Sure, you're wonderful to be around. No.
Some people are not trying to just disagree. They're just trying to come, spit their poison, and then leave. Look,
we
responded to him respectfully, even though he was rude, and now he's completely gone. And that's what I mean. He wasn't here to to actually have a conversation. He was here just to leave it and leave, and that's, for me, that's you're automatically blocked if you come at me that way. But if you want to have a conversation and disagree, that's fine. I have friends that disagree with me. I have a lot of friends. They're still my friends, that's it's very common to have people disagree with us, and that's okay. Just, tone it down, be friendly,
No, they're not going to do that.
Yeah.
They should.
Yeah. Are you jealous? At least they're talking about us. Are they talking about you, Brendan? No. You don't have any group dedicated to you, do you? I'm just saying.
There is Facebook was created to.
They like us that much that they're going to talk about it.
People will go completely out of their way to attack Sam, to attack this information. But they don't really have anything to say as far as I don't believe this is real because of so and so. There's no explanation. There's no rebuttal to what we
freeze that anytime when it gets big in the center. Yeah, that's the trail behind that.
Okay,
that's leave behind trail.
That
on
is
the lower left. That's the spiral path as it got close to us and leaves this little sort of like, remember in Tinkerbell and Peter Pan, when Tinkerbell flew by, she left this trail of fairy dust. As Atu rotates, it leaves that little Tinkerbell fairy trail behind it. Now on the right hand side, that illumination is in the center. You see there's a Y. Okay, that is the illuminating lead asteroid, and is bleeding off to the long box cube and the side orb, and to the bottom reaches of Saturn's yellow moon on the far middle right. There is another craft swooping in, or an object, and it could easily be the green asteroid swooping in, sort of under, next to, and in between all of that.
That's a question I was going to ask you, Sam. Now, the long box cube is going to be passing in front of the lead asteroid or behind it currently?
It is above it and in front of it.
Okay.
And so there's a Star Destroyer parked right next.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Well, very, very close. And okay, now you keep it on pause right here. The long box cube is in the middle upper left.
Sorry.
The orb, the side orb, is behind the box, and that immediately grape side round. Asteroid down lower and behind where that reed is coming from.
So
front
to the lower left
and the ion tail to the right.
What's that to the lower left?
You can see very large. Asteroids. You can see very large lead asteroid in the front, but that ion bleed off is connecting to the long box cube, a star destroyer or two, and the side edge of Saturn's yellow moon, and reaching into the ion tail and off into the distance. And when I saw that illumination, that has to do with the transfer of electrical between the larger body and so this is one from the left coming in front of the one from the right, and they're just bleeding off this energy in between them, and it's creating this luminescence in the sky, as if you just got done seeing a rocket show on the 4th of July.
You know, the more you
way up there, and all those.
The more you look at this video, the scarier it kind of gets a little scary, actually.
Yeah. And right there, dead center, is the side of Atu's moon, and Atu is in the upper left corner all the way to the middle horizon.
Now, what is the news saying about this? Like, what are they saying that it actually is? I mean,
that's what I want to know.
Usually it's a rocket launch.
Yeah.
That's what
I'm saying. This is a
I'm like, where was this? Do you know where it was? Because I haven't heard. I'm just curious. Did they have rockets?
Well, if it was a rocket launch, it would be in Florida.
I think.
Right. I was like, where was this? I wonder. I'll see if I can find out.
Yeah. The moment I saw it, I knew exactly what it was.
So that is the same thing as this. Is that right?
Bingo.
Mm-hmm. No.
That's
crazy. It was only a decade apart. That's all. And this is the lead. Okay, here again. Here is the lead asteroid way back when, boys and girls.
It's incredible.
Little triangle ship in front of it. That's an entirely different ship.
Okay,
that's a different ship. Now
21,
thank you for hanging out with us. I hope that some of this resonated. We're sorry about
all the way back.
Those are going to troll, and please know that we're not what they tell us. There's a lot of rumors out there about what we do, but we're very friendly people. If you disagree with us, okay. We will talk it out with you. I didn't agree with this stuff when I first came. I didn't. Rebecca didn't either. We all asked questions. We were subjective. We weighed out the evidence and we took our time before we made up our minds. And
Right.
We have done this long enough that we've repeated the experiment as the scientific method dictates. We have repeated the experiment over and over and over so many times that this would be a slam dunk in court. But we welcome you to come and weigh out the evidence yourself, and see what you think. That's it. We want everybody to learn on their own. We want everybody to learn this and see it for themselves.
We can't do it for you. We can't give you okay. And this is like, I think, a 2018-19 event. Now this one, that's fine. That is the group that again. That's like the red asteroid, the blue asteroid, the green are all still small in that group. Now this one is from last year. This is the lead asteroid, self-illuminating over, I believe, Europe. And it was so bright and so intense and so large, it was insane. And that's why I included that in this. And it's smaller than it was a couple of years ago. A couple of years ago, it was so unbelievably big, I couldn't believe it.
We are nice people.
God, pay attention to 180 vehicle. Just when the asteroid was very seriously part of the discharge damage that did occur in its close past. Now, this one, to this day, thank you, Christopher Hill, although he was a member of Skywatcher, and he probably hates the fact that I still use this. But this is one of the best close-ups that we've ever had of the lead asteroid.
He did some really great captures, and then he kind of went off and did other
the yellow
things.
dot, keep it right there.
I don't think we ever lost him to where he stopped believing or
he jumped into the religion dive.
Well, he went in. Well, he was big on the conspiracy thing, so he does it. He has his own channel or thing.
I did not know that.
I think I follow some of it, but I honestly, when it comes to conspiracy theories, I feel like we found the mother of all conspiracies. So why I just nothing else really gets my attention. So I'm like, who cares?
I was going to add, he's part of the imaginary group too. Big time.
I did not know.
Oh
that.
yes.
Really?
Oh yes.
Well, thank you. Okay. Now this. Oh, no. This is literally
I guess we did lose him. I guess I was wrong.
Sorry, Christopher. Don't know what to tell you. I've been telling you the truth all along. The object cluster group. Okay, look over on the left. See that big yellow dot on the left? That is not the sun. The sun is over on the right. That is the object cluster group glowing, self-illuminating in 2016 in front of Attu's moon and Uri. Attu's moon is just under where the word says cluster group. Attu is where it says from rounding Attu all the way to where the upper left corner is. Uri is the gray-blue striped thing behind them from the tree to the other tree. These are the object cluster group, the asteroids, way back in 2016 when they were all together, all visible, which is what we called the object cluster group, because they were all clustered closely together way back when. Now we're seeing them separate. The green asteroid is separate. The red asteroid is separate. The lead asteroid is separate. The blue asteroid is separate. The big three are way back hanging out with Nepacity. But back then, everything, now remember, Nepacity was so small back then, which is the green in the yellowish sky just above the cars on the right-hand side. That is where Nepacity is in this shot. You can see the base core. And way back then, we knew what was going on. By 2014, we knew what was going on. And we've been number one in the field ever since. This is the illuminating asteroid group. Wake up, you guys. This shit's real. And it's dangerous. Don't know what more I can tell you. You've been warned.
Nope.
and it's real. Yeah, as I take a sip off my Coke.
Sorry. Yeah.
Guys, I'm about running out of time. I'm gonna have to go to work. But it was fun.
Always.
We had a great crowd today.
Yeah.
Even a little bit of trolling. I kind of agree.
Yeah,
with,
a little bit.
but you know what?
Before.
I'm kind of like with Sam. It's been a little quiet lately, so
yeah. Look how big this is. This is lead asteroid. Ooh, about 3 years.
This one gets me with the line right down the middle.
So big, it was freaky.
Jesus Christ!
And remember, people, that second icon in the left hand where he's pointing to is the lead asteroid and the object cluster group, which put off that illumination that we saw in the early part of the show. So this guy, carved in stone, has been warning you for a couple thousand years that this shit is coming. Yeah. And it's here. And all of those icons mean something. If you look at the top second one, that's the two suns. If you look at the top one that looks sort of like a crown floating, that's the cube. If you look at the one between,
even this wormwood.
Yeah, wormwood. It has Atu and Uri, and it also has Nibiru, which is the finger is pointing to the bottom left circular star thing, is one of the symbols for Nibiru.
Wow.
All right, guys, I better go.
All right, Jesus.
Okay, Jesus. Well, it's been
fun as
been
usual.
fun.
I'll be listening. As usual. I'll be listening.
Yeah.
You guys have a good night. Carol, love you guys, everybody.
Good to see you again.
And Carol, I just want to say,
Thank you, Sandy.
we welcomed you. You fit right in. I love the energy that you bring. Hopefully, we could have you on the show sometime, in the near future, because I kind of love the vibe.
Yeah.
And I kind of like what you bring to the show. So, yeah. But all right, guys. Good night. We'll see you next week.
Bye, Jesus.
All right.
Yeah. Next
Night.
Saturday.
Night.
We'll see you.
Bye, guys.
Bye. And thank you, Sandy Cheeks. Appreciate
Yeah,
that.
that was like a visit
Seriously.
to the dentist office. No, don't leave.
So now there's 3 of us. Yeah, here we are.
Yeah. We hope that Gillian feels better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So bad for her.
She couldn't. Yeah, it's pretty bad earlier. So, bummer, right?
So where are we going to go from here? I know my favorite phone booth in the New Mexico desert where it's raining, and I'm crying, going, "Oh my God, you got to know what this is all going on." Oh God, that's hard on the throat.
Yeah. Well, let me look at my list and see what we've done.
I feel like Disney's Goofy sometimes. Wow, woo-hoo.
You do that
Yes.
again.
God, people.
I see.
There's
Okay.
days I just want to scream. I mean, we're seeing these planets. We're telling people that this is happening. Oh shit! Look, there's the Texas Cube. Oh shit! Look, there's the Star Destroyers. And yet everybody is just driving around like everything's normal. No problem, man. What are you looking at? You, excuse me, can we see your photo ID, sir? Because you're acting strangely.
That just happened.
Yeah, I was
That
looking
happened
up.
to me the other day. I was at my wife's dad's house and I'm taking pictures of the sky. There's asteroids everywhere, and one of them was shining. It was totally illuminated. You could see it. And the guy gets out of his car. He must have got home from work, and he looked at me and he said, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "What does it look like I'm doing?" I'm taking pictures of this. I take pictures of the sky, and I said, I finally said something. Like I said something to this guy. I said, what do you see? Do you see anything different? Do you see that the clouds are literally glowing? He didn't care at all. I just was shocked.
You'll get 10 of those before you get one that actually talks to you.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, and sir, I have been through this for many years because it's just hilarious. I mean, some of my neighbors, I think, surely think I'm, out of my mind. And it is so nice to when you do find somebody that is willing to listen. And my favorite one to this day is I had a couple in Walmart, and this was quite a few years ago. I they were highly interested, and they were really, nice, and you could see it in their eyes that they wanted to know more. And then the moment I started dropping planet names, their eyes started rolling like, oh, this is beyond anything I understand. And then I immediately think of back when I was standing here in front of a 7-foot tall extraterrestrial, him standing here babbling all this information to me. Sort of a little tiny, Christmas bell went off in my head going, now you know how they feel. And yeah, there is so many people. I mean, we have so much information that it's literally like backing a truck up to people and dumping a load of gravel on top of them.
Yeah.
And I understand it. I get it. And we are so conditioned by what we've alone watched, even in the last year. And we come off at this level that, there are people complaining that we could do it this way, we could do it that way. But we are doing it the only way we know how.
Right.
And the only way we can do better is if other people donate and support us, because realize that people, we are so behind out of money for paying for this for a decade. And, I hear a little chirp from the gallery.
She's telling on herself, Carol Ann. You didn't have to tell on yourself, but she's the honest type.
Oh,
she called somebody an A-double-S.
Well, thank you, Carol Ann, for catching yourself in the Carol Ann.
She tipped her own swear jar.
Right.
Thank you, Carol Ann. Seriously. Yeah,
Again,
she's brutally honest.
I will encourage everybody to ignore the negative and meet me at Sam's Skywatcher Music Room on Facebook. Anyone can join, and if you're in trouble or you're uncomfortable or you're in doubt, just go to the music room and play music.
Yeah.
Disconnect if you have to. But seriously, folks, this information that we share is so insanely important and critical. And oh my God, I can't believe that we're only getting 800 views.
Right. This is as big as any major scientific discovery in history, as far as I'm concerned. This is like the discovery of the splitting of the atom. And
it's not nonsense. It really is not nonsense. And I wouldn't have, this has been a lifetime for me. And I've gone through meat grinders that I don't think any of you guys want to even know about. And then I'm immediately reminded of getting face planted into the keyboard a few years ago. Like, oh my God, I don't want any of that more shit to happen, but oh shit. Right. And guys, there is so much going on. Just be thankful that, you don't have one land in your neighborhood and impose martial law. And we don't want that to happen. That's awesome. And we know that the forces are showing the governments that they are here, which is why the UAP congressional reports and everything are happening, to give us a level of assurity that they're doing something about it when they're actually just lying to us. Now, granted, they're giving us a chocolate chip off the cookie, but that's all, is one chocolate chip.
Right.
And they have actually admitted that there is extraterrestrial life, but I've been saying that for 40 years. I have met them, and this wasn't channeling. This was, direct face to face. And there are not too many people on Facebook or YouTube that volunteer that information. Although when they do, I don't necessarily believe them. And that's the thing I've been chiding myself my whole life about. When people tell me, "Yeah, I met an Arcturian," I am slightly doubtful. I apologize, but I'm, the average Joe in certain ways and not average Joe in others. That being said, there are government extraterrestrials that work in DUMBs, and I've been in one, and that was one of the races I met, although I met them on other occasions as well. And that was the gray population, and there's a whole story about them, and I'll tell you across the campfire someday over coffee. And then there is the lizard race, and then there's the Pleiadians, and then there's other races that are involved here. And when I say there's other factions, the Intergalactic Federation, and then the Nibiruans and the Saruans, and those two races, if not three, was led to believe there's 3 races here. I don't know the background behind that. I just share that it's a supposition that I was informed of. And if I don't know, I'll tell you. And if I do, I'll sort of, either share it or let you know the magnitude of fact I have. Because if I don't have fact, then I try not to share it. I do have empirical science rules personally, and I've been very stern and very hopefully correct about that for over a decade with people. And you can ask any of the early members. Sam was pretty strict, and a lot of people don't like that, and it works because we can't have the distractions. We can't run with the crazies. We can't spend all our time dealing with people who are harassing us rather than doing the science. And so we're learned over our patience level. And a lot of people tell me I'm very patient. I sometimes chide myself for being less patient than I should be. But, I have been through, 20 or 30 waves of newbie on Facebook and this topic, and they came in groups over time. And we have gone through crazy train after crazy train and group after group. And I'll just say 104 was a really interesting group, and they know who they are. I'm not going to give them the full name, but there was a group of folks there, and they spend their time trying to down me. I guess I kind of scared them or something. I don't know why people do what they do. But over the years, we've developed, there was 5 different Facebook sites devoted to downing me. And then there was Dan that was downing Rebecca and me. And then whoever, this guy with the new trailer picture with me peeking my head out the window with a little pointed silver hat.
That's it.
I can't even remember the guy's name already. So I just saved a copy of the picture. I thought it was cute.
I loved it.
Yeah, I mean,
he's doing this to you, but he gave you a nice house. He gave you a well-kept yard.
And I'm looking at my north window.
I put in your comments,
I do not think
you talk to the man with a well-groomed lawn, right?
I don't really think that's my house. That is not my front door.
No,
that's not my front door.
It better not be a picture of your house.
Well, my front door has a screen door on it for one with glass on the front. But other than that, it's damn close.
Are you talking about your picture?
Yeah, the one with the dunce hat.
With your hat?
Are you? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I was going to say, I couldn't pull that up. I can make it into a video. We can look at it. That way.
Have we done that yet, or is it my imagination?
No. I was going to show up. I can't access my pictures, but we can do this.
Okay.
Next best thing. Hang on.
Everybody needs a good laugh.
That way they can all enjoy.
If you can't laugh at yourself once in a while, guys, I've been doing this we're coming up on our 15th year, and if I hadn't learned by now, and now some of these things that they put me in were actually funny, but I didn't let them know that. And one of my other favorites is that I eat crayons. I like that one. That was cute.
They're creative. I'll give them that. I mean, it is funny.
Well, over the years, people have harassed me for my drawings, and they say, "Yeah, my 5-year-old can do better crayon drawings than that." And I've heard that, a million times. And I always reiterate to them, "Hey, I don't use crayons,
right?
Unless I steal a red from my daughter."
Okay.
Yeah, it's the red crayons work better than the red color pencil. Always have.
Okay.
When it comes to a satin and the green,
you need the red.
Yeah, you need the red crayon on occasion. So over the years, I've always used those wonderful colored pencils that Gillian sent me because I ran out of my other colored pencils because I ground them up and used them. But she sent me a fantastic set of European colored pencils, and they're the finest colored pencils I've ever used. There you go. Now remember, if you're still following Samuel Hofman or Nibiru followers Anon, because they can't spell anonymous, and fake citizen science of his BS for another year, you are stupid. Yeah, that's not my front door, but other than that, that's literally my window.
Sorry.
Oh, God.
Hey, look at that. I think it's
Oh,
great.
boy.
It almost looks like the Tin Man from
Yeah. But,
I mean, he gave you a shirt, you know.
yeah.
No, that's a picture of me.
Yeah.
That's a crop
Okay.
picture of
But
me.
I'm telling you, look at
Your
look at
house.
Sam's lawn. In this picture,
Yeah.
hypothetically, his lawn is well kept.
Yeah.
It is.
And I'm sorry, you listen to the man with a well kept yard. I
Oh,
mean,
gosh.
really, right? Or are
Yeah.
you going to listen to the guy next door that's got weeds and shit all over the place?
Is David leaving?
And a junk car parked in the
Right.
backyard, and a shed, and some chickens.
He
and-
is.
Yeah, yeah.
Good night, David.
We usually have my lawnmower, my
Night.
brand new lawnmower that I bought the year before died right away.
We'll
And
see you
now
next week.
I have to sell it or have it fixed. I find out which is which or both. But I have no money for that now, so I'm screwed. Yeah, and hitting retirement age, so they're going to reduce my wages. Yeah, from my disability. I had a car accident and I got put on permanent disability from it, and I've been living off of that and doing
Which is
Montana Skywatcher and
nothing.
yeah, and and Montana has a cap on the amount of money that you can sue for. And I had $1 million case, and I only got my car insurance because I spent the other guy's day one in the hospital. I was in a coma for 4.5 days, etc. Anyway,
sorry.
Moving on. That
Yeah.
was a lot. That was all back in 2001, and then I moved out here after the car accident and bought this house.
Well,
yeah, and
that's
then,
terrible that they put a cap on.
Yeah,
what you can sue for. That's ridiculous.
What you can sue for in Montana is capped at a certain number, and I went to the top of that, and it was $1 million injury, and I of course thank you, Montana got screwed over the thing, and my insurance. I had good car insurance. Like I said, I spent the kids that hit me, his car insurance day one in the hospital.
Oh yeah,
CAT scans and all of that. And then I was in rehab for quite a long duration, and I had to pay for that too. And that all came out of my pocket. But anyway, thank you. This is why the weather gets me, because I got slammed around by somebody slapping me into a parked car. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah, sucks.
Car accidents are not fun.
No, and I've had a couple of them, and
me too.
none of them were my fault. I just went,
Nope.
thank you, hit me again.
Right?
And you can never believe.
Exactly.
When life changes on you, it's really hard to believe, because you can't go home. You change, things happen, and this is where we all are as human race right now. We have to realize that we are on. I mean, my God, let's just talk about the weather over the last year since spring. What has happened? And the tornadoes in the middle of the United States, and flooding all over the world, and
Flooding
China for the last 2 years,
terrifying.
and the rivers drying up all around the planet 2-3 years in a row, and Africa's weather is changing. The Sahara Desert is green. Hell, if that is not enough notice and warning to you that climate change and something drastically severe is happening, as well as the 50 volcanoes that are going off all over the planet right now, that are spewing the largest amount of lava they've ever spewed in recent memory. And it's a 7.3 or a 7.0 earthquake off the coast of California. If you're not listening yet, then I think the Kardashians are on YouTube or TikTok right about now.
That's just it. Like, how can the doubters, deny the weird looking sky, the hotter temperature? I mean, it's all like, there's things that can be documented and proven.
Well, that's
And
terraforming.
they don't want to acknowledge any of that. They'll just be like, you're talking about clouds. Hey.
It's terraforming, because when the lizard people come and take over Earth, they'll be flat at home, and we will be there.
They'll believe that.
Their shape-shifting selves.
I know. And Sabrina said it's raining in Canada, which is in December. Here in Oklahoma, we're set to hit a record warmth in December, middle of this month, in the 80s.
Yep.
That's crazy. So.
Oh, well, you're going to get rained on tomorrow and Monday.
Oh boy.
I checked the worldwide weather today.
Well, good.
I
man.
posted that thing. When you tell people something important and then no one pays attention to you, it's that fluoride stare. People, we are good at what we do, and I really strongly, I've said this before in many shows, I strongly suggest that you listen. And if you don't, then you're silly. And, the naysayers come and go, and we're always around here afterwards. And we have shown the other sites to be inaccurate, and we're number one. It's that simple.
Yeah.
If it was up there, we
That's
would
right.
have seen it by now, and we are literally. And again, let's encourage all new sister sites to join us. And if you see what we see, and if you are interested in what we see, please contact us. We're
I have
always
some
here.
pictures from Maria in Alaska. I didn't get her pictures shown last week. We just kind of got off track, but I want to show her a few,
You were having troubles with your pictures last week too.
something like that. Yeah, but I have it here today. And yeah, because I kept her hanging last week. I feel bad. So let me see if it got saved or not.
Dun, dun, dun,
That was-
dun.
I know. She says yay. Oh, did I save it? Hang on a second. Make sure I got it sent. I think I did.
If they're today,
There's still plenty to show you all. Tara has a time-lapse video to look at, so it's magical.
busy.
I know. I hadn't really had time to play around with it. I just got it uploaded so we can all see it.
Well, we do get to
Didn't
talking
save.
to all
Hang
too
on.
easy.
Oh, yes.
We drop topic like it was raining.
Let me save it again.
Yeehaw! Distraction, my favorite tool. I was cooking in the kitchen earlier today for one of the girls, and then by the time I got halfway done with it, I'm trying to carry on a conversation and cook at the same time, cook eggs and not burn them. I'm going,
Right.
baby, that's all, folks. And I just went totally, my brain just went to Porky Pig and Looney Tunes.
Oh man.
Like whoa. And it's this planetary shit is really messy. Like Wednesday and Thursday, I was totally sick to my stomach, and just no reason for it. And I'm just sitting there hanging onto the table, going, "God, get me out of this boat," because I feel like the ground and everything around me is moving.
Oh.
Yeah, it's and I've been seasick before, and I know what it
that's not
feels
fun.
like. And when you're just sitting there and your inner balance is being messed with.
Right. If
it's
you're just sitting
sound
still and then
outside.
you're suddenly dizzy, or
It's a sound outside that I can hear, and it's a really low whirring sound. And
Right.
and then all of a sudden I'm nauseous. Like,
oh
oh God! And then
Yeah.
Thursday night after the seasick went away, I got a headache, and Shiloh had a headache, and no reason for them, and so
Me too, Michelle. Me too. I love it too. We're just
the
we're
planets
all
are affecting
obsessed
us.
together. Okay, here's the pictures from Maria in
I'm
Alaska.
glad you enjoy the off-topic stuff, because I do haven't. My mom used to go, "God, Sam, shut up." It's a childhood thing, I swear. I can't help myself, folks. That's why I love the Ernest series guy. I should definitely remember his name. I always fight to remember his name, but the guy that played Ernest, what an actor. I miss Jim, coming to me.
Varney.
Hardy, yeah.
Yeah.
I loved that man. He did the best. John Wayne, he did the best. Everybody, the Wild West guy, I'm trying to think of his name. Walter Brennan, he did the best Walter Brennan I've ever seen. And the time that it took him to do that costume change and that they're thrown together at it in 15 and 20 seconds. It takes 8 hours to do, but and I missed Ernest. Another sidebar talk, yeah. That and Beastman's World, man. Guys, these are planets, and that could right there could be even the open core of Saru.
Okay.
See the big open core just above the sun? There's not capacity.
Capacity's in the far left, right?
Upper right.
Oh, I meant the right. I'm sorry. I don't know my right from my left.
Atu's in the upper left, above our shoulders. Now, Yuri's off to our left hand. The Saturn yellow moon is at our left hand. I mean, our right hand. And Nibiru is on our right shoulder. And then Matim is headed toward us, I believe. As Yuri goes over us and moves out of the way to the north, Matim will be coming due at us so far. It does appear to be becoming larger as time goes by. Sorry, running rented lips at 4 hours, 28 minutes. I'm getting a little hoarse.
That was so cool.
Time for my Ricola.
You could clearly see it, visible, just like you drew it.
And it's such a killer, man. I tell you, I get goosebumps when I see how accurate and watch this happen before our very eyes. And I'll remind everybody, I draw this sitting at my living room table. I don't come to the computer. I don't copy anything. I draw all of this out of my head. And you just missed the sneezing event. Okay, cool. Dry throat. I hit mute. You guys lucked out so bad. Now notice the color.
Yep.
Normally in the evening it would be light blue or maybe cool. This purple ad is a refracted fact that Atu is in this right there.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, those are wonderful.
That was good timing. All right.
Cool.
All you have to do is get a copy of the monthly sight drawing. Try to, you can try to keep a copy on your phone or on your tablet, that you put in a file that you can look up and compare to your own pictures. Once you do that, or if you have a friend that takes pictures, or even if you're out farming or fishing on the YouTube or wherever, or Facebook, which I don't recommend.
Yeah.
I try to stick to the groups that I'm a member of. If you're out there seeing that information, try to compare it to the placement of the sun. Remember, it's always wherever the sun is, morning, noon, and night. The planets are on the left, the planets are on the right. Generically, there are planets over the top of us and beyond us in the illumination right now. But once you learn where everything is, just like Christoper, within the last year, he's pulled this up. It's been just over a year now. And he has learned all the way up to expert level in a very short period of time, which is why he's sitting in that chair in front of you today.
It's been absolutely amazing. I still every time, I think I cried for about 6 months. When I put all the puzzle pieces together and I finally saw exactly what you were drawing in the sky, it was just weird. I would just cry. It was
You
weird.
can't make this shit up. You cannot. I could not be this accurate. By
Right, and I
mistake.
even those questions ran through my head too. Is this man? How is he doing this? How is he?
I am convincing the world through hypnosis.
Right,
that
exactly.
What I say
Is he
real,
drugging
and
the
then they
water?
see it.
What does he got a wand? Is he like doing magic in the air? And like you said, hypnosis? No.
Yes, I am mass hypnosis around the world and telling everybody, because I had somebody say that one time, because you describe it to people, they see it. I've had that said a few times. And I also had my friends, now we could talk about magic. I had my friends with forest magic going, Sam, your brain is so powerful. You made me see those things.
Oh boy.
I went, no, you were a witness. It was real. It really freaking happened. STFU, and yeah. And because they, when they experienced some of the things that occurred, they couldn't believe it, even though they were there. And so I was asked by my friends not to play with forest magic anymore, and I have not cast a major spell since.
Good.
Oh, there's so much to. When I was a kid and I first learned how to read, I'm like 5 years old, and they get me a card to the library. I go to the public library. I go, oh my God, I'm free. And guess where I went first?
Right.
I went looking for the magic book section. I never found it until my 20s.
Oh.
Yeah, after my little visit with the government and all of that, and started looking into. Now, I had been raised in the awareness of Buddhism and many other religions as a child, because of my parents are from Holland, and I had an upbringing that is not normal compared to most Americans. Like, I had my first hot dog when I was 12.
Okay.
I within 20 minutes I threw up.
Yeah.
Because that wasn't even my diet. I had a European parents from Holland, World War II. My father was in a concentration camp or a slave labor camp from the Germans from Holland. And my mother was involved in the bombing of Rotterdam. So, right. Those are my parents. They're older parents, which is, in most cases, people around now are grandchildren of. But this was my parents. They had me late, just like I had my children late. Anyway. That being said, I was raised with different religions and a different American upbringing. So it's old European, etc. So I started looking into a lot of this, and because of the Buddhist ties from 9 years old on, I had learned to look into that which with Indian Eastern culture and Bodhisattva and enlightenment and meditation, chakra towers, and I've known all of that stuff since I was like 10. So, and I've been studying all my life, which is why I can talk about knowing what I know. So, long story short, part of what the awareness that the government was recruiting me for the far-seeing program leads to me to believe that they didn't just, pick Tom, Dick, or Harry off the streets of North Dakota, let alone Sam from Montana, just to be random. No, they were seeking a specific skill, which I have used all my life, knowingly and unknowingly, but then found out only after I started coming to the internet that my abilities exceed my proximity surroundings. And we have discovered that I can see things around the world in the internet when I talk to people, for example. I do, and we've got tons of proof of that. And this is part of that remote viewing thing that I was recruited for. And this is part of what my skills, my awareness, and my knowledge and my placement of where the planets are currently is accessed from. I don't know how completely, except for repetition for 14 years of watching and doing and grinding all of this into my brain and desperately trying to make sure that I'm giving real information and not misleading anyone ever. And the rest is history. I just try to do every week. And by the way, one more week till sight drawing time for December. Nice. And I'm going to have to figure that one out every month. And I almost dread it. I do. I almost dread it. But here we go. I think that illumination of the lead asteroid is insanely important.
Yeah.
Wow. I saw that like yesterday or the day before. I can't remember exactly when. And I just went, oh shit, cool. Ooh, I knew instantly what it was. And here we go. Wow. Come on. I mean, let's hear that. And nobody, of course, you won't hear word one about it.
I was looking to see if I can find where that happened.
We got a whole bunch of other pictures from other people who also cited it. It's not a fluke. It's not a one-time thing. We got many people sending in single pictures of it. So it's I didn't send them to Rebecca. I expected that she had some of them already, so I didn't send her those. I sent her the older captures of the lead asteroid showing the the illumination of the ion tail and all of that self-illuminating lead asteroid and object cluster group. Anyway, I'm hoarse again. Jesus, swallowed Coke. Hold on.
Here it is.
Man, here I got my fucking Ricola in front of me. I better pop it in the mouth again.
Where?
Yeah, I can't wait to see what next week is, and this light cutoff of Saru in the evening. Let's see. Look at the clock. Oh, it's dark outside, and right now, even because it is sort of winter, and we went into winter axis tip of where the sun was even like 2 weeks ago, and I went, wow, look over there, it's really far south already, and that's not supposed to happen until early January, or late December, early January, that we move into the winter out view of how far south the sun is. Now in the winter we are closer to our star than in the summer. The reason the planet heats up in the northern hemisphere versus the southern hemisphere, and the seasonality of it, has to do with axis tip and facial illumination percentage points versus where the sun shines directly in the equator versus where the sun shines in the southern axis, which is why it will be forming summer for the people in the southern hemisphere.
Wow.
And winter and summer Earth orbit. Which is also why we're partially egg-shaped elliptical, which is because we are attached to the Nibiru group and that extra star as well, which is the planet X effect that everybody, we're all axis tipped. No, we are axis tipped because we're attached to something else. And when that second star got here in 2011, all the planets in our solar system axis is tipped, and that's documented. You can go look that up.
Wow.
And they all got warmer, and like we are. It's not climate change only on Earth.
Right.
All the planets are heating up, and you can look that up too.
Right. Now I did look that up, and that is true.
And
it's right there for you to go and see.
That's what happens when you
all of the planets have gained temperature rises.
Yep.
All of them, all the way to Neptune. Do you want to call Pluto a planet? I don't know if I read that far in the document, but
Christopher, there are smaller planets other than Pluto.
Oh yeah.
Cestus, Sirius, Make. Those are actually positively charged proton planets, even though they are smaller than Pluto.
Yeah.
There are more of those than NASA is telling you as well, and I don't go into the numbers, but there are our chemistry equation for the two groups is quite high. There's literally, if you were to divide it in half, and I'm sure that's not the case, it would be a 50-50. So there would be literally 80 or 90 or so bodies connected to the two groups of planets in whole. But that has to do with man's perception of a planet per se, and an example of that is us removing Pluto as a planet, even though it is a planet.
Yes. Yep.
And that has to do with whether or not it has an electrical core, and even if it's a frozen core, it's still magnetically a positively charged area if it has water especially. Now, if it's a negative body like a neutron, because remember, it's not gravity, it's astrochemistry.
Yes.
Protons, neutrons, electrons, because it's a chemistry equation in space of a dimension block, of a smaller to a larger dimension around us, connecting all of us. Okay, now that chemistry equation can't be broken, which is why we don't steal planets from each other, because our Tinker Toy blocks are connected and they interact with each other and cross every 3,600 to 4,000 years in a natural, repetitive, reoccurring cycle. And every time that we do, there is a coming event, climate change and systematic reduction in the amount of humans on this planet. through a number of reasons: climate change, directly, volcanic, earthquakes, etc., floods. We know the history of the Great Flood of Noah, and that story, of course, comes from the Sumerian tales. And if you got to check into your Abrahamic religions on planet Earth, and you can look that up. I'm not handing out information that's not researched.
Right.
World salamander asteroid debris field. Yeah, the salamander asteroid group is literally way back years ago when Uri was smaller, and back in like 2018-ish, 17, 18, when it was on the right-hand side of the sun. And then Uri started coming in closer, and then we saw Atu in front of Uri. But then there was this side thing, this group of clouds that hung off the edge of the side of Uri on the right-hand side of the screen. And it looked like a salamander holding onto the side of a Christmas or a yard bulb. And that's where it got its name, was Salamander Asteroid Group, because we knew it was a group of asteroids that was slightly submerged and coming out of the base cloud of Uri. And that's where it got, part of the object cluster group, which is the back tailings all the way connected to the lead asteroid and the asteroids that orbit underneath Atu and Uri, because those two gas giants are connected in the same debris field base. And I think that has a great deal to do with the influence of major size of Uri. It literally has a base, ice cold. If you were to put gas, from dry ice on the countertop, it crawls along the table, and it crawls between Uri and Atu, and it's always there. And sometimes we go under it, and that's what we call Uri whiteout. But these space clouds we saw in the early years. And then, I knew that Suspicious Observer was correct when he started talking about space clouds and space water. And this is, of course, where I truly believe that Earth's oceans have come from the interaction of each of the passing cycles of the planet. And temperature, exchanges between natural sweating and heat and cold exchange, just like the sweat on the side of a Coke or a beer or a cold glass or whatever. But that was the early parts of our planet, and we had a small amount of water. But I believe in the later years, interaction between the hydrogen in the atmosphere outside our planet, because the space is full of hydrogen, got oodles and oodles of it. We could do all kinds of stuff and travel to the stars with it if they felt safe enough to use it. And then you add oxygen to it, and then you add an electrical spark in between two diodes, and you may get precipitation that occurs between. And that's where water comes from, H2O. And I truly believe, we've had effects of the Nepacity rain bomb and its effects, where it dumps a year's worth of rain in 2 hours. And very telling. And, the Great Flood and all of that, it was what awoke China into the legend of the dragon. And we know that the asteroids came along with the Great Floods in probably 2 cycles ago, about 8,000 years ago, or 3,654 plus 3,654. And if you go back through history, blah, 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 which is also the interruption of the Bronze Age and changing the climate in the Egyptian dynasties. And I think it was like the 3rd dynasty. I'd have to go back and do my math. Don't quote me on that. And if I'm not sure, I will also tell you I'm not sure, like I just did. And all you have to do is go back through the history of the cycles and realize that this is a reoccurring thing, and it is not Nibiru destroyer where we get splatted, but we get sort of splatted, and the human race will go on, but we have to reboot. And in some cases, I believe civilization has been entirely wiped out numerous times throughout history. And we're just another cycle of the forgotten knowledge. We showed that picture of the icons and the guy, which I believe was King David. There's still debate as to who that guy is. It could be Nebuchadnezzar for all I know. The guy pointing to those icons in that picture that we showed earlier, and the people that carved that took at least a month to 2 months or sooner, depending on the stone, to carve that, to show you that this guy's pointing at that.
Yeah.
Now, we've used that picture 1,000 times, but I don't know if people actually go, well, what is he pointing at and why is he pointing at it? Did they ask that next two questions? Because he's warning you that it's coming. And then the whole damn binary solar system shit fits like a glove, including the Sumerians and returning of the demigods and those that are here above us and those who came to rule and govern over our early man and blah, 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 blah. And it all fits.
Yeah.
You know, you tell me who you thought the Anunnaki were prior to adding the binary system. Some dudes in a ship that blew by every 40,000 years or so, and a couple of them took over using their technology, stole our commodities, and then moved on. No, this is repetitive. It's a cycle after cycle after cycle. And we are part of that process. And we're only talking about clouds, right?
Right. Only clouds.
Are we?
That's that there's that normal sky, right
Yeah.
there. Yeah, I saw that. I saw a storm cloud. Yep. And there goes a bird.
Oh, look, another cloud.
Shoot, I bet people got them in other countries. I heard that. People over all the way in Paris, I bet.
Oh.
Oh God, people, and you know the internal illumination always kills me.
Watch this.
Yeah, look at this. I mean, when did you last time you had a self-illuminated purple and then green? Statue and opacity. And when purple.
You would think.
How fast that changed?
You would think people, like most everybody, would just be so highly interested in this. And I'm just like trying to understand, how can someone be a troll in this topic?
I don't know.
Did they not put any
are they getting paid? That's all I can. They must be getting
It's like
paid.
I'm embarrassed for them because there's so much proof to everything we're saying, and I feel like they just they have a personal dislike, and they force them.
I'm not sure how much background information people check on us. I'm not sure people are aware of how much information we have put out in this 10-year period.
But we get so upset, like you guys personally did something to them or something. It's like, you know, you're not going out of your way
in my lane
to hurt somebody to come back at you and talk to you like that.
No.
I'm kind of immune. Remember, I don't know if you're of course not old enough to remember Gumby and Pokey.
Oh, I know.
I'm that eraser-like little brownish doll with the guy waving his hand.
And his red horse, his little Gumby horse.
Yeah, his green horse.
Pokey.
Yeah, Gumby and Pokey. And I'm just that guy waving, and I got thick skin. I have had so many trolls you wouldn't believe. And yet I know, because of the evidence that we have gathered, that this is not being made up. I know that this shit is real. And this is how I do my drawings, and this is how all of the people around the world that listen to us know. An example is Alexander in Germany and all the other people that are wonderful that are sharing their information every week. All those people know that this is right because they can feel it in their soul, and they see it because they've been around long enough to learn the pattern.
It's not just clouds. It isn't. You can see the asteroids. You can see their shapes and sizes. They're repetitive. You can see the lead asteroid. I've been able to see it every day, with or without clouds. You can see it right there at the left side of the sun. You can see it. You can see the center band, and you can see its trajectory every day. Which way it's always coming right now, coming down. And it's always leaving a little ion trail behind it. It's not just clouds.
Yeah, you can see the pathways of these traveling bodies, and you can see the pathways of the star destroyers, and you can see that we've had regular cloud patterns around the long box cube, regular cloud patterns around the Texas cube that are obvious that we've learned over that period of time. The big 3 lines and all of that, which is usually the side trails of either the Texas cube or the long box cube. And of course, we've learned about the space tube, and we've learned about the star destroyers and the smaller craft and the fighter craft docking stations and the support, many things. And now over the last few weeks, we've been sighting a whole bunch of new craft that I have to actually get a drawing made of or better capture. But I'm sure they're going to come in the next few weeks anyway. Over time, sometimes you have to wait for the rest of the world to post the cred, and then you can pick through it because I already know what I'm looking for. And there is a new faction. There's a new visitor in town, Sheriff. We best watch them. So there's so much going on, and it's just I could scream from my soapbox and go, why can't you guys see how important this is? But I try to remain calm because I've been, I went through frustration 8 years ago where, when I first started doing this, I used to sweat bullets to be right. I didn't want to be one of the money boys trying to be doing the wrong thing. I wanted to collect real science, and we've done that.
Oh yeah.
I am quite proud of what we do. And that's not false pride. That's reality. I do a good job. You guys do a great job. And I couldn't replace either one of you for the world. And I love what you do, and I could never thank you enough. And there's way more of us out there there's people that contact me all the time and say, God, Sam, you changed my life, and I never had this opportunity to do this before, and oh my God, now I see the truth. And to me, it's just important that I share it. That's what counts. Because I felt strongly in 1980 everybody had a right to know this, and to me it was self-evident and obvious. And it's like, I'm sure I was naive as hell. I thought everybody knew this shit. I really did. I just thought it should be self-evident to everyone. And then, of course, I'm slapped with a non-disclosure agreement. It took like 5 years before I even realized why. Why shut me up? I didn't do anything that big. And then 40 years later, ta-da! Here is proof that my paper was correct. We are a binary. We have to have 2 stars. And it just answers all the pictographs around the world, and the 2 stars and all of this, and the crop circles. And I've over time learned to sort of kind of read them, and I understand languages better. And it's all weird ever since 2010, and all this shit started with the new ascension and all the planetary changes, and now we're going through the higher galactic plane, and we're in the center of the galactic universe's personal magnetosphere, and all of this shit's going on. And the Milky Way isn't even in the same place, and the sun isn't in the same place, and the moon isn't in the same place, and the weather isn't in the same place, and our pole isn't in the same place. And all of this stuff points exactly to our research. And you cannot argue with all of these things connecting, because they do. They're all connected. And we did the time to research this, and that's why we're sharing it for free, except donations are drastically needed. Hi, and welcome to almost 5 hours of the Citizens Science Podcast. And anyway,
I want to show you this video. Oh no, it's on a video. I made it into a video, but it's some asteroids. I was just glancing at, was it Cloud Appreciation Group? Anyway, I just saw this and I'm like, oh
yeah, I send them stuff from time to time. Hello, Cloud Appreciation Society. I hope I haven't been banned in your area.
They won't let me talk. They will not let me comment in that group.
Yeah, there are a lot of I joined some new groups, and the newscast, of course, blocked me. And when I'm trying to let people know, and there are a lot of people that immediately shut me up. And I learned that, and then I'll leave their group, or I'll just stay as a member of their group. And won't go visit.
I know, I'm a
regularly.
lurker. I'm lurking now, but
Oh,
that,
no.
look at that.
Oh, wow.
Look
And
at
this
that.
is the stuff underneath the bottom. This is the bottom of Uri.
Yeah. I don't know. I thought that was really cool. And it reminded me of these other pictures. Let's see. Here's coming up here.
Oh, yeah.
That one.
Yeah, and that is the Salamander asteroid group, and all of the shit behind right there is probably, yeah,
Isn't
it
that
is
crazy?
in the upper middle. That's the stuff around the Skull asteroid.
Oh.
There is shitloads of it with it.
I mean, that's what I mean. You can see the asteroids. People just would not.
And
If
the
I
little
went in there and
open
tried
trails
in
they
that
leave
group,
behind
those
them.
are
Look
asteroids.
at that. Wow.
Yeah, those are asteroids in
Look at the
front of
detail on
Uri.
those.
Bet you don't like it. Yeah.
You know, it's like, it's one thing to see it in the
Thanks,
photo, but
Denise.
when you see it with your own
Yeah.
eyes, when the conditions are right and it looks like this.
That's why I have that reposted picture of the Grim Reaper asking, "Do you see them yet?"
Yeah, I do now.
Yep. There they are. Asteroids. But yeah, oh man. I don't see
There
that
are
effect
and
very
we don't
often.
even know.
No.
We don't even know what is behind Uri, between Uri and Saru. And I know there are asteroids between Uri and Saru. We saw that in 2012 and 13.
Wow.
Mhm.
And you show me anyone else on YouTube or Facebook that knows that, or TikTok that knows that.
So when
I'm
Uri
being-
and Saru begin to pass by, we'll be able to see that. Do you think we'll be able to see the back of Uri and the
Yeah,
other
and the
side
base cloud, and you will be able to see. Well, now we know Atu does have one thin mid-scale ring that actually encompasses Atu's moon as well.
Okay.
We're able to see if Uri has any astral ring or if it's a southerly pole only ring, because we know most of the debris field is in the southern hemisphere of Uri. But only when and on early approach pictures, 2013 of Uri, when it was the size of a basketball, if you held it in front of your hand at full arm reach. Back when it was smaller, it was hard to tell what was what because the stripes enveloped different levels. And there are open spaces in Uri's stripes where the atmosphere actually breaks through, and you can sort of see inside on a couple of them. And that has a residual repeated pattern where those things are open regularly in year after year shots. And they actually flagged them. I sort of subconsciously recognize that stripe pattern. And anytime I see the side of Uri, I automatically go, oh, that's the side of Uri.
There it is.
There it is. Ta-da. You know, I'm just brain because I'm used to looking at it. And Uri has been unbelievable this week and last week. Is just, and it's becoming facially illuminated because it's now going beyond the north. When I saw it, I did that drawing, but that was due north. And now it is going farther back where it would be at the same time period before dawn. It is now moving, headed more northwest. So it's going on beyond Earth because they're rising up, they're getting smaller, and they're going beyond us, beyond our right shoulder. So as a group, Uri and Saru and Atu are on the left-hand side.
Right.
So that's going over our heads. And then Nibiru and Isatum are on the right-hand side, and they're going to go over our right shoulder, if that helps.
Yeah. Do you have that that footage from Tony Dean, Rebecca?
Yeah,
because it demonstrates exactly what Sam's talking about. It's really cool. Or if
you
we
did send it
if we
to
don't
me. I
see
did
it
say
on the
that.
show tonight, you
Sure
guys,
enough.
anybody can go see it on our group.
It'll just take me a minute. I see it now.
Cool.
I saw it. Yeah, give me a second.
It's
it's
awesome. It
really great.
I don't have the word for it. You can see as he pans the camera, you can see one planet is closer and this one is pushed back a little bit. It's all three-dimensional. It's just amazing.
It's insane, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it's almost brain rewriting beyond Hollywood.
Right.
It is like way, way above Hollywood once your brain grabs what you're looking at. And then we go back to the like your knees jolt.
Right.
and you go, oh shit, that's real.
I mean,
And then you
almost
spend-
everything Sam's drawn in his monthly site drawing is in this footage.
Neat.
It's really short.
Yeah, I'm pushing it over right now, so
Cool.
just be a minute. Cool. And
Yeah,
then, well, while that's transferring, I have a really short clip also from Tara. She sent me a couple of little
Hey, Tara.
time lapse videos. Let me get back. We'll look at those while we're getting this saved. All right.
Wow.
That's just like jaw dropping, mouth watering.
The real sky is at the horizon on the right-hand side. Everything from the yellow-orange sun up is planet.
Sorry, Carol Ann. Just now saw that. Yes.
The real sky is sort of green, and actually there's a green-blue right where the light turned on. That is Saru behind Atu and Atu's moon.
Cool.
Right now.
Neat.
Nepesity started off, and then it went by really fast. And then Atu followed, and then this is Yuri in the upper, and then that green-blue base cloud that's getting way off in the distance at the sunset is the bottom of very large green-blue planet Saru.
Let's watch it again.
This is Nepesity. It's going
Okay.
over our right shoulder, right there in front of us. There's the bottom of Nepesity. Followed immediately on the left, here in just a moment, will come Atu and Atu's moon. Watch the color change. See, it turns to white. Right there is now it turns to purple. That's Atu's moon and Atu. See the warbling clouds in the middle?
Yep.
That's the base cloud of the bottom of Yuri and their asteroids coming directly at us.
Right? That's what I thought.
That's the
at
bottom
'em.
of Yuri as nightfall hits. And then behind it, from the left bottom horizon green area to where the street light is on the right is Saru behind.
Man. Yes. That was gorgeous. Gorgeous.
Awesome.
Especially the very
Time
first,
after
the
time
Nepesity
after
part.
time, all
To
of
see
it
those
matches.
asteroids coming at you like that?
It matches,
Yeah.
it matches, it matches.
I love it.
matches, it matches.
Regular
Right?
clouds don't
Regular
repeat
clouds.
and replicate like we, like we've proven and we
shuffle.
know. We already know.
Hey, now, don't forget, Sam said they
I
were
love it.
there, so you see them.
Right.
Oh, I now get it. I see what you're saying. Okay. That's it. You said it. The power of persuasion.
Yes.
Right.
The power of persuasion compels you.
I know, Carol Ann.
Slap
It's
on the
like,
forehead with the palm.
wow.
Follow me. Give me all of your old toenail clippings.
Let's see. Do I have Sam's drawing?
Oh my
Let me see.
gosh.
What, isn't that a good sacrifice?
Yeah.
Instead of asking for your money, I'd say, give me all your toenail clippings.
Yeah.
Baby
that's-
teeth of your first two children, whatever.
Well,
Something
let's
really
see. I
twisted
have
brained,
this one. What's this?
mega maniacal cult leader would say, yes, give me all your toe clippings so we may sacrifice it to the gods, and have this big frog on the dais and all this, whatever. I'm sorry, I went off into insanity.
It's fine. Because that's not who you are, so.
Carol Ann was
maybe
asking
Monty
for your
Python needs to
drawing,
make that movie instead of me. Yeah.
I think. I can't find it now. Anyway,
Carol Ann
I
is
have this
saying,
one, Carol
"Samuel,
Ann.
watch what you say, LOL." Yeah, no shit. I am watching what I'm saying. I already could have said way more.
Yeah.
Glad I didn't, but yeah, guys. Oh crap.
Here's
Woo-hoo. What's going on over the top
Okay.
of it is insane. And I watch it. Now look, this is August. Look how small Matim
Wait.
was.
Wait. I just clicked it when you said talk. Hang on.
No worries about it. We can watch this.
Are you sure? Okay, we can go back. All right.
We're doing a drawing from August. It's not.
Yeah.
This is fast.
Now we have to start by knowing where the sun is, and so that we got the light.
Oh, wow.
The asteroid's on the left. This atom's ion tail on the right.
There
Lead
it is.
asteroid. That's a Saturn yellow moon right there.
Lead
The whole
asteroid,
thing.
right? You can see it.
in front of it, smaller in front of. Okay, that's the ion tail going around its atom, and right there should be Nibiru, and then besides that would be Uri as you spin the 360. That shows you. Okay, that is the bottom. Okay, the Saru is in this picture, and you've got Uri and Atu. Okay, the bottom center funky cloud that looks like a push cloud or a rolled up piece of linen is the bottom of Uri, illuminated. And then Saru is the green, blue behind it. You can see a color in the right hand side of the setting sun. Yeah, that would be Uri right there.
Yeah, look at the asteroids.
Okay, and here you
look
have
at this column of asteroids.
Yeah, here
Right
you
there.
have you have Atu's moon, you have the Texas cube. Okay, and this one, this is the side edge of Uri. Maybe wait. Let me check for shadow. That could be okay, shadow. That could be Nibiru.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought it was Nepicity at first, and then
You know that
we decided last night it wasn't, but
okay, this
yeah,
again right
Nibiru
here
should be.
is lead asteroid, Saturn's yellow moon, and Saturn to the right and to the left is asteroids as well. So, but the long box cube is also going straight up and down in front of you, dead center of the picture. Yeah, the long box is parked in front of lead asteroid. How interesting.
Okay, that was my question. Like I couldn't tell really.
Yeah, I catch myself looking at these pictures with one eye.
Right?
And I don't know. It's the artist eye thing, going to my brain pareidolia for what I know that, Montana's Skywatcher pareidolia. Oh, this is nonsense. Stop looking at that Samuel Hofman's nonsense. The man doesn't know shit.
God. Right?
Right, man.
Oh. Yeah, you could definitely see the Texas cube there too.
Yeah, guys,
Mm-hmm.
we've been invaded.
Yeah.
Shit. Head for the hill. Going back to Kentucky.
Oh.
You got a chaw?
Man.
Don't forget your banjo. We're going to be up there a
Right.
while.
Cool. Tony Dean.
Cool.
Is he in your group?
I wonder why I watch all these.
Yeah, he posted
dugouts
those there last night, but he's
Videos.
in your group too. I think he's been a member for a few years.
See, I don't know why I'm not more familiar with his.
I know,
name.
that's what I thought.
don't know.
And then I looked on the
I'm gonna
Nibiru
pay more
Followers
attention.
Anonymous, and he's got posts there. He's posted quite a few times, and it's like why haven't I ever seen his posts? I comment on everybody's posts.
Yeah.
So until last night, I didn't know. Carol Ann
Right.
says she knows them, so at
Yeah.
least one of us knows. I think Facebook selectively does that to a few people.
Hey,
I do
Sandy,
too.
Sandy Cheeks World. Sandy, I did not know there was 40 of them. I thought maybe 10, but there's a handful of Samuel Hofmans on YouTube. I can tell you that.
Huh.
But I'm the only one
It's a
that's.
little common.
I'm the only
There's a
one with a
few.
soapbox, I think. And by the way, after so many rotten tomatoes and cabbages, does anybody want a salad?
No.
Are you sure? We got free salad.
Right.
And no hamsters were harmed in the making of this video. Yes, I'm at 5 hours, 10 minutes, and I'm now getting officially silly.
That's when it kicks in.
Yeah.
We're in
been
silly
sitting there
mode.
for 5 hours. So I'm going to go to the little scientist room.
Okay.
And I will be right
Take
back.
care of business. Cool. Let's see. Well, I made videos, but I have like T Racy and Thunda, but I don't see them here. And it's probably like middle of the night. I doubt they're still on right now. But I have slideshows. I'll probably hold on to them till next week. We need to do those towards the beginning of the show. Because it's what?
Too bad
8,
you have
9, 10,
to
11,
you
2
can't
in the
just
morning.
put photos up. You have to put every single
Yeah.
photo into a video.
I'm going to try it again. Yeah.
It's a lot of work.
StreamYard. I just paid him $45 last night, and it doesn't work a lot of the time. I mean it.
Yeah, like look at last week. I couldn't, I couldn't lay the phone horizontally.
Yeah, like that.
I could comment last week, but now this week I get to do horizontal, but I can't comment.
I'm gonna try it again and see if I can get to my pictures.
That's why I don't comment to anybody in the chat the whole show, because I can't get into it. So sorry, everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have trouble getting into it as
well. It says the server cannot process this request.
Right.
That's what it said the whole show.
Either way, and that's why I don't participate in the chat either.
So it sucks because I have folders made of pictures to look at too. I can't get to them. Okay, fine. Yeah.
And for you new folks out there who see my wiggling, non-moving picture, internet's so poor that I cannot run the camera and the microphone at the same time without breaking up constantly or getting booted out of off the server, which has happened. So that's why we do what we do and why we do it and what we do that we do. Yeah, right. Yeah. I'm intentionally being silly. I do apologize. God, seriously, we've said this 8 times already too, is like, what a week. I mean, I saw that illumination and I'm just going, oh my God, here we go. And I don't know why it's not making, I've got to said this 8 times tonight too. I don't know why it's not getting known. Everybody, I mean, my God, when was the last time you saw an illumination like that in the sky at night?
Never.
Well, last time I saw it was 2018, but anyway.
Yeah, I've seen asteroids passing when, I live in Vegas, so the lights from the strip.
You have light pollution. Bad.
Oh, yeah, but sometimes they will literally, the clouds will glow around the asteroids. And it's just a black, you can see them in the clouds. And no light touches the asteroids, but all the light touches the clouds, and it surrounds them all. It's awesome.
I was going to say,
Rebecca's got a lightning picture comparative, and the Tan asteroid drawing, and that one I saw that a couple of times as I scroll past it every time I'm posting, and to this day I love that shot in the comparison of the Tan asteroid and the lightning strike because they match.
Yeah.
And it's just awesome.
No, which one? Yes.
And knowing, like in the early years when we first started seeing in 2015 and 16, when we started seeing Attu and Attu's moon get bigger, and then the lead asteroid was discharging on Attu and Attu's moon, and we saw hundreds of examples of that. And I lost a good portion of those pictures. I have one I still use regularly, but I've got probably 5 or 6 or 10 of them. But oh my God, that in those early days when I was watching Attu and Uri and the discharge between and the illumination and the electric, because I mean that's like 2 different things because it's night and day comparison. And we started counting the 180-day cycle and all of that stuff we were learning, and then the realization that the planets were discharging on each other, including Earth. Prior to that, we hadn't seen that. We saw the lead object discharging off the planets as they went by. And we saw that in the early years. Wow. Oh, it's rounding. We know it's rounding Uri. And oh my God, look, it's now illuminated and discharging electrically onto this planet. And then when they got close enough in the first original close passes, for example, 2017 and 18, when Attu and Nepesity were doing their first close passes, and the electrical discharging was insane. And everybody just go, oh, it's the most insane storm I've ever seen. And everybody around the world said that, and then they let it go. And this is, of course, the beginnings of the purple lightning and the single bolt discharging that Nepesity does in comparison to the wraparound discharge that Attu's moon and the object cluster group do, which is a completely different show compared to what Nepesity does.
And that single bolt is huge. It's so big.
It is just miles and miles and miles wide. The biggest lightning strike you've ever seen in your life. But that's what Nepesity does compared to Attu and Attu's moon. And this again.
I was going to say, This is the official explanation. Was a SpaceX Starlink launch, and Anissa was asking about Starlink.
So 6 out of 70 missions from Cape Canaveral Space Force. Oh, I wonder if Elon Musk got paid yet for that, or whoever's getting paid, whichever big wig is paying for SpaceX.
Florida.
I don't know who's running SpaceX, but anyway, in the upper left-hand corner is where Attu and Attu's moon is. Attu's moon is in the center of the picture, by the way. Attu is in the left.
Does anybody not think about, like, why do rockets supposedly look like that now? Like, we've had rockets for decades.
None of this is a rocket.
Never. Right. But you know what I'm saying.
Rocket trails spiral erratically.
You know.
And change direction according to
there you have it.
Direction change.
I designed these rockets. They're not the rockets from the past. I don't know.
No,
you know, they're new rockets.
They're new. And new and improved.
You know how many SpaceX launches I've seen?
Too many.
A lot. You know how many of those pictures I've looked at? A lot.
A lot.
I know the difference between a SpaceX launch and this is the lead asteroid. Nothing in comparison.
Well, yeah, and you can see it.
Yeah, not only that, they're way smaller and they don't go that far.
Right. Yeah, they're not going.
They don't leave the horizon and go to the middle of the upper sky.
Right.
They go, about 20 degrees off the horizon, and then they vaporize into darkness because they turn their engines off, and now some of them are using 2 stages, so you can count the stages, but they always spiral, and then you can see an erratic direction change in some of these spiral straight line where it goes change, correction. None of that, what we were just looking at, has any corrections nor any spirals. And it is so massive, it's encompassing asteroids and reaching up to the bottom of Saturn's yellow moon and all the way out to Attu and Attu's moon. So that's illumination in space on a very large scale. And it's not like somebody farted in a hot part in a cold car. No. It's space gases. Oh, excuse me.
Tony's still here, y'all. Just saying.
Cool.
He's so that's cool. Neat.
Hi, Tony Dean. How are you? Glad you're here. Thank you for
coming. Definitely.
Thank you for listening. If you have any questions, if you doubt me, say so. If you doubt what I'm saying, say it politely, and I'd love to discuss it. This is what we're doing this for. This is why we interact with people. We'd love to do it on the phone. We haven't got there yet.
I know. We need Tony on the show.
Well, we're already, we're still trying to pay bills and stuff.
He's going, no, we don't.
Well, our internet bill keeps going up, and we aren't getting donations. We need them. Because this station is brought to you by viewers like you. Thank you, PBS. And Ricola and all the hamsters that work so hard to bring this show forward.
Yeah, he's been in my group for 2 years.
Awesome, wonderful, thank you.
Yeah. So he's a believer.
Tony, how am I doing?
He's a believer.
Well, I would love to hear from new folks and how they came to where they're at and all of that. I'd love to know what you guys think.
Yep. Carol Ann,
I'm just one guy, trying to keep track of all of this crap and then try to answer as many people as possible. And I'm busy doing that. And some people get mad at me. Well, he never answers you. It's like, I do if I see it. I'm only one person. I don't have a team. I wish I did. Well, you guys are kind of my team. But anyway, I don't have anyone to answer my messages for me. Let's put it that way.
Right.
So, Christoper's pillow.
We need secretaries.
The passing planets. Not since beige. Okay. And the semi-southwest Mexican heritage embroidered pattern. Yeah. Okay, I get that too. Hey, President Lincoln, shadow left. Where did he go?
I'm coming.
I'm teasing.
I know, right?
Oh man.
No, not again.
I don't know if we're
If
going to ever
only.
let you forget that.
If only we could do that again and again.
Well, see, we can send Christopher back to look that up on one of the past shows and do an excerpt on it.
Which one?
After all, Abraham Lincoln approves of
Right?
citizen science.
No, there he is, right there.
Yeah,
I saw him. Yeah.
Abraham. Glad you're here.
Terrible.
By the way,
Look at that.
Abraham, how was the opera?
Right?
Oh man.
Or is
That's
that
so
too-
good.
I'm just like, oh man, that's so bad. I don't know the night it happened with Carol Ann and Alex talking about it in the comments, and the screenshot they got was just awful.
Now, what you do is you get a copy of the Gettysburg Address,
Right.
Yeah.
and you point the camera on there, and fourscore and 7 years ago, our forefathers brought forth unto this nation, and
Right.
yeah.
Just change it up a little bit with the passing planets,
And then came,
and then came yeah.
then yeah, I mean, shit,
Yeah.
you could even go, and then came the Clinton
Like,
era,
I'm still
or Jimmy Carter. Jimmy
era.
Carter was a great president, but God, his NSA were assholes.
Oh,
Did
yeah.
I say that out loud?
I actually do have it.
I got, my little ride back to Montana via a Virginia State Trooper was one that I will never forget as long as I live. I am a horrible person for this country. I am such a dissident. I am horrible. Look at all the bad things I've done.
I know.
God.
Right.
Oh, good. You all are in for a treat. Okay,
Cool.
I have it. I have the
Is it
Abraham
chocolate
picture.
cake?
Oh no.
If it's not, I don't want any.
Oh boy, we're in luck.
Well, it is the Christmas season, and prerequisite is chocolate cake, for God's sakes. I mean, come on. You win a
sounds
Christmas cookie, a sugar cookie. Yeah.
Oh, those sound good too.
Yes, I have stepped across the boundary of being awakened to being a silly fool.
It's the soda.
Good.
It's the Christmas season, you guys.
the
Come
Christmas
on.
season, right?
I've actually started feeling, even though we have no snow, I've actually started feeling Christmassy.
Okay. Cool.
And I'm ready to watch Albert Finney and Scrooge, and the Christmas Carol, and it's the musical, and I'm not a musical fan.
Right,
Although
no.
I've been to many operas. And I mean, I had to learn that in school too. All of the, Tchaikovsky, to Grieg, to you name it,
Right.
Bach and Beethoven. I listened to a lot of classical music, including Gregorian chant. But anyway,
Yeah.
I do love cathedral music as well, and cathedral keyboard, etc. Anyway, back to topic. What was the topic? Yeah, I lost it completely. Ta-da! Yeah, I'm to the point where I'm dinging.
Huh?
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, it's been 5 hours,
Everybody.
25 minutes, and 6 seconds. And hi, welcome to another day of Insanity with Sam. How can I help you? Would you like fries with that, or maybe upsize your drink? There it is, Abraham Lincoln.
Wow.
Yay! That's perfect. Looks just like him. See, here's
Right?
a side by side.
Oh my god.
Oh,
that's terrible. I just need a top hat.
Yeah, I
Oh
did
my
tell
god,
you
wait, I
that-
gotta get a screenshot of this.
Oh,
Okay.
I can send it to you.
I got
I'll send
it.
it to you.
I got
Okay.
it. That's great.
my daughters think that you are a Hollywood movie star, so in your sunglasses.
There,
Although this is a rather unusual facial expression, I don't think I've ever seen from you before.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. I think
I
I was
think that's the moment
confused.
that
I'm
might have
like,
been
what are you guys
when-
talking about, Abraham?
That when you first found out about the shadow, I think she caught you right then. Like, what
Yeah,
are
like-
you talking about? Ew.
one
Yeah,
more
I mean,
side view. Like,
Abraham.
Is it good?
Abraham was looking pretty rough there.
Oh boy,
Oh,
I
man.
needed that. I seen him. I know. We all needed that.
Yeah, totally. You know, Mr. Lincoln was looking rough, wasn't he? I mean, I don't want to look like that in 10 years from now or 5 years.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
you wait, Christopher. I tell
Right?
you, when you hit your 40s, 50s, and 60s, oh boy,
Oh,
yeah, it's a whole brand new story every
It
decade.
is
And
intense.
Yes. I
Very.
seem to have given a decade and a half to doing this, and I'm rather shocked at how fast the time flew by.
yeah.
And my kids grew up right in front of my eyes, and it was just like, wow, did that
That's
go
so
quickly?
funny.
I can't believe that Nibiru's been here for 14 years. God, if not a decade.
Yeah.
I mean, wow. And yet here we're still trying to tell everybody it's not a red planet with wings, and it's not the destroyer. And thankfully we moved on from the sun sim. Woo. Oh boy. Shh, don't wake anybody up on that one.
Oh, God.
Oh dear.
It's
The
just-
sun sim.
oh.
Ugh.
Maybe we can expect it to come next again. Now that the trolls are back awake. I think it's like the cicadas. They woke up and now they're coming out of the ground again. Okay, I get it. God, sometimes I can be so obtuse. The trolls have come back out of the ground.
Yeah.
They do that. Trolls do that. They live in caves and underground. So
Yeah.
I should have,
They've been really quiet lately, but they have resurfaced in the last few days.
Again, thank you for gardening this week, Rebecca.
You're welcome.
I
Yes, I've
had
been pulling
no
weeds.
idea that there were that we had
Yeah.
we had gophers in the garden, and it was unbelievable.
Several. So, and they were quiet, mostly quiet.
Yeah, I was
And they're,
wondering if there was some
lurkers.
activity that went on that I'd missed somehow, and it
Yeah.
was it's like I didn't see. I got rid of a couple of gophers today, but
Jackie.
I didn't, or was that yesterday? Anyway, when you're old, yeah, but I hadn't seen any of that activity, and then I looked in the admin log, and I went, wow, she's been busy. So thank you very much for doing that.
Right,
You'll probably
right,
save me hours worth of debate. I appreciate that.
right. You're
Me being
welcome.
naive and kind, I actually try to talk to these people.
I know. I sent you a message too, Sam. Of one of them is trying to message you on Messenger and act all nice.
Oh,
So
really?
just
Right now?
just take note. No, I mean, well, you probably have a message from them on Messenger. And
When did you send
I
that PM to me? Or
to
is it
you
just
on
now?
Messenger
Oh, okay.
a few 20, 30 minutes ago.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the change official.
Take note
Montana.
of that name because anyway, that particular name.
Yeah. Well, let me check this. Yeah, he changed
I sent you
the
a
name.
few
He
things.
changed the name because the profile is or let me check on that real quick.
I would block that person.
It
Starts with an N.
Yeah, it starts with an N. Okay, all right. Let me go.
Scroll
let me see.
Scroll up to the first one I sent you as recently.
Okay. I have to look at that secondary group that I found.
Like they're trying to act all nice to Sam, saying, "Oh, I'm sorry, I heard about your account being hijacked, and I hope you're okay." And like Sam doesn't even know this person, and they're all.
Official Montana Skywatcher. Yeah, well.
And,
yeah,
I mean,
well, that's
right.
not me. And you see the profile or the cover pic on top of that is the brand new Facebook freshly made page, uncompleted version of making a new site. So it's a new site pic, computer generated.
Yeah.
It's also on the other. We found a new Montana Skywatchers out there, and it is just one guy, two guys. I think I'm a member of it just to keep razzing him back for a while, and then I will leave eventually. But I've reported the group, and the official Montana Skywatchers is not me.
And then you saw this. I just resent it, right?
Okay, let me come back from. Okay. You resent.
This is the person you should
Okay.
be aware of.
Montana Skywatcher 2. Samuel Hofman. That's another fake.
Yeah, there's 4 new fake
Great.
groups that have been made.
Wow.
4.
Yeah.
Like I
it's
said,
not-
person-
no, yeah. Well, that there's also for. I won't give the full name, but there's a Montana Skywatcher 3 out there also, which has been dogging us for years, and it was annoying that they took it in the first place. And I didn't know you could site name double. I did not know that.
I guess so.
And we'll have to talk to Facebook about that. And Maria was recommending that I patent the names in my name or something, or register, so they can't do that. But that's money I don't have.
Right, and then you have to, if you do that,
Okay, I'll come out of
does it
there.
affect your benefits and all that stuff too?
Well, yeah,
Or-
yeah.
We don't need to talk about that, but it's
That's
something
well,
to think about.
I claim everything, and there's a criteria to that I don't pull in enough money to even worry
Right.
about.
It's crazy. They just raised
And
the
the most people I have to notify is the state. When it comes to my benefits and stuff, and I don't anywhere near meet that either. So I'm not even in the same ballpark as the football game they're talking about. So there's never been any concern, because also crowdsource donations are non-taxable. That's the secondary principle. Even though I do declare them, if I was to get a large donation, I do let the state know. Just because I've always tried to be honest, because I never want to get in trouble with anyone for any. I don't break
and
rules.
there's nothing to hide. So there you go.
I have no criminal record. I am not a con man. I've never been arrested for anything like that. Nor am I a fat guy in Texas. Remember that one?
Oh,
there was
no.
a huge rumor for about 4 years that I'm not actually up in Montana. I'm some fat guy, and I apologize for the fat guy joke. But this is the exact description of the rumor. So I'm not being body shaming. I'm just sharing the description. I was a fat guy living in southern Texas, and I was just pulling a con. And oh God, the story! Oh Christ, the stories the stories that people have told about me over the years, from being a government shrill to I can't even. There's so many of them, I can't even pull them out of the hat anymore. And Rebecca has been in that. She got included in some of the troll jabbings for quite a while, and they started adding her picture, and they put tinfoil hats on her, and we got sent pictures of sexual devices attached to chainsaws and things like that.
Oh my God!
And I get Christmas mail with that same genre in it, and that absolutely inappropriate when you have children at home.
Right, that's terrible.
Yeah. So
it's like I said, I think it's mostly personal. I mean,
and of course, remember they called my mechanic and said don't work on his car because this guy's, and they sat there dumbfounded, like, why would anyone call from New York State to tell us not to work on this guy's car?
It makes no sense.
Whether I'm green, purple, or a turtle, if I want you to work on my car, as long as I pay in cash, what do they care? I talked to them on the phone for about 2 hours to explain it to them. And I mistakenly gave more information than I should have, because I got some donations because I had huge car trouble, and some nice people sent some money to help me fix my car, and because it was catastrophic, and I absolutely need my car out here because I live out of town at a truck stop crossroads. And the nearest store is so expensive, sometimes you have to go into town to buy things cheaper, although the gas differential does sometimes make up for it. But anyway, so they call, and so I posted a thank you to these people and showed them where the money went, because I wanted to be transparent. And of course, they spun that on me and called the damn mechanic and told him not to fix my car. And it's just like, why would you bother going out of your way to harass me when I don't even know who you are?
Right.
And it happens, and we've talked about this. Rebecca's talked about this for years now too. When you become famous or semi-famous, and you become a public figure, you're going to pick these people up, and it has affected me and changed me. I'm no longer a tour guide. I've had a lot of people fly to Montana and visit. I had some people fly to Montana for some public talks we had, and we got a little trouble because we had visitors we didn't want there. And they were employed by an agency. But anyway, we'll leave it at that. And it was obvious as shit that they were there.
Wow.
And after that, I stopped doing public talks. And I've never done it for money, although it would cost me a lot of money to actually rent a hall and have people at the university and not throw cabbages at me. And so I do this as, yes, there's a lot of people out there that are willing to say, Sam, you're full of shit, and there's no way any of this is real. But we have watched it for so long that it's absolutely undeniable from the repetition alone of the facial captures and the transition of these planets getting bigger and bigger and bigger over time, and the site drawings that I've provided for the last decade.
Yeah.
And
what's this?
I do not know how to convince anyone better than that other dude. Yeah, oh God, what a beautiful.
There's some examples.
You can't make this shit up. It's real.
Right? Sam draws it, photos come in. Sam draws another illustration, the photos come in.
He's making people
incredible.
see it, obviously. He's making you.
Right.
I'm telling you, it's there so that we see it.
He's making it happen.
By the will of my brain, thinking the brain.
And
if you had that type of power, wouldn't you just make somebody see themselves giving you cash money?
No, you know what I would do?
I wouldn't be making them see planets. I would be making them come to my house with cash.
You know what I would make? If I had the ability to make the world do one thing, I would make the world grow food and share it with everyone.
That's right. That's awesome. I'm with
polluting
that.
the shit out of the planet. Yeah, well, we this planet grows enough food for everybody. And hey, let's talk about momentarily political for a minute here. The reinsurgence of the civil war in Syria. Do you know that there's 3.5 million people that are buried and stuck in barbed wire fences in a refugee camp, living in the middle of the desert between Syria and Turkey? And the Americans are there protecting from one religious group, separating them from another religious group, separating them from a Russian-backed tyrannous government of Syria, which is now in the middle process of being dethroned, thank God. Although those who are about to replace them, we're not sure of their motives or their intentions post acquiring new power. That's up in the air. There's a lot of gossip about who's who. Anyway, we have to realize that climate change is going on and there are refugees everywhere, and they are just one example. Let's talk about the refugee camps in Africa. Oh my God, those poor African people, and they're never mentioned. There's so many civil wars going on down there. There's people like millions of people that are refugees that can't get out of the camps unless they're sponsored. And in some cases, until the sponsor pays their stay bill. Yeah. And these people are trapped in a place they don't want to be, and yet they're being charged money for it.
God, and then they're
Is
murdered.
that happening now?
They're abused. They're murdered.
There is climate migration going on everywhere. People on tropical islands are now living in pillar cities, and they no longer have an island. Everything, climate change is affecting everything. Look at the 2 years of flooding in China. I feel horrible for the Chinese people because they've lost their crops. I don't think their government's going to buy new ones when their government's in bank right now. The Russian ruble just dropped below the American penny. I feel sorry for the Russians that are being forced to fight a war that they don't want to fight by a tyrannous leader. I am sorry for the Georgian riots right now. There's other countries that are all trying to make sure their elections are safe, secure, and not pandered. And a lot of that's been going on for a long time. So on the one hand, that's a really good thing that's going on. But right now, there's a whole region, including the Palestine, Israel, Lebanon, Syrian, Iranian argument between the Sunnis and the Houthis and all of that. Guys, stop fighting over religion. You're both right, and neither are right, because the truth of, and that too is an Abrahamic religion. So I suggest you go look up the beginning origins of these Abrahamic religions. And that's the beginning of the Old Testament, as a matter of fact, as well. And that comes directly from Sumerian texts and Egyptian texts that match, except the names were changed. So you got to relook at what the entire planet is running on. And then, I typed this earlier today to a lot of people. You have to rethink everything. Everything we've been told, everything we know. You also have to remember that history is written by the victor, not the truth. It's written by them from a point of view.
You can't always tell people that, though.
We should definitely figure a better way to package and take care of expiration date products, especially since, we've forgotten the elderly and we've forgotten the poor. We talk about the middle class, we talk about the upper class, and nobody mentions the poor. And right now, the poor have been made guilty.
Yeah.
Do not fight the poor, fight poverty.
Right.
And we've forgotten that. And there's a lot of people all over the world, Britain, France, United States of America, that are homeless, living under bridges by the thousands. There's thousands of them in Montana alone, Portland, Seattle, California, Los Angeles, Tijuana. Oh my God, just go to Tijuana.
Las Vegas.
Yeah,
it's terrible here. It's absolutely terrible.
And every one of those people deserve more.
Yes. We have a flood tunnel system here. That's where they live. And
we watch TV and we see these people walking around and they brush their teeth in the bathroom of $1 million home. We have forgotten what mom and pop and the guys that are trying to send their kids to a really crappy middle school that is outdated and not funded and falling apart, bad paint, bad pipes, cold, freezing their asses off at school, reading old books in a library where most of the books are banned.
Right.
We really need to rethink what we're doing. When $1 million corporations are erecting skyscrapers in Dubai.
Yeah.
And not here, and we're not in, we talk about budget, hey, let's continue this infrastructure package and start dealing with people and raise Social Security and raise disability benefits for the blind and handicapped, for God's sakes. And war veterans, Jesus, what are you doing?
Right, I don't.
People served and the people who were disabled or born with handicaps, they never deserve to live in an institution with $5 in their pocket. They deserve to. We're a multi-rich country and we're handing billions to everybody else. Shit, hand billions to the Social Security, hand billions to the disabled, and you will have the trickle up theory and we will fix this economy. Give people jobs, get new buildings, make a hammer, for God's sakes.
Yeah.
Don't sell U.S. steel, but open U.S. steel. Even if we have to restart it and pay for it. We need those jobs back. We need to be something we used to be. We need to fix and make things again and not import them on some damn ship in a container. Then we'll be America again.
Right.
That's make America great.
Excellent.
Give jobs to the middle class and feed the poor so they can get the hell out of the poor and join the middle class.
That's right.
And don't quibble about food stamps when these people give them extra food. Don't let them be fat. Unfortunately, in large cities, they're in safe, healthy food dead zones because the stores, unfortunately, we have created a theft populace.
Oh, yeah.
Because people don't have enough money to survive on, so they start stealing it. We're creating our own insurgents in the breakdown of our society And they have to keep feeding these people. Because like Rome did, Rome fed everyone every day inside Rome. Every day they got free bread, free wine, free beer, free grains. We are so big, we have to do that. We have to take care of old people. We have to. We have to take care of veterans. Stop handing out money to politicians that are stealing. Stop electing idiots. I mean, look in the Congress. I mean, there are some people in the congressional role that get paid $175,000 a year to be media idiots and not even read the information that they're being sent to the job for in the first place. And they say, well, I don't know about that because I didn't read it yet. And they never do.
No.
This is the lamest Congress we've had for a decade now in history. We've got to change what we're doing, except not break what we're doing. There's a happy medium, and right now we're not looking at a happy medium in any way. We have entered bizarro world, where
totally bizarre,
where criminals are leading, and the poor are wondering how the hell they're going to take care of their children.
Yeah, we just saw somebody walk right out of Albertsons with an entire cart full of merchandise. Walks right out of the store, and they just let him go. And how they got out of the parking lot so fast, I have no idea. What did they do? Bungee cord the entire cart to their car, or did they tie a rope to it and just drive off with it? I don't know. It would have took me an hour to put all that stuff inside the car. You're right. Yeah, people are stealing.
Well, because there are so many people out there that are also in struggles, that there's a level of acceptance that has started to infiltrate all of our minds.
Right.
Because you don't dare intervene because you could get stabbed.
Right.
B, you don't want to hand it to them at the ownership of the store if they're not on top of it, because they're underpaying their staff or being cheap and not putting enough people to work there. It's like I would love to talk to a corporation. I'd love to talk to a human being on any corporate call that I make, including my internet or Facebook. Can I please have a human being to talk to? Give these people a damn job. Let me talk to a human. God, it would make business so much better. Bank, let me talk to a human. Finally, yay! I'm there after 5-minute robocall.
Right.
Anyway, no, we need to step back and realize that this is not, after COVID, this is not the same world, and we have changed gears, and we have to God, and the new generation that I'm not part of, I watch this with awe at what's important and what is not. Wow. This is not Main Street America that I was raised in the 60s. It's not.
No.
And I'm trying not to be, that old guy screaming, "Stay off my lawn," or anything like that. But yet, wow. And I myself, if it goes on outside, pay attention to it. If my porch goes thump, then it's my deal. We all are our brother's keepers, and we do have to. We have to reconsider. I mean, look at all the war going on. We can't do this anymore. We can't take somebody else's land. We can't take somebody else's crops. There's too many of us. We have to spread out what we have and stop being freaking greedy, and stop this corporate greed that we've created, this monstrous nightmare, a machine that has no recourse and makes billions of dollars and sits on all the money. The money's in the wrong place. The money should be with the people, and it's not. It's sequestered in all these corporations now. And if you don't see that, then, I mean, let's talk about the seed industry and the wheat industry alone. Monsanto. Let's talk about the farming industry, the meat industry, owned by 4 companies.
Right.
There's a nightmare price gouging going on in the potato industry alone. They created a situation where you can't grow that many potatoes in Idaho this year, just to drive the prices up.
Aren't they denying the farmers their water or something
right.
like that?
The whole mid-eastern Idaho has been cut off.
My God.
And that was the most, I've driven through there. I was just like, that's the most beautiful, productive potato farm that goes on for miles and miles and miles and miles that I've ever seen. I loved going there. It was beautiful. It was like potatoes everywhere. And now they've taken that water away, all to serve one city on the western side of southern Idaho that already has enough water. And they're using water tables from a drought year as an excuse. There is no science or math behind it. It is political. Now I'll get Idaho farmers going, yeah, he's right. And other guys going, how dare you even say that?
Yeah.
You know, I looked into it. I did my homework. Yeah, we are pilgrims in a foreign land, my friend.
Yeah, if something doesn't change, might not go back to the way we had it.
No, there's no going home.
Yeah.
No, we are. I'll wait till summer. Ooh, Well, yeah, let's get through January and February first. Oh my God. Fortunately, so far we've been tolerable over here on the West Coast, but the La Nina, but the East Coast. Ooh.
Yeah.
I hope you got a good snow shovel, you guys.
Yeah,
they already know that. And of course, it's going to be very rainy in Texas and Louisiana and Oklahoma and Arkansas and Mississippi and all of that, all the way up into South Carolina and Kentucky again. And they're getting a new influx from the Gulf of Mexico. And people may notice that our weather is coming from a different area than it used to. Ever since 2010 on, when the Gulf Stream changed, which people don't talk about, which we did research about, the Earth's weather has changed. 2018-ish, the both hemispheres of Earth's weather started going the same direction, never in history. And that was a transition of directional change in the southern hemisphere. It started coming the same direction as the northern hemisphere. And that went on basically unnoticed.
Right.
By conventional standards from anyone I ever heard of. And now we're seeing all kinds of moisture and weather changes on the equatorial regions of planet Earth. All of those weather patterns have changed. And now we're stepping into a grand maximum of the solar output of the sun. So here we go. Hi, welcome to the carnival ride. You're about to embark on the tilt-a-whirl. Here we go. So next year's standards are not going to be anything like what it used to be. So we are in new territory, period. I mean, what next year's going to bring? Wow. It's going to be extreme.
It's already
already is
at
right now.
the level 10. Last year was bad. This summer was bad. I mean, 120 degrees. I didn't know it was that hot until I got home.
Go ahead and look at what...
I was out in it for at least 3 or 4 hours. Yeah.
Well, look up the weather in France right now, or the weather in Italy or Greece, or up in Russia. Near the Kremlin. Go check with the weather in Russia.
Yeah,
There's 3 major backpedaling lows over there right now, and we got one that just came in from Canada and through the Great Lakes, and there's more on the way offshore, off the west coast.
Yeah,
and what's coming in from the Gulf of Mexico and all. Yeah, we're gonna see more. It's gonna be an interesting winter. Have you got anything more for us, or shall we wind her up? We're 4 minutes, close to 6 hours.
I was gonna say, not really. I have more, but I'm gonna save it till these certain people are here with us.
I'm getting a little hoarse, and
their own
Star Wars
slideshows
crossed my mind about.
I know.
Like,
I know.
Yeah, I'm thinking about
I
that.
can't believe 6 hours have gone by. It's really gone by fast.
Yeah.
6 hours is a long time. I don't know what happened to Esri Colette. he was insisting we stay for 7 hours.
Yeah, well,
You
my
remember?
throat's already getting out about an hour ago.
He didn't stay 7 hours, so we outlasted him. I
I
think
am
he went to
still-
a Christmas parade or something.
Oh,
Yeah,
cool. Okay.
Oh, Christmas. Yeah.
He,
You better throw up that donation board one more time, people.
Yeah, let's do that. Get it back.
For the kids.
Yep.
You know, so for the Hoffman, directly my children. That way we can give them a decent Christmas because I'm broke. I spend all my money doing this. And my rent went up, and blah blah blah. And it's just, well, you bought a jar of ranch dressing at the store for $7 this week, I'm sure too. And yeah, we are all broke, but if everybody gets together and throws in a few dollars, I'll be able to give these children a gift. And currently, there will be only so far one under the tree, although they would like expensive gifts. So I mean, and I've allotted a couple $100 for Christmas this year out of my pocket, and I've been saving.
Yeah.
But you can make a big difference on these girls this Christmas, and it's already the 7th, so you gotta get it in the mail. You could write me a personal check. You can send me a money order. You can send me a gift card from Walmart. You can send me a Visa gift card. You can put $2 in the mail. You can put a $5 bill in the mail, whatever. Send me a Christmas card. You'll get one back. It may be late because I'm going to be playing catch up. But if you send me a card, I'll send you one back. I'm good about my mail. And we will see you again next week. Now, remember, P.O. Box 625. It's a real easy address, Lolo, Montana, 59847. And I have a, P.O. Box for this reason. And everything helps if everybody gets together, and hopefully we'll get these girls a Merry Christmas.
Right. 2.5 weeks away. Not very far.
Yeah. And, again, Albert Finney, Scrooge, you type it into YouTube. Albert, Christopher, if you haven't seen that version of, you should watch it. And I watch it every year at least twice.
It's a classic.
Yeah, and I grew up, that came out in the 70s when I was a kid, high school age. And I saw that at my parents' living room. And so that's the one I watch. And it also reminds me about Tiny Tim and giving and all of that, and Bah Humbug, and it's the Christmas thing. And I watch a couple other things, like Frosty Snowman and that sort of stuff. But yeah. And the girls want to set up the tree tomorrow.
Gotta watch Frosty the Snowman.
Well, the girls want to play Christmas music tomorrow, and we're setting up the tree and cleaning the house and, dusting the living room and moving all the junk off my buffet so that we can put up Christmas stuff on my buffet, because the buffet has become the paper pile. Oh. And, hey, Dad, I moved this over here to move it off the table for dinner, so there it goes. Yeah. Anyway. So hopefully everyone out there that is listening will drop me a line, whether you have a donation or not. Mail me a Christmas card.
Right.
The address is given. You can look it up on this video tomorrow or tonight on YouTube if you don't get it written down in time.
Right. And it's posted on our groups too. I know. I think I posted your PO box on my group this morning too. So
thank you very much. And remember, everybody, Rebecca also needs a little bit of care for Christmas. Send her something interesting, whatever. Send her a card.
That could be, oh boy, who knows what.
Yeah, no, I mean within reason. Okay.
Yeah, I hear you. No, but I appreciate what everybody already does for me as well.
Excellent.
I've had a lot of people helping and looking out for me, so I appreciate it.
And we are right now at 6 hours. Now, be sure to go and be subscribed to Christopher's YouTube site and Rebecca's YouTube site. And because that way they get the notification bells and all of that and the like.
Yeah, I will say one more thing. I was looking at the analytics for YouTube, and I'll have to take a screenshot and send it to you, Sam. But I mean, the numbers are going up, especially for some reason since I changed the intro.
Yeah, I love the
intro. The views and how long people watch and all the numbers were up.
Yeah, they're all up.
That was promising.
And even the comments on last week's show, we got 10 comments. And
Thank
the show before was
Thank
8.
you.
The show before that was only 7. But we encourage you people to like, share, and comment.
I know, Karen.
If you have topics you want to discuss, put it on the comments. The only stupid question is the one you don't ask.
Right.
And we want to hear from you. We want to hear your opinion. If you don't like what we do, tell us. We won't be insulted. We won't get mad at you. We need to know your opinion, and that's what we do. We take people's information and we correlate it together in the clearinghouse. That is the Citizen Science Podcast from Montana Skywatchers and Nibiru Followers Anonymous, and Chris's Las Vegas Nibiru Skywatching, and we group together. We get the information, so you guys have a concise information base that's backed up by years of research.
Yep.
And Sam,
yes,
do you want to catch that last question real quickly about how much longer, like how many years do you think?
We expect now about, I'm saying it should be 7 years, maybe more, on the way out. Depending.
Got some time.
Yeah. 5 years for sure. It depends on how they evade us in the darkness. Now, I'm still wondering what's going to happen with the sun exiting.
Yeah.
Are we going to visit? I still believe we're going to physically see that extra star. And can you imagine what the human population is going to do when we see 2 stars regularly?
They'll say it's the sun simulator.
Oh,
I already feel it. They'll say it. They'll put an article out. USA Today. The sun simulator. It's here. It's working. It's up.
Now here's a side note. If you go and you watch the closing scene of the last Star Wars movie, and you look at the fact that they've got a small dwarf yellow star and a standard red larger star in the exact position of arrival about 2011 and 12 in the same orbital placement. It is so ironically, insanely connected to the reality of what we are having happen. And that would be a culmination of my wildest dreams if we got to see that there are 2 stars, because the other one came up from below us. So we up here in the Northwest, in the Northern Hemisphere, we only got to see it rise up from the northeast way over there at dawn, so brightly, so large that it took over the visibility of our smaller yellow, which was still rising in the east at that time. And then they crossed paths and then orbited together. I don't know how that worked, but that's what we've been seeing for a lot of years. And we are expecting that separation is occurring. However, we do believe that the sun is outshining the standard red larger star is outshining our yellow dwarf. And so we aren't getting as many sightings yet. But I do expect there's a large possibility we're going to see that second star exit. And the day that happens, and the day that the rest of the world, I am going to dance the jig.
Oh, yeah.
I'll go buy a bottle of something old and open it,
right.
And crack a top for oh God, because the greatest show is yet to come, and can you imagine? I don't know if they'll write that off, what they're going to say about it, or what, or how they could explain it, or if I pray, I'm sure we're going to get to see it,
right?
But
hopefully by then,
Dennis.
the whole world is listening to everybody else, and we can start making up our own minds about what we're actually seeing.
And hopefully we're not too busy to pay attention.
Yep. Take a breath, look up at your skies once in a while,
Yeah, stop looking down at the palm of your hand. And if you have a question about something, source that inside part of you that has a question, look up that information. Don't blow it off. Go look up what you're wondering about.
Yeah.
And then be careful of the information or who you're getting it from.
Right.
Oh my God. There are so many uninformed. Of course, I chuckle at most human information. I really do, because the information that I got has led me to a different realm. So yeah, it's huge at who you listen to. And remember, if it's simple and it fits, it's the truth. And if it's complicated and confusing, it's a lie. And that's how you can tell with your BS meter what's true and what's not, is by your gut. And that's what everybody here that is talking to us regularly, we all got here by our gut. We all knew something was wrong. And then we'll be back next week to tell you just what. Same bat time, same bat
to be
channel.
continued. Mm-hmm.
Yep, to be continued.
And
Right.
now I can go get a nice cup of hot cocoa and go play Star Wars.
Yes. I knew it. I knew it was going to be Star Wars time.
It's the way I wind down. I get on that machine and I hit this one certain level, and it's so weird. I mean, I've had those epiphany moments, and I keep talking, of course. I've had those epiphany moments where I'm concerned about what to draw for the sight drawing, right? Or this is bothering me, or this question is going, wonder what all those dots around the green asteroid are, way back when. And I'll be sitting there playing this one level, and it's always the same level. And in Star Wars, and I just somehow relax, and all of a sudden the answer just sort of creeps into my mind on its own. And it's amazing, because here I'm playing this game, focusing on this game, and then all of a sudden the answers to Montana Skywatchers come through time after time. It's weird. It's like I've linked it somehow in some level of epiphany, and it's hilarious when it happens. And it was like, duh! And then I'll have to, quit the game and then run into the computer and type what, it's hilarious. But it's always a really great way for me to wind down. And PlayStation 2, and I'm amazed the machine is still running. I got it in the 90s. A friend of mine gave me the machine because he said it didn't work right.
Seems to be working fine now.
Yeah, and I'm using this damn thing 30 years later. And playing the same old game, Star Wars 2 Battlefront. I tried to look it up to see if there was any, review footage out there of somebody playing it. I couldn't find any. I would have shared it with you guys, so you know what I go through.
What's it called?
Battlefront 2 or Battlefront 1. Star Wars Battlefront 1. There's also Battlefront 2, and I don't like that one.
Oh, okay.
I have it. I don't like it. But you can fly. You can fly You can fly X-wings. You can fly.
Oh yeah, I like
TIE fighters. You can
airplanes.
land on ships. In PlayStation 4, you wouldn't believe what you can do.
Oh yeah.
And oh man, it's insane what you can do on Battlefront. Battlefront 2 on PlayStation 4 is just absolutely insane, and it's in a POV that I'm not comfortable with, because I still like my old PlayStation 2.
Yeah.
That one game is just, plus I'm lazy because I know that game and I don't know the new one. And you actually, over time, you pattern recognize. Although the stormtroopers are random, and I do have it turned up. It's on medium, and high. On high, I get killed within 5 seconds. But on medium, I can actually run around like a Jedi and shoot people.
Cool.
And I know to shoot ahead of time, and then they're going to run in front of it. That kind of thing.
Oh.
Yeah, I played this game so long.
You're like deadly.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I get when the other NPC characters get 8 to 10 kills, I get 80 to 100.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sounds like fun.
And then you get to play the robot from the Separatist League and all of that, and attack the clones. And
Rebecca's like, what is he talking about?
I know. I don't play video games. I know.
And you haven't seen Star Wars either.
I'm
So you
spaced
don't
out.
understand.
I'm thinking about toast right now. Better toast.
And when I tell you about the Separatist faction, you don't understand that. And that's really part in the early movies of the early Star Wars. Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a whole.
They have toast in Star Wars.
They use toast in Star Wars regularly. Ask Chewbacca. There's an entire cult history wrapped around Star Wars, and there's an entire movement that if we showed pictures of at Comic-Con of these Empire Imperial cruisers, the Star Destroyers. You'd probably scare the shit out of a lot of them.
Yeah.
Oh my God, they're real. And yeah, they are real. They're freaking
so
real. We've
real.
got hundreds of pictures of them. They look exactly like the freaking Star Wars. And that's the irony of all of this, which is insane. And, and then we talk about the cube. And here it is, like the Borg cube on Star Trek. Like, holy shit, I don't know how many times people said, oh, it's the Borg. No, it's not the Borg. It's the Federation.
Right. Okay.
And that, that's a twist of brain for the Star Trek fans as well. Anyway, I digress into
Star Wars
non-fact and lore.
Right.
And I can hardly talk anymore. So everybody,
I wonder what they think about having video games mimicked after, them.
No, I really think
there.
it's a huge level of Hollywood soft disclosure getting us ready. And let me I'll give you an example. Do you know that the controllers that we play on PlayStation, and my children are completely familiar with where every button is with muscle memory, they don't even have to look anymore. But those also controllers are in fighter pilots, and they're also in spacecraft, and we're all being trained. We're all being trained at how to fly with those controllers. There's a uniformity to that for a reason.
Sure. Look at pilots who fly drones for the Air Force.
Right.
They've been training since they were 5-6 years old playing.
How do we
games.
know that we're not creating a generation for a clone war that is going on in the middle of a bug race?
Man, that's a topic for next week.
I saw some I watched Slapped Ham this week, and I saw a very compelling video on a bug walking down the damn street. I mean, from the bug race.
Right.
Like, holy shit, they're here and they're landing. Like, they got through and they're landing. And that's something. There is a war in space.
There's something going on up there.
Oh, yeah.
What I saw this week was
How big are these bugs?
Oh, they're big.
4 to 5
What?
feet tall. They're bent over with back bending legs, and they're about 4 to 5 feet tall. They're bug people. They are bug people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Rebecca, there are millions of races of every kind of thing that you can imagine. I met a 7-foot tall guy with a really weird head. I've met 4-foot tall grays. I've met a lizard man.
Right.
But they want to share
anything you can think of. There probably is, like a lion man, or a flamingo
Rebecca.
race of who knows.
We don't own Earth.
Yeah, we're just here.
We're just here. We're guest workers.
Right.
I see. I mean, I already knew that, but
we're
it's
here.
sinking
We're
in
here
more
to
every
pick
day.
Produce. Yep.
I don't know what to think about that.
It's hard.
I know.
It's a hard one to swallow.
I mean it. Because it feels like it's ours.
Yeah.
It does. It feels like it's
only when we earn it.
That's right. And we're not doing that right now.
No.
We are not earning it right now.
No, but they aren't helping.
Not as a whole species of humans.
They are. They're
we talk about this all the
worse.
time. There are both good and bad factions. There are people propping us up, and there are people wanting us to downfall. And that's not just one faction on each side. It's multiple factions on the bad, multiple factions on the good. And some of them are parked above Earth right now. And there's a few dozen here and there that are landing and stealing what they want and don't give a shit, just like in Star Wars. Rogue pilots landing and going, oh, hey, there's some oil. Oh, hey, there's uranium. Oh, hey, there's diamonds. Oh, hey, there's gold. Oh, hey, there's silver. Oh, hey, cow lip stew. I hear it's a delicacy in these here parts.
Oh my God.
Dang. I guess they do have the upper hand, though, because they have higher technology. I mean, we're kind of simple.
Humans have an off switch.
Dang it. Doesn't seem quite fair, does it?
Well, they're talking about. As a matter of fact, that's part of the information that has been released in the Immaculate Constellation file that is being discussed in Congress right now.
Wow.
Is how the people who are visibly capturing these sightings that they are sharing this information from stand in a state of daze for a period of time of many minutes where they don't even move. And there is your example of the human off switch.
I've seen that. Videos like that. I actually have seen one in person.
All they have to do is give us a tone and a light.
Really?
The combination. And
On
I
his
don't even know if
trail.
everybody can see the light. I
He
only
was stuck.
inside of it. You shut down everything on you. And I've experienced this firsthand. I've had it happen to me.
Well, sure.
And inside your brain, you're talking and screaming, and nothing is moving, and you can't move. You can't physically alter anything you're doing except stand there. And you're inside your head, you're there, but nothing works. And then they come out of the landing craft, pick you up, and carry you into the ship and lay you down on the examination table, just like we do with wolves or with dolphins or whales or animals or anything, or lions or tigers or gazelle. We examine them. We take samples from them. We check their species, check their genetic bloodline, see how healthy they are, if they got a bad hoof or not. That's what they do to us. When they check the herd. We are the herd. We are also a commodity. We are not the only race in this solar system. We are a subclass.
Yeah.
And we
guess
live
we've
very
just been
short
sheltered
lives.
for so long,
We live very
there's
short lives compared to them, and that's why they
Right.
treat us with ease as a herd, as cattle, because we are such short-living, created for a specific purpose.
Okay. But they go out of their way to keep people in the dark. I mean, you know what I mean? Like they go out of their way.
Now, which they are you talking
It's
about?
just us here.
Which they are you talking about? The way that live here on Earth, or the way that the people that are already parked upstairs right now, that don't have to do anything other than park up there to show the tech level difference? They don't have to change things. They don't have to terraform the planet, because it's all happening right now by itself, because it's a natural process of each cycle. And then the stronger of the herd will last through the winter, and then we will have stronger bulls and stronger female cattle and stronger heifers, and the strongest survive. And this has happened to us over and over and over. And when we get too many of us, then there's less of us, and then we're strong, and the planet changes. And this has happened time after time. It's not just one cycle or 5. It's been going on for thousands of years.
You see that comment that there's spiders on Mars? Like
I've been watching a bunch of
aliens?
Mars footage. I haven't seen anything like that, but yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff coming in from Mars. There's also a bunch of rumors about the Mars missions, and I don't fully believe them, but not the bad ones anyway. I take it with a grain of salt until I actually get a chance to look at it, and usually one photo is not enough. And ask Christopher. I mean, we take a lot of examples before we call something.
Yeah.
Before we call it a fact, we get at least anywhere from 10 to 20 major examples that prove it absolutely before we go down that street. Otherwise, we say this is conjecture. We believe this is happening, but we can't prove it. And if we can't prove it, we'll tell you that.
Yep.
And this is how we've gotten to where we are, by not jumping into the crazy shit. And I'm not saying your comment about spiders is crazy. I just meant in generic, which is part of the rules of Montana Skywatcher 1, is that we stick to topic and we try to, forward the science and not jump off stream on a bunch of YouTube videos.
Audrey just woke up.
Good morning, Audrey. How are you? We're just about we've been
we're wrapping
the last 25 minutes.
Yeah.
Don't worry about me. Me. I keep talking.
All right.
And my mom would go, Sam, shut up.
Sam. No, I can't do it.
I know. But I've given you guys permission when
I know, but I still can't do it.
You guys are allowed to say I'm shut
I'm
up.
not gonna talk. I can't talk to you like that.
No problem. I'll shut
Why?
up. Yeah, it's kind of weird when I do get off the show. It's like I want to keep talking.
Yeah.
My daughters don't want to hear it. So the cat has been really good lately. She's been listening quite attentively. And although I wish she wouldn't get so close to my face because, she causes me asthma attacks.
Yeah.
And I'm allergic to that cat, although she's a family member. I love those new germ killing room cleaners with UV light. So if Santa wants to get me one and send me one, I would love you for it. Okay. I have no idea how much they are, but they're brand new technology, and boy, I need one.
Wow.
Yeah.
I've not heard of that.
UV. It's on the internet now. It's brand new. It's a light that you put in. Lana was telling me about it as well. Now it's gone more viral. But it's a light you put in the room, and it kills all the mold and all the bacteria and everything in the room. But you have to leave the room for 15 minutes. You're not supposed to be in the room when it happens because it's not healthy for you. But it kills everything. It cleans your air. And I have a cat dandruff issue in this house I could scream about. And I do, I filter the air, but man, every time the heater kicks on, I'm sneezing. Period. We comb that cat, and I was just like, oh God, and my eyes are burning, and So
man.
Yeah, a lot of fun.
I wonder if there's like a herbal remedy you could.
I think echinacea would probably help, but I'm such a bad. I don't even take my vitamins when I should. I am trying a new add to my diet right now.
Multivitamins are awful.
Some of what I'm eating, I'm trying to increase my vitamin C, and I'm working on.
Make me sick.
A new baking soda thing where I'm going to do a little bit more baking soda in my diet so that my feet are starting to hurt more than they used to, and I want to cure that. I got 64-year-old feet coming up my next birthday. Those things don't like this anymore. I mean, we normally, I am really old by human standards.
Yeah.
I hope to live to 150. Thank you.
Right.
How old are you? I thought you were 62.
I'm 60. I'm 63 right now. In June, I'll be, in a few months.
Okay, June.
6 months.
That's okay. 63.
I'm 43 and a half. No, like kids always go. I'm 9 and a half. So I start by saying I'm coming up on 64. That way, I get used to it ahead of time.
Yeah. Right. Right.
I'm one of those idiots that still writes.
That's how I do it.
I still write 1990 on my checks sometimes.
Round it up.
Oh my gosh, I've done that. I definitely have written down like 1994 when I date something, or I don't know why.
Yeah, God, yeah.
Weird.
Yeah, no, this is 20. I still can't believe it's 2024. What happened in 2010? God, what happened to 2001?
I know.
Wow, we went.
I graduated high school.
I can't believe what happened to this year. It flew by. This week flew by again. So anyway.
Okay, we got Maggie.
Sam, shut up. Go home. Go play Star Wars.
Sabrina says use some borax, pinch of borax in your water.
Yep.
I have that. I do that.
I need to buy more borax.
Magnesium for your feet.
Oh, magnesium is great.
Yeah, I have magnesium.
You will pass out. You gotta get the right kind though.
It helps you to keep warm too. Now remember, potassium and magnesium argue with each other. So anyway, yeah, you're right, Carol Ann. Thank you. Anyway, I'm going. I'm really. I swear, I'm going. I really am. I'm gonna leave.
Are you sure?
I'm gonna try to shut up. I really will.
How funny.
All right. Good night,
hey,
everybody.
Dennis will be 59 this month. 59. Just so everybody knows.
All right, you guys. Thanks everybody for showing up to the show. We'll see y'all next weekend.
We will be back.
Bye, Sam. Bye, Rebecca. Talk to you
Good night,
later.
John Boy.
Bye, Chris. Bye, Sam. Bye. Thank you, everybody. See you next Saturday.